again, it's hustle. It's hustle. So then, says, the big shit, you don't see what in there, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. They were just Samaj. Why is that? Hashvarah one. So it's said that's what this is. So in other words, once again, this is a conscious unrestricted, which is the global master of the Turkish. The Turkish is this is totally important, right? Because the global change language, once you find broken pieces, whether the apples happen, and therefore, again, so what's the reference? No, regular world, but we didn't have the season. So this is
Goodness, it's like everything's done. Every single thing is done except for your microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, everyone. My goodness, now you can hear me because the show is speakers. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another fun episode. You guys ready for a crazy night or what? Fuck yeah, you are. How's it going, everybody? Keep going for a great Reagan and the baby boys. Hello to everybody on Ustream and Periscope and so many other places. For those of you
whether it's idolatry that he worships, or it's idolatry. However, these
St. Louis, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Boston's will repeat if you live in any of those cities. It's for that on my website. Hi, live audience. Welcome to the show, everybody. Still a live show. Keep that applause going. We have Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Ryan J. Evo drawing tonight's episode from scratch, the house artist. Ryan Redband, founder of Death Squad. King of sound effects, so many other great things. And the producer, Josh Martin, that runs around making sure that the sound works at the very start of the show. Because it's both a live show and a live podcast. So the sound is extra important on a show like this. Those who are just joining show business. So maybe we can just still working or we play yeah, baby. So much practice goes into this. Episode 163, everybody. You're at live 163. We are the number one live podcast in the world. And with that, I bring up your band. You know them. You love them. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, a very Game of Thrones entrance. Oh, the king just died. Oh my goodness. The king is dead. The king has been poisoned. There it is. Okay. Oh, they always do about 10 seconds longer than you think they're going to. With a very Game of Thrones style entrance, that was Joel Jimenez as the Mexican king. Pat Reagan is the guy holding ketchup in his mouth.
Joel was the king beyond the wall. Donald Trump's wall.
Oh, shit.
He comes from a distant land, El Salvador.
One could even say he's a brown walker. Jeremiah Watkins on the saxophone, Pat Reagan, the band leader. Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys, and Reagan Watkins. Joel Jimenez is going to stay in full king costume and suits. What does that beard smell like, Joel? Like that. And he's right there to catch his own rim shot. There he is.
We're debuting our one-woman show Saturday night on Vine.
Where's Pat go? Watch some ketchup on his mouth. Fuck yeah. I love that. Well, shall we meet tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen? We always keep our guests secret. Hopefully the train will stay on its tracks tonight. Two diabolical guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Josh Wolf and Stephen Brody Stevens.
also, this is absolutely wild. Exactly wild. And also, we are going to see exactly why this is already 10 blocks from now on 1 days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any apple is that is also by a tree, and that is
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Wolf joining us for the very first time on the show. And Brody Stevens, one of our favorite guests, one of our favorite comedians, is here. And not only is he here, but he's also chosen to use this moment to advance his own numbers on Periscope. 170 viewers enjoying the show. Watching streaming live at DeathSquad.tv on a better feed. And be helping the actual show that you're on.
He's filming the show. I'll do it for a little more. I got to laugh. I'm happy about
I
it.
love it. That's a great entrance. You're one of the only people that's taken the opportunity to stream an already streaming show. When the Ghostbusters say don't cross the streams, I'm pretty sure this is what they mean.
Well, we crossed them, and I'm excited to be on the other side.
Okay. It's amazing how well you use technology since it's just like a 30s video.
I'm an LA Weekly fan. I get it. Well, you know what? I'm wearing the Cleveland shirt, Cardiac Kids, because you and Red Band are both from Ohio, and the Cavaliers won the championship, so it's kind of an homage.
Oh, yeah,
Orange Frost negative. This guy on Frost negative. What did I do wrong?
Oh, okay, Brady, skipping a beat there for a second. That part's going to be edited out.
Oh, look at this, number one. Okay, let me take it here. Steven, are you here?
Are you talking to yourself? Stephen Marty Stevens, are you here?
I have a selfie stick.
That's like your
Holder, yeah. I have a selfie stick holder. Yes. There's a finder's fee, there's commissions.
What do you mean? He found you?
Well, he's a good guy. He's from Pasadena. We're both Southern California raised. We're 818 till we die. Yeah, no, things are good. We need help. I know that I need help from people. And this guy, Steven, I found him here. We've reached out, and I need some male energy in my life.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. I feel like that selfie stick has been in dirty places before. So you guys know how the show works. Welcome back to it, everybody. We got Reagan and Walk. It's Josh Wolf, Brody Stevens, Brian Ripley. Everybody's here. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? We have a fucking over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket here tonight. Comedians, you know your 60s.
Wait, we got two
Brody, you brought a drum set with you?
You denying already?
Yeah, I said we can't have two drummers on the ship.
Why not? The Grateful Dead do. You got it. Thank you.
You can have a drum.
It's so good to do me, brothers.
I think we should just have a drum off and drum.
Let's just keep it positive.
Let's just say the drum Jimenez won the drum off. And, let's keep moving. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sweet little sound of a kitty. You can barely hear that. Come on, kitty, you can do a little louder than that. There you go. That means wrapping up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Westphalian bear. Oh, no. Fuck yeah. Another day at the Cincinnati Zoo. So, are you guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Let's get into this. Here we go. I can feel it. Feels good in here. I like the mojo in here already. I already like it. Put your hands together for Zenjiro. Zenjiro? How about Dan Nolan?
The price is right.
Thank you. Saturdays are great cheat day.
Oh, it's like, I feel it, man. I can never remember.
eat
But
them.
yeah, shade tree.
And that's because the noodles you've been using aren't filled with sweet, delicious arrowroot. If that were the case, we'd all be getting vaccinated until we had severe autism. Never had this second dick for her now. Guys, I got it from just one money. I probably would have sucked a dick though. Not even just because heroin is that good. Just sucking a dick really that bad. A lot of people sucking dicks at me. Clap your hands for yourself.
No way.
It would have been interesting if that was the direction they chose to take Breaking Bad. I'm doing this for my family.
Yeah, Dan Nolan. Dan Nolan.
Thanks, man.
Dan Nolan was running like somebody had a hot black rock of heroin up there. Dan, so you're clean and sober?
Yeah.
It seems like you still get urges sometimes.
I was thinking about it.
Like when did it happen?
I was at a coffee shop. I just thought about it. I thought about when's the next week. And I got into the thinking about all the places that you should go to. We were shooting it for when you were shooting, it was like Russ. Yeah, I was. I know that's the funny thing.
Of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only functional, something is all functional. Water, so I'm not sure that it should become looking the dragon, water. You want to on the other hand, that is all functional also. But if you saw sort of water part of that, it's also rushes up right. You know, we have all those functions stuff in there. I was watching this different something. So I should very different things open up again and open up and roll on his phone.
And by the way, I don't think the case is over. I certainly ended that here.
Concern of Roths. We'll say.
I gotta see this. This is like the Super Bowl.
It's expensive. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade obviously to the produce. But so they can next summertime, however, in the winter, the rain season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, also different. So also suggests that there's no problem planting plenty vegetation. You can have shade tree. Is the rainy season. But this is a natural. You can't even plant vegetables other than the rainy season. Why not? Big shiner, sheriff's coming. Is what could happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. The verses are not about to watch before the leaves do the job of after all. Now they have always been functioned. Once again, forming leaves should be no different than fallen idols. I think what you like if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buffalo. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buffalo. Surely how the fertilizer puts the reservoir and shiny hot sun, they make that almost go public payouts. No, in the case of the forming leaves, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that bonus fluoride density even after it's no longer on the tree. You know, what's the other days? One day of these 42 feet. Or it says, I, the hall, those are the case of shavings. That was like the sugar tree shavings. So you got all this stuff from the entire mental once again. The primary part of the other was the I need to just go and slow existence. We got turned down backwards of both sides. He said, with self-love, yes, so he said that he's going to again spoke. Again, we were refusing the tree for the benefit of the tree.
I'm sworn in. I had to hold up my right hand, and I am testifying. Shalom.
So since it's normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot truly make sense of it. Which no reality of this makes sense.
Yes.
The face today that should have lost his roadside. So up until now, all of these questions have been revealed for them. So I'm going to both sides. My most real for the funkies, focuses on one supporters. And I hope John falls over by itself and breaks. Is Devil Zara bottled or not? The Gilbert, no, because the reach of idolatry requires active negation. Makes funkies, yes, because it is a factor negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire topic has been a Gilbert question is funkies. Now, switch gears. It's a bunch of Gilbert. So it's like it's actually got some of the Gilbert there you go. Thanks for the check. That's like this. But that is what I'm going to do. It's the truth. Now, the truth of those guys, right? There's two ones that is on the now, what happens? The nest on top of the tree. So first, you the nest on top of the tree. What's called a hawk? Well, really, you really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did some, you have not committed it. I will say so again. Rashi says over here, second one from the top going in. Doesn't good job on that. So you can't get benefit. Good job on that. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered part of the tree. Therefore, you get benefit from the nest. Ultimately, again, it's not fine. So let's analyze. The Rothschild Shira. What about if the nest is on top of a shade tree? Because in case I have a shade tree, on top of the shade tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yak is become. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. And then when you go ahead and get benefit from the nest, like that. Like that. So what I say? Yak is become. I'm sorry. Let's say Yak is become. I saw how that call. You're going to be scored in the 8 so I would say that's very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't come out and say, most cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is useless the tree. So yeah, when those are trees, just enough, what can I do? Just pick up someone, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Now, you know what it says? What's it built? Where is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the shade tree is built from twigs from the actual tree. right? And yet, what do people say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the shade tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a locust sorrow breaks, right? Even on its own, but it's not been actively broken. It's decommission. So the Gemara says, "Hasada, you don't just shut up a minute and the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kakonis is Bakona, and yet the nest is open. So here's what you saw. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah. Versus no. How do I feel about this? I see it's in the Alma, the kids survive as necessary. That's not say on birds make that's what birds make nests. Birds make nests. They choose every time, but they often take materials from other locations. So these are here is the bird really so comfortable in their shade tree, but it did not gather materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have the hectish source I saw again. What's the right for that? The right for that is look at the hectish trees. What happened in the trees? The hectish trees, what are the birds say about the birds now? About the birds' nest? No nagging about the tree. No nagging about the nest. No nagging about the water. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you need not to agree that yours or what's otherwise. On this show the high seats in their outlaw, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt. But outside of the hectish tree, and how you kind of got the hectish low end of a more of it. So it doesn't make sense. Low end of the job on it. So again, because I said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest. But why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally it comes to scale the tree. But it's a job on it, and also the lower of it with the right side. But there's no meaning. Why is there no meaning? Because since the materials for the nest, not from the hectish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not something. It's a kilo. And by the law of the competition, and again, let's say cut off the base off, the bird is going to the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, if you're not allowed to benefit from it, you're going to ice and it's leaving with the ice which the Gemara says. So everybody was suggesting you see from here that halakha is in the both cases in the shade tree and in the hectish tree, the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the shade tree and not from the hectish tree, which is a kind of necessary. And you know it says, in the area, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that both of these cases are actually the hectish case, that the bird needs to make its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not possible to ice? But what's going on? To this, which was the case over here, and like the outcome about the operator. So we'll say this is a fascinating situation. We really not do something, right? So I can say the item as it is hectish. What about if that item makes things afterwards? Are those subsequent things considered to be hectish as well? So let's get an example of this. A tree. I'm not fishing tree. You know, I'm not used it. And then 3 months later, his Baruch Hashem branches, his growths, are those new branches and growths subject to the hectic designation or not? That is a fault. That is called a brain of grows, which occurs after the investigation. So the first thing is appears like burning, so I was not this tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So we had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest addition. It's a fact that's enough focus. Because some are aim with you and also this place or also this mission now about the way so the English designation develops the money that's different from the primary designation. But everything that grows afterwards is not subject to addition. Therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild on my gap is ultimately what is it? Rabbi Rothschild doing that. What is it? It's not the nest down and get benefit from the nest. That broken doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hectic. Either way, it's usher. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to get really worried about that as well. A sound of fun, that broken. I'm sorry. So we can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case, as well as the hectic case, both of the cases, ultimately ever has. You can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if the same itself as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even a thing that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were already opinions that whatever processes in the hectic for our soil. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but dropping what? For the chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be water. The baits and the kind of socialization to the oceans and explosives. For the chicks, it's going to be water. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be mustard. That looks like why are the eggs mustard? So this is actually quite fascinating. Look at Rashi. This is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the basic comment on mustard is treated on the girls are going to so what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are mustard. Why are eggs mustard? Because eggs include the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will be and B will C. Then A will C,
Oh my God, I love this. This is phenomenal.
There's a lot of variables going on here. And they were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about people, the nest was made from the Ashera tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the branch just says, take the stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs leave the nest and the nest leaves the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. It's just the basic comes down to Rashi that floated should switch on the Iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of relates to grandparents. Therefore, once it turns out, again, with the space of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the egg is tree. Obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By little Bibles up, like, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So we need to get benefit from the nest because there's a majority of the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the Hektish tree. So can we get benefit from? Independent chicks, right? A lot of them said that is going to be water, like, getting better, right? So, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll say, it's not no different today, but again, let me just say that a lot of So, no, actually, we'll say, yeah, what are you doing tomorrow? So, tomorrow we'll pick up one, we'll finish off Look, yeah, look, how much I'm looking at Shakish, like, what are we doing that much? What are we asking, right? And then the Nats Hashem, or the team Nats Hashem, adventures in Abu Zara, Shtarak, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day. All right, supposed to say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Hanukkah sponsor, the Full Shuvah American South, dedicating all the Shuvah Rothschilds this year as it's a plus for Soros Levels and Swap. Our fellow sponsors for the month of Av, Abali, Hilda, Stephen, and Wendy Drayson, in honor of their parents, Israel Drayson and Tina Drayson, as we roast swine in memory of the Stanley roast swine to Holy Rafa. Our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the gratitude we love and for the Chayalim, and Swiss the Chayalim, and all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Rachel and Kivara Wordishman are back on the sponsors for today. Rachel and the Arsake of Aryeh and Leib and Yossi from the American Torah. All of the Mishnah for the families in the Chama, all of those in the Jewish family, for the fully Israel, the Rosh the rest of Shabbat, the Shalom and the Torah, allow our holy soldiers to be successful and follow up on our Sayyidin. So, with that, let us move on to Shabbat and a lot today. That is Membeis. On then Hamlet days 40 million and we left off the Eid of subject most night, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 15 remember again, yesterday's after made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slummage versus finding broken pieces of what we call a Zara. Once you see those two terms, slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zara was the fixed image. So up to myself, the Torah says that if you find Zara, essentially you still have to take it as a why not? Because again, there's a suffering of the suffering. Did an Akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla now. An Akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's talk. An Akum does have the ability to decommission a Avodah Zarah, but it has now again. Then we have focus of Yochanan Shlakish. Do you need active decommissioning? Or could even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that soon, but that's an overarching one. So here, the Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Rachel says even passive decommissioning. And that's the meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Straight to the Yochanan, still an idol. According to Rachel, this was its idolatrous importance. So we'll say, but again, that's why if you find pieces of God's also. If you find pieces of the sun of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec sake. What's the spec sake? Well, suffix number one is maybe it's never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was seeking. So the idea of jumping back to this Torah for just a second. The reason why ultimately again I have no desire. It's just not serious. Because Allah will basically say, it's something that's in the life. Ultimately, there is something that maybe with decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was a result. So that's your questions. That principle. Maybe something goes to be forgot. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing uncertainty? What about Father Valentine? You're very interested in the exercise. Cover Shanice, did you have to go over their parents? So I'll say, cover died. And again, treasure, a special reminder to a member of our cheer from San Francisco. must be melted. Well, just too close to Melron, another member of our share in Toronto. Hashem, you have a lot of beautiful cover, not just in this case, but Hashem around the world. So he messaged me via mail. I shared with you this cover a few days ago as Kamkaka. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Torah and Torah to the point that even eats his human Torah. He even eats his food in Torah. See, even again, even though it's not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Truma Semesters. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for the asked, why do you call it cover? It's cover means friend. So what's the shot of that? So perhaps the soul is like this. There's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the front of the Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for the areas of his life that he is obligated to do so, such a that's a friend. That's what Baruch says. Someone who wants me in their life so down that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, not in power, that doesn't have to. That's a friend. That is to a certain degree higher level than the top level. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone who puts upon himself additional strings because he wants power. After power, he wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribbon Shalom. So the Gemara says, first Shem is you have to grow land down. So cover the ice. You just cover the ice. And you guys need to discover the basket. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, even if not, you should just harvested them that day. It's a chazaka. Ultimately, again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, I know 1 second. So let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a Vadai. What's the Vadai? The certainty was they were Tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. So why is that a Vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vadai that it was untied. Something, maybe the father did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. And what do you see here? The Karasi Safek, the Mosini Devada. And what do you see here? That also again Safek, because the time that goes ahead and overrides the Vadai that it certainly was Tevel. So you see something closing in the Vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Hasam Vadai. That's not true. That's not something in Vadai. That's a Vadai and Vadai. What's the case? The Vadai asked me. So where it says the second was Tevel, Vadai was Tevel, certainly it was Tevel. And also Vadai, that's what? That he tied it. You know, it says, everything that comes out, Kalzaka al-Haver she'ela motzi davar she'ela mitoka b'tzafas. What's it after Kalzaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The Chaver will say again, seeing that moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at you and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Al-Khabar does not leave untied produce in his possession. So the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no suffix in Vadai, there's only Vadai and Vadai. This guy will be by some other possibility is. Gemara says something for something. Interestingly enough, really it's a something and a something house. So what does that mean? As showed the Abad Kilaboshia. Possible that the topic conducted himself like a Moshe, still other Moshe. The Amar, the Hadith Alden Altu also. The Mahnusa, the most Shalom, Kadisha, the Hendel, that's determined on Isa. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That being in all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Kneabayis, right? It has to come into the home, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, and not through the door, technically, it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no responsibility about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover tied it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Truvas Masters. Why? Because it's possible that literally getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there is something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning these statements, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, and something don't say the day back. Right, that ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what you do is that true. So you are said, but I mean, I'm ready with that. Nice that the ship was so shut not happen that days. Nice that the ship was so shut not to get out, but you know, very interesting thing. So there was once a story of a maid servant. I don't say now, okay, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gavra Aroma in Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Evil. Okay, what happened? She had 2 days of the body. She had a miscarriage. And I was like, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a nefel. But interestingly, halacha is, this is also a concept of faith. They would put a nefel in a pit. Just in other words, in a nondescript faith. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to carry a nefel, you have to carry a miscarried baby. But you have to not carry it in a non-faith. You do not carry the grab you do not carry the mark. Great for a variety of reasons. Also, just from like a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief. But Chazal wanted it to be contained. I wanted it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she was carried. And she put the miscarriage in a pit. Before Chloe hits it, Chloe came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and threw over the pit. Now, why did the Chloe get over the pit? Because it's something in the cave up. So you get the passing flower, the very good logic when a woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. It could be ritual closely associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin comes over the pit in order to see was the neighbors, I guess, was developed enough to see whether or not this was a boy or a girl. Well, I sit there because I don't say I won't press the problem again. The problem is, by shooting over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil at once could be contracted in 2 ways. You can be under a roof, he's gathering with a vase, or you can be the roof over the vase. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say again, sky, but I mean over the coins, I am the Ohel. So here the coin would have had a moved over the pit.
Yeah, I'm in the way. Okay, so I can talk to him. Yeah, I'm in the way. I almost got in trouble too. He was the court guy yelled at me. He thought I was on the phone. He was like, "Get the shit out of here. Mark just hit me with this last fucking second. I got a video I was gonna upload and Mark just set me up. Yeah, you want to testify my fucking voice shower? I was like, okay. So I swore in, I held up my right hand, Shab saw me, I saw Shab,
Yeah.
and I said, and as if we swore in, talking after Mark's life, when you see, I'm going to say 10 minutes, and they come back, they half Mark's life, and then outside. One of my guys. I tried to do it on the computer, but Mark had took the thing, so I joined the Zoom on my phone. And obviously, I'm running into the surgery up, and I tried joining it again, but through my computer, it is not allowing me to go so, and I can't, I got it going this way,
like yourself. In other words,
meeting room, Sean is there. No, right? So I'll call you. Sean was there. Set up weird and blonde. So I guess he's not doing any shows today because he's fucking, I didn't think they all actually going to be there. Mark hit me like shopping over the shit shops and all the room and then I was like, damn. Because they show everybody because you gotta stay, right? So like, they brought up Mark twice. I got to see everybody. So they brought me up and I got to see everybody looking at me. So they show everybody and I saw Shop looking and just like,
see, he was first of all looking over the phone.
And looked away and I
so it ain't felt, if it wasn't a felt,
it looked at me because they showed everybody and I saw Shop looking and then he just went,
No.
and looked away and I
Bro, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
and I saw Shop looking and he just went, and looked away and I I'll answer Mark's questions to the best of my abilities, but some Shabanese happens to leak out my testimony. I didn't say that.
Essentially seems to say that principle of aiming,
You know how hard it was
ultimately
during
against
my fucking 6 hours of vacation with Shop Boys to not just say fucking inside references the entire time. That was different. That was about my case. This doesn't about my case. I really don't give a fuck.
determines the reality and the second piece of information.
Yeah, we'll have 10 minutes and we'll be back in the thing.
That's
And
what
then
I'm saying.
I'll testify.
How do we get into this?
Don't forget to donate. Like I said, the preferred way is hitting the link in the description. If you donate that way, you will become an instant moderator and you help us fight these legal battles against the evil child who's
the answer is no.
Do you think I woke up this morning people thinking I was going to be a 4-8 pregnant child today? I'm not ready. I just got out of bed. I'm still wearing my shirt from last night. I wore the shooting. I was that. I just woke up. I woke up. I made a video. I went on Instagram. So Mark DM'd me. He sent me the fucking link. I kind of joined it. I was like, oh, you know what? You use the fucking boss. And then I'm getting sworn in. And I'm going to go
and summarize these tiny of Jewish history.
and I got yelled at. I didn't think they could hear because I put my phone over there. But my heart was too fucking. And well, we got to talking
so many symbols. So many symbols. Like, will you survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this
He's live streaming it. That is hysterical.
So many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th.
there you go.
The cut problem stuff. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. Rabbi Rothschild. Maybe those scares were running, but obviously, ViralRabbi says it in his narrative is so true. It takes over the years, over the centuries. It has been very famous. We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. They suffer, not seeing they bad. What's the bad? The Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hametz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are in eternal nation. That's the bad guys.
Yep, we're still in the waiting room, but like I said, I'm testifying next.
What holds us over even in times of difficulty? It's something what's immediate.
I'm talking to my chat.
This is surreal.
The Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many speakers that have presented themselves. Another suffix, only in Armenian Bachalos, another suffix always arises. But that's the sure. A suffix makes it a bad guy. No suffix that undermine the fact that the certainty of the eternality of Christ. So that's what we're looking at, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible, collectively, as well as such happening. It's not more than that. It's
Like Ron James and
all of this is this
Rick James are on there.
and you're about this morning because of the moments. You can decommission your Horizontal,
I
right?
need to use Shabbosm, he's going to testify.
Yeah, he does.
Well, I think I will just have to explain his court Shabbos.
Says,
Testimony week in the sense.
say, don't, and
Which
Rachel
is fucking
says,
Chang.
you didn't pass it.
It's known as a PM. Chang.
Now go back to that a little bit. They say, only because I'm about more.
This is so fucking tough.
Sorry. Yes, yeah. I'm sorry, thank you. It's very much a time to see thank you. What's a time to see this right now? Already last week. So see back to Mishnah. What did Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. It's also, so the Gemara says, go ahead and add on. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. It was an Amai. Why is that?
So this is a PM Chang.
Once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is a open and ask on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally water, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broken on
This
its
is
own,
so funny.
the apple doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's all of Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's the
No,
regular shmuel?
Good, does,
So as I said, we're getting to what we said yesterday.
This is ridiculous.
It's on a pedestal. Almost like a substitution to that word. But it's own type of idolatry. Okay. Again, we have all the Zara of his friend. Any Ahu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Israel, all this it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this.
So why were you in the waiting room? Apparently, Walk sent email, and now the judge has to go over the email, and the girl with Sean's legal team email. I can't believe every shot. He never had to come to any of our shit. How come he has to come to this?
Power of the nation over idolatry.
I mean, that all copyright laws.
Why is that? What about the case of idolatry?
I don't care about yes, Detroit way of donating. It's in the
What's the case over here?
YouTube.
So here's where these slow, then the only possible. So it's interesting.
Donate to the link in the description. You become a moderator like Sean tried to do. And then the kids subreddit. That whole fucking thing is still alive. How much his brother was up there? Like I said, fucking Jay Shaw. He's not going to eat his brother was like the little Toby sidekick in circles.
Is still present ultimately again.
Papa had an open house his weekend.
I didn't believe it was called
What does that mean?
If an athlete goes ahead,
Is that a real job? Is that a shitty job?
that negates it. But if he's strong, then just like idolatry, that's just not the game. Keep constantly strong. That's very important to know. So this is like this. In reality, even when it is strong, dense, the Abolizara, it goes in against. In other words, I don't say, venting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not listen to this? Verse Elo, Sarah. There's example. What's the example? Sarah. So it's like, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate that? Idolatry, if he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah. So what does he do? He has Avodah. He lifts it up. Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of handball. What does handball do? Handball acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. Eina v'Teila Yirot. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is wild. It's rock from now on the days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Any Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission
What
Avodah
are you doing here, B?
How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could tempt it, but
Did I get that in?
Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to pick it up, right? Let's say Avodah specifically after, and we'll get into all of this anyway.
Why did Mark send me
In a
that
couple of
way?
days, Avodah specifically after, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, he becomes Avodah of the Yid. Avodah of the Yid ultimately cannot be used.
That was hilarious.
You can't be backwards. You can't be.
I never.
Now, therefore, again,
Let's see. If I had testified that I had a dead
this
line,
situation.
how would any of
So
us have
essentially,
seen it?
and what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not
I didn't just first and foremost. You don't think Mark wanted me to do that? Sending me that. First of all, Mark told me to stick that foot in this one right out against somebody. You know how long
Oh man, that would have been hilarious.
You can't, trust me, you don't think I tried to record that? They had a thing that you couldn't record it. They're recording it. All that is recorded. I wrote Mark that's like a copy.
What does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them. Finishes the stones by using them for money, uses them as pavers.
You notice they came back. Shab wasn't there, and then Shab's lawyer was like, Shab got off, went into this live stream, went and told his lawyer, what the fuck you guys are live stream? Because I else would Shab left his thing to come watch me live stream and then go tell his lawyer. That's the funniest shit ever. I gotta get this done.
Oh, this is high.
Bad, yeah.
That grows on its own. According to the selfish Avodah that grows on its own ultimately is decommission. To which the Lord says,
let's hear what Mark say.
Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why? Because once again, we have this concern. You have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew,
yeah, exactly. By the way, I think I had told Mark that when it was recorded. This right here, we just literally recorded the entire thing. I'm keeping this up. But I had told Mark that when Shab sued me, the first thing they did in our first court here was trying to say that I was going to live stream the thing. So I told Mark they were going to do that. And he said he didn't give a fuck. Because Mark was planning on live streaming. Then Mark said like, today at the latest testimony, he knew I was going to live stream. He told me to put that link everywhere.
The shavings and the trees.
This is
Guys. Mark Harley is in Super Bowl commercials and on Saturday Night Live. I'm pretty sure he was doing all this just for the fucking troll. I'm pretty sure he's literally. Mark told me how much he got off of just the Macho Man Super Bowl. Trust me, I'm pretty sure he's just trolling Baba. Dude, he's dropping secret record. Like, Mark wanted this to kind of happen this way, trust me. So, it's hilarious to me, though, that Shab left the court, watched me, then went back to the court and told them I was live streaming. So did they end the case, or did they just end the heels?
Why should this be any different, right? According to you, it should be no different.
So, by the way, I guarantee Shab's watching that. That is not court.
So in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So
What's happening now?
So that's like one thing I keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So that's like if Rabbi's up the opinion, essentially we don't want to choose decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a risk.
Yeah, it was a public hearing. At the beginning of the court thing, the guy said it's a public hearing. The only reason why I wasn't able to do it on the computer is because I was already signed into the Zoom thing on my phone, and I tried to rejoin, and they said during the thing, there's a unique join, and I was already in there, and I was going to go, so they kicked up. So they weren't letting, if you weren't already sworn in and testifying, they weren't letting anyone join the Zoom meeting. But it wasn't public thing.
So we're going to see this talking about if you find it up on the dark made up metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind. Or
Well, by the way, I don't think the case is over. I think it is the end of that here. They're going to do it.
Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer.
Yeah, it's a public hearing. Nobody cares. No, I'm not going to. Well, I'll ask Mark. If want me to the video. Like I said, sign tells me Mark Harvey is going to be starring in upcoming commercials. Sign tells me he doesn't really give two fucks about when he gets it. He's just true. Sign tells me.
Ultimately, again, it's decommissioning. So this case of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares? Even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a local seller fertilizer, to which they were talking. I mean, keep it rubber. Once again, I will say, keep all those keep leading back to rubber. Ultimately, it was involved in decommissioning, being lifted up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. To say, Rabbi Yossi, that in the Omer, not to Suras Dako. The Rothschild is most interesting case over here. Let's see, you find the image of a dragon. This is our next mission. Now, we also going to see a dragon as one of the
Mark said he's going to chapel. Yeah, Mark's fine.
Idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find
So,
a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only something
dude, I just broke out.
So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon? Right, or did
But yeah, I got a video about the job. I'm dropping more of the Bapa files, by the way. Look forward to that in about an hour, less than an hour. So I was doing that. I had no idea I was going to be in fucking the Zoom court for the job today. He saw me, he looked away. I got sworn in, I was about to testify. I was just close. It was Mark's wife. I did check it. I think it will be on the record, though. I think I did get in at the end.
So it's an interesting case over here. So this is
Mark Harvey was wearing it too. I got some screenshots of me and Bob on the Zoom together.
So during the summer, the top is that the Ashera tree.
Yeah, and by the way, I won a lawsuit against Brendan Jones for challenging my legal knowledge. But, yeah, I gotta go. I got places to go. I just woke up. I didn't even shower. I was dressed. I just scrambled together to get all my computer shit because I was just on my phone. And they're swearing me in, and I'm like, I should plan.
Vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine a
their faces like nails on chalk.
The tree fall off. And the leaves
Like
that
that,
sell
my hair like
as a fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch the forming weeds in the garden after all. Ja, wir haben das verkauft, ich habe eine once again,
I don't got conjunctivitis on my face.
is no different than what? Fallen items. And it's going to do inflation and it falls and breaks on its own. It's if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be
I'm gonna jerk off to that screenshot. Yeah, but like I said, stay tuned on this channel. More of the Bopper Files. I'm dropping another 20-minute long videos. More secret recordings of shop. Like I said, don't forget to like, subscribe, and donate the preferred way. Hitting the link in the description. Help me out a little.
What about the case for shavings? That will write their shimmer tree shavings. You got all this stuff from retirements for once again. The primary part of the other I need a tree is still existing.
Folks, my new graphic novel, Unwanted Tall Tales of Old Boston New Ways, is out for pre-order now. I've been working on this for 25 years. It's a dark comedy with a shiny exterior. Please check it out at unwantedbook.com. Good afternoon, Anonymous. You're left after lunch for the next hour. You're in for
Oh, I
8
hate this.
I had 2 days, excuse me, of food poisoning, so I was delirious, and I woke up this night for the first
This
time.
guy sucks.
Focuses on one simple case. When an Ozawa falls over by itself as grace. It's the Ozawa frontal order. But the open on because the
Bro, that is so fucking funny. I knew it was too good to be true.
Because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire argument has been built on question. Now,
I knew it was too good to be true.
Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's now the hawk?
No, seriously, yeah.
You went all the way from a big showbiz job to fucking.
Right. I know, I didn't become that homeless until I started doing comedy.
Where were you living? So you had a nice place in Manhattan and you were shooting.
So I live in This worked out well.
Law and order. Little did they know you were coming in.
Yeah, no,
I recognize that story.
Yeah, no, I worked in the locations of Beverly Hills. Oh, we did like a sketch show. You're like, oh yeah, I got you.
Oh yeah, I'm there right now.
Anybody get any heroin while I'm here?
Wait, so where was this going?
Oh yeah, I did. I like the hair. I used to get trouble with the hair. Because I guess I get felt the layers are so juicy. It's just so good. It makes me like straight right in the elbow and then upstairs here. Yeah.
There you go, another episode.
What?
And then they just find me behind the dumpster.
So,
that's what they say. Nobody knows.
You know who says that? That's why you don't read that saying. We're like, who says that?
you know what they say.
I've never heard that heroin tree.
Everybody knows this one. Between the toes, behind the ears, cover.
I mean, he's talking.
So that's something. What else went wrong? What else was wrong in your life when you were doing this? What else? Like, for example, you thought we do it.
Oh, that shit. That shit was so fire. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
He has a gaping sore.
This boy can rip.
Sober baby.
How long have you been on stand-up?
That's a good joke.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish.
Yo, what's good? Hey, Dick, like it's going out of style. How about you, big dog? Dude, I need to get out of here with that garbage. How are you? Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How'd you find out about me? 4+ years.
What?
Nice.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
4 years?
More, almost 5.
Almost 7. No.
Yeah, dog. At the top of this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Look how many live streams I'm on currently. I'm live on more than 20 YouTube streams, more than like 10 Rumbles, multiple Twitches. I'm live on 5 different Instagrams, 2 different Twitches.
You have been live non-stop, like every day?
Oh, yeah, 24/7, baby. How old are you guys? All right, well, you've got to be 18 to be in here. So if you're not, you got to bounce. Take care, guys.
Bro, you're not 18, bro. You're in my crib, bro. It's not live, bro. I swear to God, bro. You're in my crib.
Guys, if you don't want to get banned right now, leave.
Have a good one, bro.
Peace, baby.
Yeah, have a good one.
Peace. I farted.
Me too.
There are lots of ways to do both cases in the Sashimi tree and in the Heckish tree. The bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the Heckish tree, which the universe says not necessarily. The universe says, leave the area, how come people have one in the Akram kind of schema? Oh, so let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in most of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the Heckish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Heckish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Heckish tree, then why is that nest not usher with the rice? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? And like, how come we do about the Akari kind of scheme? Shabbos said, this is a fascinating study which we'll get to. When you're not fish Sunday, right? So obviously the item as it is hagdish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hagdish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not dish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the heckish designation or not? That is a macropis. That is called growth, which occurs after the designation. So the first thing over here is the bird. So I was not fish the tree. And then again, months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hagdish? It depends. That's an unfold guess. The Gemara says, because Sabar, and also this Christ, and also this Mishnah holds that the hagdish designation only devolves upon the tree that's been existent at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagdish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild is over the. What does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild mean that? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That broken. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a heckish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what's moving? What can you get better? The crumbs, the chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. That broken, it can become inspired. And we can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the heckish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up in the case where the nest is being made from the hectares tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, it will go like this, meaning that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hectares for themselves. So what's the case? Why am I not putting down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that means butter, not the butter, the baits in kind of stress. What is this? The addition of eggs. What is this? For the chicks, it's going to be butter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Everyone say, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basin kind of usher should strictly be on. The usher behind the on a cow, even usher. So this is actually very fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will B and B will C. Then A will C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be us. So this is fascinating. So it's quite considerable. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But they were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is awesome. Why is the nest awesome? Because the problem that the nest is made from the Asherah tree. So the nest is going to be awesome. The nest is going to be awesome. So what is the name of the rest of that? Take this thing, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest. It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But the eggs may be covered with that. Why? Because ultimately you're getting the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree. Eggs are specifically the main power of the tree, and if I want to listen, eggs are considered to be an advantage of the tree itself. And the benefit ultimately from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. That they are reliant on your eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require your mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of how that is. But also it turns out that there's no space in the nest on top of the ability to egg tree. Now you can't spill the tree right. It's right by the by where that has okay, you're not down the nest. But why are you not down the nest? So now you can't get back to the nest. Because the split of the nest itself is basically a cherry tree or from the egg. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? A lot of us say that is going to be water, right? Okay, correct. Right, so, benefit from is eggs or from the reliant young. So those are the things that you can on the tree. So let's say, it's not going to be there, but again, let me just say the halach when I saw. So, actually, we'll say, yeah, tomorrow, we'll pick up, we'll finish on. Yeah,
Keyword jail? Oh, yeah, jail. Yeah, I got fired from Law and Order. I had to do that while I was working. Keep going. Yeah, I got fired from that. And then, literally 2 days later, I got a job on another show making twice as much money. And then they just went, fuck it. What show was that? It was a show called Deception on NBC. They
you have that intro for Deception. And so, why'd you go to jail?
I went to jail for driving without a license.
Little did they know.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing. I was on probation. I did 6 months in county jail for driving without a license. I got caught 3 times. I was working on a movie in the city of Newburgh, New York. And the cops kept pulling me over because I was buying heroin. They knew I was buying heroin, but I could say, "Well, the location manager." I was like, quarters. They had all this stuff in my car with permits and shit. And I got away with it a bunch of times. Every time I had my fucking heroin.
All right, so I was saying good morning.
And I had fun. I pages. But I actually knew the
You know what they say. under the sea. Be discreet. He's a game. Stephen Brody Stevens.
Yes.
You self-medicate. What do you think about Dan Nolan?
I thought you did a great job. I thought I like the people are gonna love it.
Thank you.
That's what people are looking for. They want something more different in this game. I don't think so. It's like, you know what? Yeah, that's what people want. Yeah, that's what they want. So, yeah, Pete Holmes is doing stuff with Judd Apatow. Judd Apatow had a funny so, I remember that. Is Apatow here tonight? Find him.
Oh, God. So, Dan, what else is exciting in your life? Anything in real life? You've been doing it a year and you get breakthroughs lately?
That's not a bite mark. It's a fucking suction mark. Don't listen to his asshole. You're good, girl.
This is some good old dog walking music live here in the belly room. So when you're walking these dogs,
I don't walk this
Is this a
I
chick?
need a half-retarded person to walk a dog. Can I get anybody at the absolute bottom of the barrel to walk a dog? Anybody available?
Mr. Dolan, he's on his way.
Is there somebody that is sub-retarded that we could get that with?
It's so funny. Some of the dog walkers are people that really care about dogs. There are artists and musicians that need a steady income. Then I can tell that some of them are just fucking junkies. They just, yeah, because anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Because they have the dog leash.
Does it pay okay walking the dog? Yeah, it's $18 for a half-hour walk. You get between 60 and 40 cents. It's $25 a half hour.
Damn, you're like hitting the dog walkers over there. Jesus.
That's not a hickey. That's a bite. Not a bite. That's not a hickey. Hickey's not a bite. A bite's a bite. A hickey's suction. Ask Eddie Rebbitzin who's worth her fucking.
If something goes wrong,
She'll tell you. Like, listen to this motherfucker, not fucking Yenta. What is the name of that movie? Yeah.
So people are like claiming that they're getting robbed. One lady is just claiming. Yeah. You mean those people that don't know? Either shit is still there or it's not.
These people are making bold claims. What do you mean the cash is missing off your dress, huh? Why would a dog walker do something so pathetic?
Yeah, so.
Do you think they would leave the security of their dog walking job?
I mean, it's mostly goofy shit, like somebody bring your friend to the dog walk. It's just like really creepy. No, they're bringing your friend into somebody's house.
Has the dog ever called you? Like, I don't want two people walking. Never, you'll send me over here.
Yeah, no, some people are like, one lady was like, we were like, oh, we're going to send you our accident Walker Carol. She was blah, blah, blah. And then the lady was like, I'll show you her kittens. And like, wanted to show the dog the picture. We had like pictures and videos. And she wanted to consult the dog. No. So that you sent over a picture. You printed the picture. No, there's a database. Yeah. You look in your phone and you can play a video. And they're like, hey, my name's Steve. I like your
Child humiliated. My name's Steve.
It's not like you're going to make a dog walking video. I'm like, for the dog, fuck you. I'm not auditioning for a fucking dog.
Have you seen these videos?
Yeah, no, it's really, some of them are like, some of them are so good. Hey, my name is Dondo. I have dogs ever since I was a kid. My dad had dogs. He's like, oh, dude, darn how long people get what he wants, bro. All right. Wait, was that racist? Was that why you guys were telling me?
No, it was great. All right, Dan. Well, it's nice meeting you, man. Any other questions for Dan or anything? Anything you want to know about a heroin addict, Cody?
What's the difference of heroin and meth?
Meth kicks you off heroin pretty good.
Is that a serious question?
That's more of a question for Google, Brady. Not an actual human being. That's something that's sort of.
I think that was a fair question. Okay.
How long were you in jail?
6 months.
6 months for no license?
Yeah, well, I got caught doing it 3 times. I was on probation for a DUI, so I had no license, and they caught me 3 times.
In New York City.
No, this was a little bit outside.
Do you have a break?
I mean, I got thrown in
For not having a license?
I used to work in the kitchen. I went in one morning and I took a coffee in the kitchen, and I was in the kitchen well, I'm not working until you go put your coffee maker. And they kept me in solitary confinement for how long a week? And again, 5 days.
God, that's insane.
All solitary confinement is just 14 hours a day. It's just dudes flipping their remote and playing the CO back. It's like 100% of the gear. Yo, CO! You know you a bitch, right? All night.
Wow. Well, Dan, congratulations on
everything.
Congratulations on getting out of that life. And do you have a license now?
No, I can get it.
Do you ever drive out here?
No, I'm on a bicycle right now. I had a
Why would they take your moped?
It's like the law is if it's 49 cc's and under, then it's fine. You're going to license
Leave it to you to overdose on CCs. There you go. Stand on, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. He's on Twitter.
Damn,
Dan Nolan Comedy.
I have a question. Tony, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference between a moped and a Vespa?
Okay. Hey, what's the difference between Vespa and Meth?
Why did that get a laugh? Why is this audience stacked against me? Where are we, Sacramento yesterday? All I see is a bunch of people in dark T-shirts being hard on me.
Okie dokie.
You know what? I'm right.
All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket.
I said one word that whole time. Right? Be nice to me.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very, very excited about this.
Upskirt.
Put your hands together for Joel Jimenez.
Right there.
Guys, no good tattoo ever started with the phrase, "Hey, my homie did this for free." Actually, I'll open up to you guys. I got called faggot until the age of, I get called faggot a lot. Like every day. Please stop. I'm getting called that since kids in my age group realized they could use that word on someone. Now they looked at me, they were like, that's something bad. And I just thought it meant having a bold haircut and loving your mom. Yeah, where the rest of us? We need to hang out. My mom's in a wheelchair. She has rheumatoid arthritis. It's like one of the most painful types of arthritis you can have. And it's hard. I get depressed a lot about my own things. I go talk to her like, Mom, I'm sad. And I feel like she's like, Joel, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. I haven't stood up in a while. But I get it. You don't like your haircut. Fuck yes. Exactly 60 seconds.
I feel bad.
Joel Jimenez.
I'm not really discovering it.
Joel Jimenez, welcome to this part of the show. All right, you're the only person to ever play drums and be pulled out of the bucket. It's exciting. I like that. How's it going, Joel? We really don't know that much about you, the public photo. We've just heard you through sticks. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, yes. Thank you for work. I work at a skate park. I'm getting laid off. June 30th is my last day. Why are they? What do you have to do to get laid off at a skate park? Well, no, I've been there 9 years, and they're switching to an unsupervised model, so they figure they use the money they're paid. The skaters,
If you've been there 9 years, they were probably like,
I didn't.
So you're gonna have to leave now.
Yeah. Joel, we're really ramping up for something big here. Okay.
Everybody takes your wife. Keep right on. We done flip the script.
Has anybody ever showed up at the skate park with like
Yeah, rollerblades, yes, rollerblades, bikes, scooters.
Any
You're right.
anybody ever showed up at the skate park
No.
How long have you worked at the skate park?
9 years.
Oh my god, you're like a baby boy. I love it.
I know.
Have you ever had a different job?
I worked at Target before that. It was awesome. Target's like a skate. Yeah. Yes, and. Moving on.
So tell us the crazy shit you've seen at the skate park. It's mostly like, 12 to 21 years old.
Yeah, I got the 12 to like 21. They're just worse. They're just yeah, they're angry.
You're like the mean grandpa that kicks the ball.
Yeah. No, it's great when I was 20, like 21, and then as I had more responsibility, I got a little more like anal about the
Anal?
That was a problem. So
I don't get the laugh, but Josh did. Thanks again, guys. Setting everybody up. Jeremiah, when he said I did the show and made a movie, he just beat me to it. I thought about that before Jeremiah. He just spoke quicker.
All right, well, then,
Treat me like a guest.
in that case, what is that a setup for?
Forgot what I said. But I'll tell you, I grew up in Reseda at the world famous Skater Cross. Have you heard of that? That's where Dogtown and Z-Boys started out. And then I used that energy when I auditioned to be on Ridiculousness with Rob Dearden. I helped create that show. So keep skating. You're a good guy. If you want to come down to the Fantasy Factory, I'll set it up. I'd love to. And I like how you did your act. Like you set it up. Like you did a tight minute. You did a callback at the end to the haircut. Right? You did that the full thing. So it was good. Yeah.
I was going to invite him to the Fantasy Factory.
Joel, tell us more about your real life. Other than your job, and we know that you play drums with the regular baby boys, Reagan Watkins, Tony Single?
No, I've been with my girlfriend for 11 years.
Wow, longer than the skateboard.
Yeah.
She hooked up with you when you were in your Target days.
Yeah.
She fell in love with you while you were wearing a red polo.
And that's why I commit.
Right there, yeah.
Whoa, there you go. Brody having
Glendale Galleria.
here. Wow. He's having acid flashbacks to Prozac, ladies and gentlemen. Brody, this is a live podcast that you're talking about.
You said I was going to get edited out earlier. Am I right? He said that. So once you said edit, I can throw the mic down in aggression.
You got it.
There it is. Little positive pepper on that. Joel, any crazy talents you have or anything? You have a yo-yo or something?
No, just drums. I skated for a while. This is my time.
I don't think I ever realized how close you were. Horns. Where can we take
Joel and his horse.
Right. I'm sorry.
But fucking shit.
YouTube, is that the regular thing again?
Yeah, YouTube. Mostly sorry. I think it's temporary solution, right? Is that it?
Yeah, Pat, it's his time. Don't help him.
I don't know.
And he just tickles on the keys. He does stuff, but I just encourage you, but I'm like
trying to find the fine line between like, hey, do you really like this? Let's do it. You know, as opposed to you know what, Eric? Joe, but do it all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's go down. All right, you don't like it? I don't hold respect. Right, cool. Let's try this. I'll take to answering conversations. Tiger now is realizing like, you know, money, college, so he likes to box. He's like, Dad, is there like a thing I can do to compete, like boxing? I'm like, buddy, that's not a path we want to go down. We don't want to put the emphasis on boxing or MMA. He's like, why? I'm like, because I did that. I said, for instance, when you watch the Dodgers, the worst player on the team, which there's no bad players on the Dodgers, but the worst player, the guy who's right not to miss on the Dodgers, is making $24 million a year. When you watch the UFC, like, how much did you make in this? I said, I was ranked top 10 like 3 times a year. I made maybe $200,000 to $300,000. Just one. I'm like, yes. And it's year round. It doesn't stop. So the juice isn't worth the squeeze. We'll do boxing so you have better hand-eye coordination. Baseball, we're not going to major in boxing. It's not what we do. That's just such a weird conversation to have. To like, you know, because it's like, you know, because in your minds, it's like, because then you're a kid, you're like, Dad, but look what you did. We live in a great house, you know, like, whatever you say you did, I mean, it's still going to have like a, but I make it clear, like, the house we live in, the cars I drive, that's not because of fight. The discipline is what got us here. It's not because I tell them, like, when you were born, we lived in 100 square foot apartment, you know? Like, fighting was tough. And then the other thing I tell them too is like, if most of the fighters, this is bad, especially the UFC fighter, if you went to those fighters, if they had the skill when they were young to play for the Dodgers, to play for the fucking Denver Broncos, they would choose that. They couldn't make them, they're not athletic enough to do that, so they gravitated towards martial arts. The good athletes are fucking sign up for jiu-jitsu and fucking karate, but it's all they can really do. Tiger has a skill set, but we're not doing fucking taekwondo. He's he was a lot of football player, just failed basketball players. And to be honest, like, the only reason I got into the UFC because I was a failed football. I was considered a really good athlete in the UFC. Time does in the college football. You watch any college locker room, there's 30 at least. I'm not special. In the UFC, I'm special because they don't have a lot of good athletes. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's different. I don't know if it's even like not good athletes so much as like they don't have a lot of people. I don't know if there's a lot of people willing to put themselves on the line for that. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's a special kind of thing in your head. There's a difference between trying to figure out the game and then trying to figure out how to not get fucking knocked out, you know? And you're gonna get hit in the fucking head a bunch of times. You're gonna get fucked up. Because you're not gonna be.
Well, that's my Pat impression. Shit! Alright, moving on. That's like him.
He's talking.
Sounds like me, actually. Well, Joel, how many years? A little over 4 years. It'll be 5 December 21st. Very cool. Were you expecting to put the calendar? It's December 21st. They did. December 21st. There you go. Joel, ladies and gentlemen, back on the drums he goes. He's on Twitter at Mostly Sorry, all one word. Mostly Sorry. Joel Stephanus, that's the sound. That's fun. Joel. All right, another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name, I do believe. Pair of hands together for Ryan Clark. Oh, wow, Ryan Clark. Blew it. How about, I like this. I circled his name after he signed it. Put your fucking hands together. This looks like a new name. Vinny Ward, everybody. Yeah. sort of like it when they don't show up. Pull another name out. This guy's here. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney, everybody. You know him, you love him. Here he is, Matthew Maloney.
All right, everybody. Here's the deal. I know I look like a serial killer. All right? You can all go ahead and stop screaming at me. To be fair, some of you were kind of like a murderer. It's more like a murderer. Maybe a rapist. Once I appreciate the sentiment, but I have to face the fact that I'm dull. I look bored. People around me are going to get nervous. The other day, I just walk up to a guy, I'm like, walk up to him. He says, Matthew, if you wanted to, you could kill somebody. What kind of manager are you? There's no way that's coming to work. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, 59 seconds, 0.8 by Matthew Maloney.
Can I,
Yeah, Josh Wolf.
I have one quick thing to say. I would say, we'll never say that people tell you a rapist will appreciate the sentiment. I don't know exactly what the sentiment behind it is, except the fact that they call you. That's true, that's a good point. I wonder if there's any truth behind it. That's why I asked you the question. Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke.
Do a lot of people tell you about the serial killer, or do you just think that?
No,
Is that what you ask for when you go to the barber? Because I mean, it sort of seems like you're playing into it.
I got a lot more interesting.
Once you find broken pieces, whether you have to actively break or you have it on its own.
Looks like you've definitely killed some serial killers, that's for sure.
James and the giant flower.
You have like a gallon and really taking a moment to alleviate all the concern. Let them know when you want to stop. Yeah. Matthew, see, there's a lot of things that you would say.
All right, I don't know. I thought we were keeping it positive. Matthew, I'm here for you. I'm a good guy. Where are you from? That's where my mother lives. There you go. You can check up on her. She's down there. She was in Palm Desert. You can. She's an Uber driver down there. She's 85.
Does she really drive Uber? Your mom drives Uber?
Yes.
Really?
She's still driving. My mom went to Fairfax High School. She lives in Palm Desert.
Do you think that when people get
Funny.
Ryan Redband.
Yeah.
On it, baby. There.
She's just great during Coachella.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We have shows down there in Palm Springs. I go down there a lot at the casinos.
Matthew, how do you make your money? You already said
My mother, not my grandmother. How dare
How
you?
dare you? Just because she's 85 doesn't mean she's...
She should have a grandkid if we adopted a dog. I love dogs.
Matthew, how's Uber been going?
It's going all right.
You can always get a job. I think honestly, you got a good look for commercials. Keep doing the stand-up. If you want, you can go a lot of different ways.
Anybody know casting director for pudding commercials or something like that?
Oh, what's your name again? Matthew, keep doing what you're doing.
There you go, Brody. Hold on. Brody was right about us. Don't quit.
Okay, hold on. What do you work using? Selfie sticks? Start periscoping? Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I take a selfie stick defense course. I see somebody with a selfie stick, I spray him with mace. Did I get a laugh? Did I get a laugh? I don't know.
Matthew.
Attack and gas, a good guy.
Matthew, single? Dating at all? What's that situation?
It's going fine.
Matthew,
You guys,
I know, I'm sorry. Panicking. What do you think of the actual how long you been dating this guy?
on and off since high school. Probably like 3 years now. You've been out of high school for 3 years? No, I'm only counting the time before we go.
Oh, putting it all together.
I'm 57 years old.
Well, she's still in. She doesn't know that we're dating.
Whether she looks like a window shade.
So what's that like? How often on is it? Like, when's the last time you saw her?
So what does he do?
So what's that like?
Like, getting ready, let's say,
I dated right after high school, and then I went to college, and then I came back.
Yeah, we did.
What college you go to?
Citrus College.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's in the San Gabriel Valley.
Yeah.
It's off the 210 freeway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you pick Citrus College because it's the only university that sounds delicious?
That is so mean, Tony.
Thank you, Bruce. Matthew, so like, what was Wednesday like? Just a beauty call? Oh, who's a big shiny little serial killer, huh? Who's a shiny little rapist baby? Who's your big rapist babies? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, you're just so you know. So beauty call? Did you guys fuck or what? Did she leave her purple pillow over your house? Alright, I'm not getting any answers out of you. That was a really good set, Matthew. You're always funny on the show. Anything else for Matthew, guys?
I think you covered.
Yeah, that's it. Matthew Maloney, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Always funny. He's on Twigolini Maloney.
For Matthew Baloney.
Maloney? Did you say Matthew Maloney?
That's right.
No, it's Matthew Maloney.
I think you said Matthew Baloney. Hi, it came out of nowhere. I'll attack.
All right. In the show where every third comedian is actually here, how about this? Bradless Velocity? Bradless? Bradless? It's okay. Now we missed the spot. That's it. If he's not here, that's it. Bo Lapton. Wow, from deep down the hallway. It's in a different room.
Speaking of being a boy, I think white people need to stop telling black people who they look like. Because even if you're right, you're doing it wrong, you know?
Like using it for Monday, uses them as papers, like as papers, and he uses them to make the street. So it's not a problem.
Went to my parents' house once. Have you ever looked around your parents' house and not
Because again, I work for the
any of
so
this shit, you know?
you commission them.
Because you get all of it, you know? Like some parents, you know, they have cool stuff to pass down to their kids. My mom, all she collects is hats and other clothing.
Ultimately, again, it's not discrimination. You can't use that those. You can't get them up.
Fuck yeah, 48 seconds from Bo Lackman. Oh, you've been on the show a few times before. Always with the short one-liner style. I love it.
Yeah.
In between movies.
Yeah.
In between movies. Bo, what's your story? How long have you been seeing it?
Skin pound. Get the Zika virus there.
How long have you been
Oh, I heard they have mosquito issue.
How long have you been in LA? What do you do for work?
I went Chattanooga, never a good sign.
And what do I do? I go and I take shit.
You choked out on extrovert. Is this a fluffer or something like that? What is it exactly? What's the shadiest Craigslist gig that you've had to do since being in LA? Sure, what's the worst one that you've done? Would you do that if they offered you some money? Would you do a fuck video and pretend like the girl that's being made love to is your girl? How much would it cost for you to do that?
Wait, those are pretend?
So what? Sorry to spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for Josh Wolf. You know what? I think you just put it up. That's fun, Bo. What else do you do for fun? No, I don't. Nobody does.
Oh, you do?
No, I promise you I don't. What kind of snake? Wow. Here for Joel Shad at the skate park?
Dude, I had a seizure and blacked out of the extras.
Do you like ridiculousness?
And he's back.
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculousness?
So what's the craziest kind of porn that you've ever watched?
Watched or finished?
Oh, I like that.
Totally different question.
Finished too, sure. I don't think he has an answer for anything. He barely got where he's from. Do you consider yourself a glover, though?
He just said he's okay.
Oh, no. Brody?
I did see, you're talking about pornography, and I did see bestiality. Yes. And, well, the guy finished on an insect. He finished on an insect. It was called Charlotte's Webine.
So what do you do? Grind it up.
Wow,
That was a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's a big laugh. Get your laugh in the main room. The ticket you can't afford.
Wow.
How dare you not laugh at that? Where are we, Sacramento? You're going to hit me with a 2x4?
Wow. Brody.
All I see is dark colors.
Oh, my goodness.
It was much better than myself.
All right. Brody, did they laugh at that joke that when you do it in the main room and they paid for it?
Let me get some
No, anything else interesting about yourself? You seem sort of like
Welcome to You Have a Personality.
yeah, we're really reaching here, bro. We're trying our best.
What would be the one thing you would tell us about?
I like water.
Water's good. I have to eat every day.
I like water. I sleep somewhere between 8 and 9 hours a night. Under one blanket.
I use these two things to walk. I breathe in a substance called oxygen.
We have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Connection.
Anything else interesting, though? All right, you're really rolling with this thing. Okay.
He's really nailing Keanu Reeves. It's like, what? I don't know. What's interesting? What's interesting?
He's somewhere between Keanu Reeves and Christopher Reeves.
Oh my God, Tony, that is so uncalled for.
Take a moment and realize you almost got that joke.
I didn't cut it off. He got a laugh. It was great. I would never do that. I'm a good guy.
Thank you. I know it got a lot of fun there. Thank you. Brody, go ahead.
We were asking you what I I just put out energy. You got to put out energy. Your arms crossed negative. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. It's a start. Arms crossed negative.
What's your normal writing process? What do you do?
We don't want you to
sit there and
I write like, if I'm actually writing, I do I bet you the characters on the screen Were you an extra in Days of the Cage? Okay. He's from Texas. That's a callback. Thank you. Say write what you know. So he's from So I'm wrong. Did I use that? You use my joke? Sure. I'm seeing arms cross negative, and I read energies. I don't Clearasil? What are you saying? Yeah. Hold on, give me a chance, Tony.
I did give you a chance.
Stop being aggressive towards me. I was thinking.
Let me think of a funny answer.
Go ahead, keep going. You're good. I'll Brody's interview. Oh, really? Did you play baseball at Arizona State? You didn't, Jeremiah.
For those of you counting on your Kill Tony bingo cards, that is his second Arizona State reference today. Bo, anything else? Have a good night, buddy. There you go. Bo Laffman. He's on Twitter at Bo Laffman. There you go. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Keeping it moving, baby. I'm going to get right into it. This looks like a new name. We're here together for Brett Evans. Here he comes.
I like to watch Vice News because I like to stay informed on things happening in the world. Which, by the way, stay ignorant as long as you can. You'll be a much happier person. But they were talking to Edward Snowden about how the government can hack everything over the Trump time. It's so scary that the government can do that. Like, if somebody's working at the FBI watching me jerk off, talking about how I want to fuck these hands so bad, whatever, I don't care. My life is not that interesting. So go ahead, look at my text messages that say, I think J.R. Smith should be on Hillary Clinton's ballot for president this year because we need people like J.R. Smith. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that West Hollywood Bear to come out and eat me because that would feel way better.
No need for him to eat you. You already ate it yourself. Brett, you are without a doubt, you are without a doubt one of the funniest evil dolls that have come to life that I have ever had on this show before. I mean, of all the dolls that ever came alive in the middle of the night and did stand-up comedy, you are it. It's like the doll from Goosebumps. Yeah.
I was gonna say you look like a giant baby version of Chris Pine and Randy Orton.
You have some kind of crazy, star face. How long have you been in LA?
About a year.
Yeah, you have a star head. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I was going to guess Minnesota. That's so funny.
Also kind of grinchy.
Yeah, totally.
I do hate Christmas.
That's fun. So now that you've been up here a year, did you do like theater and anything and stuff, or anything on stage in Wisconsin? So you just came up here and showed me the old stand-up.
About 6 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
How often are you getting up?
Probably 4 times a week.
Pretty good.
I gotta mix it in with the alcoholism too. Sometimes.
No, I don't know why you guys have it.
Yeah, you have started, dude. You're like Zac Efron on Men, something like that. Something really interesting going on. Dude, have you tried any acting or done anything like that?
A little bit. I got started getting into it. I got my membership to casting night, so that's fun stuff. Yeah, right?
$14.95 a month.
Exactly. Welcome to the exclusive
Wow, that's the funniest thing ever. That is what's
Next stop, access.
And then you're on your way to that top of show business, my friend. Hey, you're $10 a month and you will make it to the top. Brett, how do you say that last name? Edie. Yeah. Do you just go up in people's windows in the middle of the night and scare the life out of them? You have like a really scary face. Do you know this? Do you know this?
It's scary and it's handsome. It's like
that's like either get hey, you look like the Chucky doll, or I get you Ray Liotta's kid. You can go either way.
Yeah, who knows if Chucky doll is eventually Ray Liotta's kid?
Right, exactly.
So this guy's too big.
He's pretty creepy.
Brett, tell us something about you. What do you do in the face like that? I mean, what do you do for work? I mean, you definitely don't do humor because you looking back at somebody in the rear view mirror is instant 1 star. Instant 1 star. Like people just jump out of your car from the back seat. They just roll into fucking Beverly Boulevard. Just like, oh no.
I'm actually a preschool teacher.
Holy shit. This is why I love this show, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when shit's about to get real. You look like one of your students evil. Evil. You're a preschool teacher?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
you know, I walk into that parent teacher conference, I walk in and be like, I'm not saying.
My jokes kill.
So these kids, not only do these kids see you during the day, they also see you under their bed at night.
Have you finished your homework yet?
Your papers due in the morning.
I started collecting children's bodies at the age of 27. I was a preschool teacher. The parents wondered, where are my children? I said, don't worry.
I would shove their own backpacks. Brad, how long have you been teaching preschool?
I like how the killer got out of that one by saying, don't worry about it. Sorry about the creepy music.
Brad. All right. We have that summy break. Brett, how long have you been teaching preschool?
A year, and I taught English in sophomore.
Any kind of single mom?
Wait a second. When you were in South Africa, were you in Maryland or something like this? Yeah, that's true.
Hey, fuck yeah.
One of the least famous songs from the hit movie. A year and a half, Brett. What's some of the crazy shit you've seen go down in a preschool, other than Brady Stevens peeking through the windows? Just kidding, Brody. Just kidding. Oh, there he is. Brad, what did you see? What goes down there?
One time, two kids were taking a shit next to each other, and one of them decided to wipe his ass with his hands and then wipe it on his face.
Oh my God! To think that all of this could happen on your chest is crazy.
The crazy thing, I told them to do it.
Poke next to each other, Jack.
Now wipe it on his face.
What do you mean by you're in the middle of the classroom? I know you're in the middle of the classroom.
Don't worry about the camera.
Go down to the back and poke next to each other. Lean against each other's
Yep. Private school, Valley. It was called Charlotte's Rabbi. I didn't like it in private school. I went to Valley Private School for one semester in first grade where they have pets and horses. I didn't like it. The kids, I didn't like the rich kids. And I was embarrassed to raise my hand in the bathroom. And then my mom picked me up, and those kids never saw me again.
Oh, jeez.
Wow, that was. Wow. Yeah, that's a sad life.
Bet you it affected them more than it affected me.
I bet you not. I bet you they've never told the story before.
Changed my life.
Like maybe the 50th time you're like,
Nobody's taking a dump in their pants in first grade. Okay, fine.
First grade, Brody?
nobody's still talking about it.
Well, you know what? I talked about it last in the main room. How dare you attack me, kid? I sub-teach. Thank you. And Quiznos. 25. That gets a laugh every time I do it.
Sub-teach.
And Quiznos. Well, you know what? My audience would laugh at it. This audience doesn't, and I don't care.
When you say my audience, are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jewish people and non-dark shirt-wearing crowds. My crowds wear polo shirts and blue.
Brody, where do you see these crowds?
I went to a Cedar High School. I know you guys. When they come at me, I read your energy. I'm here every night. I know I'm getting hated on.
Brody, where do you perform? Where these?
I don't want to fight for every laugh.
Brody, where do you perform when you see these polos? That's
Democratic. I like Best Buy, actually. I get a lot of swinging magazines. Charlotte's Rabbi. Yes! We're having fun.
Polos in blue.
Brad, any of the preschoolers' moms ever hit on you? Like, you get any cougar action and things like that? You get any TNA at the PCA?
Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I mean, I'm down with it. I'm looking for
What district are you in? Sherman Oaks.
That's why I took it. Ramble. You know what? I ramble in the main room. Johnny Depp, thank you. Now, look it up.
Did he
I think you should go with like Zac Efron. If you're gonna, you gotta like get the audience on your side. Look like do that, Adam Levine. You're doing fine.
Just talk about weights and stuff. You can get our own special. Go out.
Call it Chuck E. Cheese.
I gotta get home tonight. So
That's my boy, Pat Reagan. Brad, anything else interesting about you? Any cool hobbies, anything like that? How's the love life?
Love life is, it is what it is. Let's just say batteries aren't included.
I did one of those Jewish dating services. I hooked up with my sister. I know that joke. Got a big laugh the other night. Jeremiah, how dare you attack me? I'm from the valley. You wait till I die. I'll choke you on Ventura. I got Sherman Oaks here. I'll drown you with a coffee bean. Like yourself. You got it. I'll give you a chokehold.
All right, Brett. What do you mean by it is what it is? You hooked up with any girls since being in LA?
Yeah, I have. But dating in LA is different because, say they're very interested in that. What do you think is on it? What do you think? What are you?
My guess is
That's probably the problem.
my guess is a smart harbor.
No, it's a bicycle. They don't like to ride on the things.
Stop trying to be funny. We've seen how that's gone for you so far. Just answer the questions honestly. When you go on a date with a girl, and you pick her up, so they drive.
That was kind of
That's it. Yeah, there you go. You
That answered your question. You say I don't know about dating.
Are you Snapchatting?
I have it.
You gotta get into that. You gotta get into Snapchatting.
That's the key.
You're in LA. That's what I say to all you guys. You're in LA. It's a major leagues. I grew up here. I went to Seattle for 3 years. I didn't come back. Then I went to New York for 3 years. Then I came back. 6 years and 30. I left. Get out of here, guys. Got a laugh?
Yeah.
That was funny.
There you go. Slipping.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I was a little aggressive. But I didn't eat today. Cashews.
Well, Brett, it was nice to meet you, man. Come back anytime. Welcome to the show. There you go. Brett Evie, everybody. He's on Twitter at Evie Speaks. Go laugh, man. Go laugh, man. Evie Speaks. EVY Speaks, all one word. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go to the regulars now, and then we'll go to the bucket a couple times at the end. Your first regular go up. Now, this performer writes a brand new minute every single week, unlike the people that got picked out of the bucket. So it's a little bit tougher of a job, a little bit, we get to watch highs and lows. Who knows how it's going to go. We do know this. When she first started, she was shaking, convulsing uncontrollably, and things have gotten better since then. Put your hands together for the always nervous stylings of Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
I used to think that fire hydrants were no good. But now, every time I come up to a fire hydrant, it's just a parking inconvenience. And I get pissed off because I'm like, why does this fire hydrant need 2 spaces the size of a truck? Well, a truck, fire truck, I guess. I'll go there. But you don't need the whole space to get a hose to a fire hydrant. I just don't understand why it's gotta be like that and then cost $73. Every time I park somewhere, the red pisses me off, and I used to look at fire hydrants and think of like Dalmatian puppies with the hats on, and now I immediately think parking tickets, and that sucks. I'm ready to ruin my coloring books.
Yeah, 56 seconds of new parking fire hydrant material. It's one of my favorite sets from you, all on one topic, so nothing too crazy. You got it all out there without anything terrible happening. Melissa, that was very, very impressive. Yeah, it's really cool. Fun to see that. Real shit.
Yeah, and you know what? Crazy combination of nerves and confidence.
Yeah.
Like you look nervous, but I was like, oh, she never felt out of control.
Yeah, exactly. And we've walked that line. So that's a fun developing story. Brody Stevens, do you like Melissa have serious psychological problems? What do you think about her?
I don't have. That's my point. Once I cut off my mom and all that stuff from forcing me, I'm the happiest guy ever. I got railroaded, let's be honest. I've never had a problem with Arizona State. Haven't had a problem. Why am I the Prince of Periscope? 12 million hearts.
Brody,
all on my own. Nobody helps me. Just see it right there.
Brody, does anybody call you the Prince of Periscope?
Yeah, my 142,000 followers do.
Did you just completely make up that number?
Pull up my Periscope. You can use
142.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing things. Yeah, 142,000, 12 million hearts. What do you want?
I'll scissor kick you with the Arby's on ViralRabbi.
It's true, he actually did do that. Brody, I love you still. We all know that.
I never had any. I got railroad. But here's the deal. Good job, Alyssa. I like you're doing like the drummer shirt on the house drum at the Guitar Center.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you do when you're not selling balloons at the park?
Oh, really?
Balloon at the picture, motherfuckers. It's funny.
No, I'm having a good time tonight, so I want to say thank you. And Melissa, you're doing good. I know it's hard each and every week to come up with jokes and all that. I know you're like, you're nervous. What, do you walk? What do you do to alleviate your nerves?
I'm doing more.
Like, what do you do to try and alleviate your nerves?
I'm not going anywhere, that's a problem, but I'm working again.
Just walking up against the wall like a video game.
It's like those wind up little, like a Yoshi doll that you get at Burger King.
I see growth. I do see growth and confidence because I see you here every so often. I keep doing it. The nerve. I mean, it's interesting. Do you self-mutilate at all? Yeah, I understand. I just got back from, guys, I want to be honest with you. I just got back from my AA meeting, Asperger's Anonymous.
Do you know if there's anything anonymous about your Asperger's, Brandon?
You know what, Tony? You're doing good. Keep doing it, and
There you go. Keep doing it. You can get the Kill Tony Brody Stevens Keep Doing It T-shirt at.
oh, you know, she came up with the joke, the fire hydrant joke. That's great. You know, I like fire hydrants.
I'll put you in a chokehold at the Orange Julius on Rosewood.
Yes, another one to Fairfax. Look it up. Melrose Avenue Elementary. I have roots in this town. Get out if you're not from here. I hope that plays in the podcast.
Melissa, there you go. You did it. Another new minute. There she goes. Melissa Esslinger. Lock it in. Lock it in. Add to it. Cut it down again. Another new minute from Melissa Esslinger. You're another regular, and then we're going to get back to the bucket. You know, ladies and gentlemen, writing and performing a brand new minute every single week from the hardest spot and all comedy. Put your hands together for the next suggestion.
I've been trying to figure out if I'm a good person or a bad person. And I think I'm a good person because I always write notes on people's cars, so I can little big parts on. However, I know that I'm a bad person because if I had a baby and it didn't look like me, I'd assume that it wasn't mine. And I'd give it away. Whatever ingredients we put in this cake did not work, time to start over. I don't think the baby should have rights. The First Amendment is freedom of speech, and babies can't even talk. If you can't do the First Amendment, you don't get the others. All the Republicans in the room are like, well, they should at least hold their own guns.
Fuck yeah, this is great. Double regular fun. I like that. Very cool. Again, you know, like with us, pretty much all on one topic, which is really cool. It's crazy to go through that this week.
What was the beginning?
I think I'm a good person because I write notes in people's
Yeah,
comments.
I almost want to hear more about that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It almost seems like two different things. Like, I feel like there's just something about you writing notes in people's cars. I've had that happen. I just wanted to do that a lot lately too. Fucking people.
I think it looks
Street parking is street parking. How many people have street parking here in Los Angeles? Like, actually, where you live, you have to park on the street if you live in a crazy populated area. Anybody? Yeah, I know. That's must be nice.
Anyway, I have sub Mediterranean parking. I live beneath this antique chicken.
Oh, there you go.
Laugh, that's a good laugh.
That's what I
When you told some of your punchlines, you sounded like you're from New York.
Yeah, you got a little bit. So you got a little bit on your punchlines. You sort of get a little bit Rosie Perez.
Yeah,
The white man can't jump.
Yeah.
I mean, you lost the money, Billy.
It's a character, right? You do the
How much
voice.
was that money? That was on Jeopardy money, Billy.
It's a good character. It's good.
Okay, then, yeah, it's good.
I like it.
Yeah.
Perfume.
Yeah, it smells good.
So sometimes.
I like it.
Well, that Brody wears is great. Well, you know what? Speed stick.
Wow, joke of the night right there.
Oh, really? At my expense?
Yeah, totally. Perfect timing. Holy shit. Jeremiah Walker.
I wear speed stick.
Fun episode. Oh my god.
Delete everything.
Oh my god. Brody, that really, I mean, you really set yourself up for that one. I mean, I do know that it's hard for you to perfume because your nose is almost touching Vanessa from where you're sitting.
My nose is more down and not that way.
Yeah. You're right. It is.
Oh, now it's nose jokes.
It is.
We're gonna judge physical appearances. I'll take a dump in my Quicksilver shorts.
How dare you?
I'll walk out
You
of
do
here.
that to me. I just broke the front of the cereal box for Fruit Loops.
Cereal is so expensive at John's. I know. That's why I got cashing. Yeah, it's like expensive. It's a scam there. I don't know.
You say John?
At John's, I went there with the unshowered. Nothing. Okay.
It's my favorite sound effect. Studio laughter for Brody. Give it to him, baby. Vanessa, that was really fun. I love that you stuck it on one subject. It felt real. It felt like a real opinion. You know what I mean? So, fuck yeah. You getting a lot of spots in? You doing all work at night?
What?
Trying to do spots?
Oh.
I kind of like that she sounds like a young Joey Lawrence.
Yeah.
What was his catchphrase?
Whoa, yeah.
First and finish.
Well, we got a millennial from
I did 100 crowd warm-ups for Gloucester. How do you not know him?
Should know.
Thank you, Joey Lawrence of Arabia. You got it.
Yes, Persian profession.
Experience with the great Vanessa Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Another new minute from our two regulars. They came in swagger from the regulars tonight, and I love that. You guys ready to get back to this fucking bucket or what? Anything can happen.
In the bucket.
Here we go. It's the part of the show we like to call bucket or bucket. Put your hands together for Victor Martinez Jr. Put your hands together for Preacher Lawson.
Yes, no. I don't work here. It's laundry day. Okay. I'm trying to get a job. I just got fired in 2007. Good luck everywhere. I'm not having money, man. I moved down here like 4 months ago, and I hate everyone from LA. When I first moved down here, none of y'all warned me about a spot called Watts. Y'all say anything super dangerous over there, you get shot. I didn't know it was dangerous. I was looking for apartments online. Watts was in my price range, right? I was like $40 a month. I could do that. That's not a bad deal for a 7-bedroom. And bad idea. A lot lot of thugs and gangsters, okay? I'm not a gangster, okay? I tried to be, I just can't be one because of techniques. Okay, you can't. And I love kitties. You can't be a gangster and love. I love kitties, okay? People think I'm joking. I'm not joking at all. My mom brought like 3 kids to the house the other day. It was her house. I lived with her. And I was flipping. I was like, cute! So cute. I loved it. I was like, I'm going to love you for cute kitty. And I was,
Rachel Lawson has been on the show 4 or 5 times now. Every single time, absolute annihilation. You did it again tonight.
I want to work with them.
There you go, Brody. What
It's like the voice. I want to work with them.
Good job, you're doing good. That was great energy.
Pretty tight. Brody wants to work with you, Preacher. Can you get Brody some work at the gym that you work at?
You son of a bastard, Tony! You don't do that to me. I have a debit card and an Amazon account.
Yes.
Please check out my wish list. No, great stuff, great energy. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing it.
You getting in a lot of spots at night? How long you been on there again?
I started
Right. Hell, if you're not getting shots,
You got a spot Friday.
even if Friday you're off.
Yeah.
That's 7.
Another mouse moving. That's weird.
So it's a good spots.
Yes.
Are you doing voiceover stuff?
No, I don't do voice.
Why not?
I'm not doing that, man.
But you got a voice, put out the energy. LA casting. No, you can. Okay, well, you got a good voice, you got good energy. Keep doing it. I think. No, I like it. I know what's going on here. So, I see you 4 months, and are you on the clock right now, by the way?
Did you like? I literally came to
Are you one of the guys in blue polos that Brody performs in front of when he's on
I don't want the protection plan.
Preacher, you are without a doubt one of the energy that you have. Every week I'm waiting. Every time I pull you off the bucket, it's the first time I've been waiting for it to fall off and for it to be busted up. But again, tonight, like when I put the 7-bedroom line, I mean, the bass in this room is a very impressive line.
That's good.
You know, the only people that ever get laughs like that is me on this show. And, you know, no, but Preacher, it's incredible. How do we get this guy a job here immediately? How do we just hire him or something? Preacher, we gotta figure it out.
You'll get it. He's only been here 4 months. Just keep being positive. Be what you're doing. Hey, that's all I made it. I believe in myself.
Preacher, which LA Fitness do you work at? Miracle Mind.
Black Bone? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say Black. No, I did not. I said I did not. Tony, I did not. I did not say that. Don't do that to me.
racist undertone.
Did not say that.
Oh, Red Band. Red Band just loves that slave music. He just cannot keep himself chained in. Preacher, man, that is so cool. Anything fun? I mean, you were on last week in the main room, right? Anything fun happened in the past week of your life? Anything interesting?
You know what I'm talking about? You get killed by someone you're not dating. That happens.
Where are you from? Were you born here?
I'm not making it up.
You have an extreme amount of energy. Like, I almost feel like you were like born something crazy, like in a black church or something like that.
A lot of churches.
Why?
I don't know, my mom, she moved a lot. I never went to a school in a full year. She was a criminal. I think so, man. Yo, she was a criminal. Yeah.
Mommy, I was running. Don't worry about it, baby. Get in the car.
So, Preacher, I mean,
Is that your real name, Preacher? So what's your last? What are you going by? Preacher Lawson. What's your
TV show?
What's your legal? No, because here's the deal.
Nobody.
Here's the deal.
Preacher Lawson.
I'm a real guy, Stephen Brody Stevens. I like Preacher. I like Jovan. Why not?
Brody, you're the one that. Brody, are you the one
You changed your name?
Yeah. Brody, isn't your real name Stephen Brody?
Stephen James Brody. Yeah, it is.
Okay, so but you just told him not to change his name.
Because I made a mistake. I'm like John Cougar Mellencamp.
Put your hands together for the future. Preacher Lawson, everybody. He's going to be a huge star one day. There's nothing that can stop him. He's on Twitter at Preacher Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, drawn. You are here from the start of the episode. Tonight's drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. All the prints are available at RyanJEbel.com, along with the.
That's on. Am I in the center? That's awesome.
Yeah, Brody looks like Wario.
Yeah, look at my eyebrows. Sharp. On fleek.
Jamie Burnham in the HT, Pat Reagan, and Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up, at Patty Reagan, at Mostly Sorry. And I want to plug this real quick. July 26th on all VOD, The Bet, a new independent movie that I'm in coming out.
Wow. You're gonna get 7 more hits after that plug.
Roddy Piper's last film appearance.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
Are you the one that kills him? That's actually a double joke. For those of you paying close attention. Brody, anything you want to plug?
In October, I'll be in D.C. and Scottsdale.
Are you doing trick-or-treating?
I'm doing an open mic in D.C. And I'm going to be in Scottsdale, too.
All right, before everybody stops listening, Josh Roy, what do you want to plug?
Just my podcast, Fairly Normal.
Yes, Fairly Normal. We've all done it. Very, very fun. I had a blast on Fairly Normal. If you like me, check me out on that. Ryan Redman. See you later. Bye, live audience. Have a good night.
Is this principle. Being sauvé non-signifie bad guy. What's the bad guy? Because who says, I'm strong, is an
I haven't seen these things.
There's no bigger fight than our rematch. God never made a tougher man than me. You see the genius of where chills going up and down your spine face to face with the break. When all of a sudden, I will still be undefeated and undisputed.
Welcome to Undefeated and Undisputed. This is not AI channel. This is real. This is. I'm going to compensate with this. This is the God himself, the notorious Connor. Listen, if he's a bomb and there's one walking on earth, it is you, my friend. Channel, we are in with you. I feel like I'm walking in honor presence. Now we have Connor here. I don't know if there's a better trio. I'm just going to throw it out there in the space. But, Channel, what do you have to say to the man himself? Go ahead. I know you've been excited.
Yeah, well, first off, it's great to see you, Connor. And I haven't seen a lot of pieces. Listen, the UFC. I know you've been pushing for the Chandler fight and the White House. Rumors have come out of maybe Connor an international fight weekend. Can we just start with an update? Where do you stand right now as far as your competitive future?
So, as I was aware, it was the White House. I was looking at the White House. I know the administration was strong for me to be in the White House. It was McGregor versus Cameron. The story was built in. Cameron's the stand-up guy, the electric in the cage, comes to bring it on the map of flight to the air and opponent like Chandler. It would have been dynamite as far as the fight. And somewhere down the line, nothing ever say no or hey ho, nothing no money or no nothing. Just, maybe we're gonna go with you for international fighting. Okay, no problem. Maybe we're going to leave Chandler. I do like Chandler. I've been preparing for the last 2 years. I feel like it's weird that, he deserves to go after the waiting, and it would be a big fight. It makes sense. It's easy done. It gets me back in there, but they feared off that I'm not gonna be too picky. I have to get back. I'm eager to get back. I'll get out and look myself. So sorry, Chandler, it is what it is. What weight, Connor, are you gonna do? I'm gonna do 170, as you know. I'm gonna be good, a lot bigger than before. Okay, but we're gonna offer you disappointment. Yes, no problematic chef. Day after day after day. No problem. We'll send the contract. Excellent. It's a great match. That's a great match. That's a great match. That's all I ever hear about LC. And no contract came. And that's kind of where I'm at. Still here in this limbo. And all these. My manager is out there in Las Vegas on Monday. Face-to-face meeting. I hope a respectable offer comes through. I'm notoriously good to deal with. I'm an honest man. I admire fairness. And I'm sure we can get it done. And I say it go. I assume the fight I'm getting, and I don't mind it at all, is the BMF contest was on this week, a rematch between Holloway and Oliveira. It was a cracking rematch. I always love rematches when fighters honor each other with a rematch. I always have to like respect for it. I'm very excited for it. Maybe it's me and that for the next one. So we will see. It's all taking shape. And as I said, Monday there's a big meeting happening. There's so much happening in the fight. It's actually incredible what's going on in the fight. It's a great time to be a fight fan. It is taking place. Yeah, and it's a great time to be in the States because there's so much opportunity. So many routes and avenues you can go. But also on the flip side, it kind of slows things down as far as the fight is trying to get booked. Because our promoters and our matchmakers are caught up in so much wrong. And so I'm just waiting it out. Controlling the incontrollables. But the octagon, the actual USB octagon built in my home. Got all my plans on it. I've got my map. I've got state-of-the-art equipment. I've got no interruptions, no distractions. I've got a full team, a big fight, and God is with me. There you go. I went for the call.
Listen, Connor, I gotta say this, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but you sound probably the most clear, motivated, determined, with kind of getting rid of all the things on the outside. I mean, look at you're literally standing in the cage, you're hitting us with everything, and we know you would never say no, even if it's a tough challenge. And look, to your point, right now, there is a lot of opportunity. I think the MMA world truly needs the MAC back. I think the BMF title coming up this weekend, the fact that both Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira both have said that they will call you out if they win. Is the BMF title one of the motivations to come back, being that it's probably the only thing you haven't obtained yet in your career?
I'm motivated to compete, to return, to show my work, show my level, show where I'm at today to the world. So BMF is the way to put the belt on the waist for sure. I'm for sure about man with a good heart. So why not acquire the BMF title? I have history with Max Holloway. I've fought and beat him prior. I've had history with the country of Brazil many times over the years, and I know the Brazilian men for sure would love a chance to get one back. Now, the height of respect for both men, I think they're both fine. Do I think having them drain themselves in the sauna and pour their little skulls into dehydrated skulls and then claim that to be a BMF title, I don't see anything BMF about that. So that is the only space where I find myself maybe, why go down to 155 and drain ourselves and then find the BMF? The BMF was founded by Nate Diaz at 170 pounds, the anchor of the belt. So the belt will be contested at 170 pounds. And I'm up for it. And I'll go and I'll take it. And I'll bring it back. And me and Nate can complete the trilogy for the belt. There's so many avenues we can go. And I'm up for every single one. Even if they thought they were going to bring me to the ring, or maybe my custom negotiations, maybe they want to, maybe it's my time because they're going to get me done in. All the best for that. I have to be some sort of no-name that they think is going to be a tough fight. No problem. Send the contract. Yes. Thanks to your deal saying, I accept. Send the contract. No such contract. So here I am just waiting, boys. And I hope something great. Please God.
Well, Chal, and I think you'd agree with me. I do agree with Connor here at 170 for longevity. And to his point with the BMF title, I don't really know why the weight class even matters. Would you agree saying that Connor coming back at 170 at his healthiest, even if it's against Holloway or Oliveira, let it be at 170. No reason to drain themselves in the sauna. No reason. Let them be at their best potential in health. Chal, what say you? Because I agree with Connor on that one.
My first response to what Connor has said is, Connor, I believe you. I believe that you have accepted these fights. I believe that you were waiting. I believe that things were being held up. And I love the idea, by the way, Ian. I don't think Connor should go back to 55. I love that he captured at 45. I love that he captured at 55. Why not go to 70? And he makes a very fair point. From a leadership standpoint, I like that he's taking the lead in the locker room and telling guys, you don't have to go kill yourself in the sauna if we're going to win this hard. He did that with Cowboy Cerrone. I like the idea.
And Connor, let's just say the White House was not an option. How do you feel about potentially headlining International Fight Week?
I love it. I'll be ringside with the big boss. I'll be ringside with the big guys myself, watching the guys compete for us. I'll be ringside with the team, yeah, and then I'll be in the air. Next month, I hit the 650. I open the top, open the eyes out. There's like diplomatic duty. That White House event is going to be like, it's going to be on the ring. The friends going to be able to join the event. For sure. They'll look to sit there and watch the fight with the Mac and then go to Sin City and watch the McGregor fight. I'm open, no problem. Yes. You won't get a note from me ever.
All right, so it's 170 International Fight Week. You're saying yes to everybody. There really should be no issue then. Obviously, with the UFC, there's going to be a numbers game. And listen, Aud is the best everybody does, so you're in great hands. You guys have been together forever. So, Connor, if it's not tough,
Who do you want to fight?
Okay, Michael Chandler. That's the fight that we were promised. I waited a couple of years for.
We'll be able to White House, and I'll do the fucking international fight as well. You know that it is. You know that's a firecracker of a fight. Movement goes down, and it ain't getting wet.
Yeah, I got to tell you on a personal note, Connor. If I don't get to talk to you, I want to just tell you something, man to man. You have been so honorable towards Michael Chandler because right there United is real. And I have noticed that you have gone out of your way, even though he's your opponent, you want to fight him, you've gone out of your way to build and preserve this idea. And I hope people do notice that because you deserve credit for that.
Listen, we're all taking this real. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm prepared for a lot of people looking you. So they lost a lot of things like heartbreaking. I want to do it again, but look, we don't know. We can decide what these men do. You know, I don't want to. I don't doubt them. It's like in this current time, we're all happy. Yeah, all these guys are so happy. I just happen to be the free range. You know, I'm organic. I'm like white dude walking around the fucking farm. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just waiting to be fucking wheeled up. And hopefully it's coming down. It's looking like it is. I'll be honest. No matter what. I'm making this walk here. Now. I'm a shatter now. I'm making this walk. No matter what.
Connor, it's been over 5 years since you stepped foot and graced us with your presence. In your eyes, what does this mean for the business, for the match to be back headlining, regardless of when it is? You know, what does this mean for just the sport of mixed martial arts, the UFC as a business, and the Conor McGregor brand in itself?
It means all the records. That's what it means. It means all the records broke again. When we were in this state, we're at the go from the pay-per-view month, which was my month. I ran the pay-per-views. I'm the only fighter in the current landscape that has 1 million pay-per-view fighters behind them. All the rest of them are super 100,000 a year. You're getting these deals from outside sources, astronomical figures, but no fighting. We've done nothing in the game. Not at my level. So now we're out in this streaming space, and we've got the top 5 viewership upstairs to fights that are taking part in the ones that I assumed when I was the pay-per-view champion. And I want to get in there and do that. I want to take over these streaming rankings and set these records. So what does it mean to the promotion and the content provider in Paramount? It means the record. That's what it means. So if you want to bet that we get it done.
Hell, I don't know if there's a better answer than that. I don't know if I could have scripted that if I tried. I mean, he's right. I mean, who does better numbers than Conor McGregor? So, Conor, let me ask you this, my man. And look, again, Chael and I don't know. I know you don't know me as well, but Chael and I are on the same level when it comes to honesty and transparency. We don't blow smoke. My question for you is, when you finally get the fight? And again, I am praying it's in the next question. What's my question? We're going for us. Where is the location? Would you rather see that fight take place in the White House, or would you rather see it in the international fight in Las Vegas? You want to educate the secondary because they don't usually put me on UFC 200 or 300 or just here. They usually put me on UFC 201 or 301. You know, like the double sale. That's the White House is going to hit no matter what. As long as the administration wants the deal, off we go. And then Will McGregor after the second one. So we double our economic take. So let's understand that. But where would you wish to see the Conor McGregor fight take place? I'm up for it. I'd love to do that also. So, would you like to see it there? Would you like to see it in the next fight? Or anyone else? Where? Channel, you look for a fight. The White House or international fight. And also, secondary question, how much do you think it's worth? Do you think McGregor's return is worth? Yeah, someone said if your man fed, Conor fucking fed, is what he's worth. How much is McGregor worth? How much do you think McGregor is worth? In this contract, factoring in inflation alone, my contract is in 2018. Every fucker is going to be in the bill in the end. Let alone inflation, then you factor in. That's a big deal, them boys. Them boys are powerful, man. Look how good that whole Paramount situation, even with the Paramount acquisition and all that. What they fighting for Warner Brothers, it's unbelievable. It's colossal. How much do you think the match is worth? How much do you think I should say, hey guys, give me the books and crack? You know, it's going to go much. Chael, go for it. You go first, my man. You go first.
Sure, the most. Whatever people are making, the most. Red Canada is still real. Conor McGregor is still the biggest draw. And I don't know what the numbers are currently, but Conor makes a fair point with inflation on the contract that was signed in 2018. So whatever they're paying, they got to pay back the most. And as far as which card, by the way, that's an interesting question I would like to answer. I'm going to debate both of them. I think I'd prefer to see an international fight weekend because I do agree with you. Like the White House itself is a big enough draw. Bring McGregor in. Bring in all the Irish. Let us party for an entire week. Let's turn this into an entire week of it, which is something that is unique about international fight.
Yeah, but that's where I'm at also. I'll be there. I'll still be at the White House. And then whoever these are facing, be it CMF, be it whoever, they bring us into the octagon, and we face off, and we get in the White House lawn, and then off we all go to this city, open the cup custom, and enjoy ourselves. I love that. I agree with that also. I'm more than
And Chael, I think I'm going to give a good answer to here. What Conor says, how much would you pay for the back? I think that Super paid the wrong Conor that $15 million. I didn't like that one, Conor. I think they paid the wrong one.
Don't think on that. You know, there's levels. There's levels.
Without a doubt. Look, listen, you deserve everything this sport can offer. I think Chael said it the most. They will break records. I think you International Fight Week. Look, Michael Chandler, Chael and I on the last card, we talked about it. That was something that we wanted. We thought it didn't make sense why, even if time passed, Chandler wouldn't be the guy. He didn't do anything wrong. You've been great supporting him. But if we had a next place situation, my vote would be if Max Holloway were to win at 170 for the BNF title, you and Mac headlining International Fight Week. I don't see how you can go wrong there. I don't see how anyone says no to that. Plus, you guys also have a history there, not me.
But you fought. Yeah, I think the grappling contest also. It was great. He's all the way that really good. That's the truth. That's it. So, we'll go for it. No problem. And Connor, I guess I'll leave you with this one. And we appreciate your time. I love that it ended up working out with the cage behind you. That was fantastic. Say you're back International Fight Week. How long are you looking to come back for a while? Is it so good? I'm only starting. Once I can get this ball rolling, throwing this ball, I get it going. Get it, push it down the hill. I'm done. What have I got? I have another contract. I have another fight then after. I'm gonna keep going. I feel that certain things in my recovery and my work and in modern day science and back my God, I'm gonna go to the fucking future. I'm not bound out with it. I'm going. So think about the time I've had it. People usually hit the wall, they get to the key, they get put down for the defense. I've had my rest. I'm fully healed. My body is waiting to go. So I've got at least 10 fights left. In my mind, I have at least 10. It's a good number. It's a good number. Chill. It's clean money, baby. My baby. And it's honest. It's the most honest money around here. You get in, you put your fucking hands up, and you have enough for the shit. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to be back. Chill. What do you got for him?
Nothing. I really think that's great. I think that he comes strong. I like the idea of 170. I like his moves. I really believe Connor. I think that's the biggest message. Like when I can tell people that we spoke to Connor today, the biggest thing I'm going to tell them is that he's very sincere. I can tell he wants to fight. Now, all he's got to be that he's to get in Vegas. I mean, come on, I'm back in Connor on this. Send him the contract. He's got all the deals for that. Let's keep going. You don't have to call me on the phone when I'm here. Like, yes, when I'm going to go, I'm going to get my fuel in me. God bless me, Kathy still. Like,
Connor, we appreciate the time. Best of luck to you. Can't wait to have you back. Thank you for coming on Undefeated in the Spirit. You are the man, my friend. Have a great day.
All right, Ian, hold on. Don't do anything about here. I want to do a recap here behind Connor's back. I want to tell you I just saw a healthy man. I just saw a sober man. I just saw somebody that I believe. I took that as very sincere. As a matter of fact, Connor, the great promoter, had nothing to promote. He quite literally does not have an opponent. He quite literally does not have a date. That was just three guys talking. I believe him. And I mean, what would your take be being an expert in this business? If they offered to fight and he said yes, but then the fight didn't come through, there's an answer to that. I mean, you can make a simple guess. The opponent was hurt. The opponent said no. But what do you suppose did happen?
My guess is that Connor does say yes to everything. I think he has people around him to help him for a reason. You know, I think Connor is eager to get back in the cage. He wants to be back at the same time. Without even really knowing who that opponent was. We can talk about rumors all we want, but I find that to be pointless. It does have to make sense for him at this point, right? No matter who he fights, he will not be the A side. He'll be the A++ plus side, right? At the same time, though, there are other people in this space that it makes sense for him to fight based on where he's at in his career, based on just status in itself. I think the Holloway Oliveira, I think it's where he fits in the most, right? And I don't know why the Chandler fight has gotten away from him. I don't know why it's even UFC feel that way. I'm not them. However, to your point, Connor was so clear in his message. You know, this was the Connor we saw that was on the rise in the beginning. You're right. He could have promoted anything he wanted, and we would have not said this. He didn't promote a company. He didn't promote any side projects. He didn't promote any movies, commercials, clothing. He talked about wearing a suit. Usually he would say, oh, I wear his friends. He didn't mention what kind of suit he was wearing. I was going to ask him, but he was on a roll. I think this is the Conor McGregor that needed the time off. I think it's the Conor McGregor we are hoping to see before him at his best, his healthiest. That sounded like the notorious Conor McGregor that we've been waiting for. He sounded great. He was good. And he was asking us questions, you know? I mean, he doesn't do interviews very often, and he was shooting it up with us in a way that, I mean, I loved it. And he seemed very cooperative. I guess is a good word to use for this. It seems like he's being a company man, just wants it to be fair. You know, he's not the first person to mention the Conor Ben boxing contract, but I think he's also one of the few that probably really get that level anyway. Chael, he sounded good. He sounded healthy. He sounded. I do believe him.
Help me speculate though, because I believe his timeline. He gets off the fight. He says yes. The contract doesn't come. He then reads in the media that the award he was offered somebody else. I mean, how do you write about that? It's not like they reached out to Conor, got it, yes, which is like, wow, this is great. And then book somebody else. If you were just a guess, like, what could have happened there? Weight class issue, perhaps?
No, I don't think it was weight class issue. I think that maybe they had some chess pieces. They moved around. They kind of saw something a little bit better. You know, there's been other fights in the division announced for other countries that they might have made sense of the younger guys. I think maybe they kind of now they're saying if we're not going to do Chandler and we're going to bring Conor back, you know, what fight really does make sense for him from a longevity standpoint? If we put him up against a younger up-and-coming guy that's in the top 5, I personally don't understand it. I don't think that'd be a smart move in utilizing Conor and whoever that fighter may or may not have been. I think them now waiting, and if this gets done, having it be Holloway or Oliveira, I think that makes the most amount of sense. And sure, that's a no-brainer. And to have, and listen, as much as we sometimes joke about the BMF belt not being a real belt, this may be one of the only other times that having that in the main event makes sense without another title on the line. Although they still could put another title on the line that night. It could be a flyweight title, it could be a women's title. You know, Conor knows the business. He's not a dummy. He even said there's no point in putting it on the White House. It's going to sell itself. So put me on a card or I'll sell it for you. Listen, this guy is a lot smarter than people think. He just showed it. He answered a business question. And he answered it better than I think I asked it, if that makes sense. And business-wise, International Fight Week makes all the sense in the world. Because there's only a few other guys in the UFC that can headline that don't need a dance partner, and that may be Alex Pereira. Outside of him, Conor can do it, but Conor doesn't hire better breaking records. I think that, to answer your question at the beginning, if you're not going to do Chandler, you have to do someone that's considered kind of an OG legend. I think Holloway and Oliveira still have that watchability factor, excitement factor. And I still think Conor was Holloway between those three would be the most competitive for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know that I disagree. We've seen that fight, and maybe that adds to the other, maybe it changes it. We haven't seen Oliveira. I think that's one. I guess my favorite point is I think that the either of those, but you also can't go wrong. Like you meet people in the space that play like they're this great matchmaker. Then they put Conor McGregor against somebody. It's like, yeah, anybody can sell a Ferrari. Like, you're not going to go wrong with McGregor. There was a rumor that McGregor was going to have Protas. In fact, Protas came out and said Conor turned me down. Nobody would look at that thinking that makes sense. That would do records just because you have Conor, right? And they say in fighting, Max Kellerman claims in fighting there's only 2 athletes that have ever been able to sell on their own. That was Oscar De La Hoya and Mike Tyson. Meaning it didn't matter who the opponent was. Now I think that list needs amendment. I think Floyd Mayweather for a while was on that. Conor McGregor is also part of that list. It doesn't really matter who the opponent is. And I offer that because there seems to be some overthought, in my opinion. Well, this is going to make sense. There's some overthought. No, it doesn't. Every now and then, let us have some fun. Every now and then, as MMA fans, you know, we get a James Toney or we get a CM Punk, we get Brock Lesnar, one thing that ended up working out. But I'm just sharing, every now and then we get to have fun. That interview was fun. Conor McGregor is fun. We want Conor. Bring us Conor.
Yeah, well, and look, one other thing, and I'm gonna step away from Conor for a second. Something else popped up that I did want to ask you. Although you're right, that interview was a lot of fun. He was having fun. I wish we could show how he was running through his house to get his Wi-Fi better and ended up in the cage. That to me was just fate itself. I don't know if you saw Tom Aspinall sign Eddie Hearn's talent agency today. Okay? With everything going on with Aspinall, unclear future with the eye situation, unclear future with the heavyweights, and then we know the rivalry between Eddie Hearn and Dana White and Super Boxing and Matchroom.
how is this a good idea for Tom Aspinall if he wants to stay with the UFC, be the heavyweight star that he claims he can be? I don't doubt it. I think at his best health, Tom is obviously still the champ per se. I mean, how does this move make any sense at all? Because and I like Tom. To me, this feels like he has the IQ of a potato from a business standpoint.
I do not want Tom to get used. I don't want him to be a little pawn in a game of chess. It felt like, with no details, right? I'm just a fan that saw the same thing that you did. It felt like he was being used. And Tom's a British guy, and he's a British guy. If you're Tom and you're a fight fan, you're going to admire Eddie Hearn. You just don't. You grow up around Eddie Hearn and Maxine boxing. Tom has a fantasy of being but if you get that phone call from Eddie, and he says, I can help you, I'm going to fly you out on my private jet, I want to sit down, I want to do business. That's a very seductive thing. And I'm okay with it. I just wanted to be sincere. At this point, and again, and just my reaction, I don't have inside information. I feel that Tom is being used.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing, though. He's on the UFC roster. We both know Dana does not really let people go out of their contract, right? Everyone's going to come at me and say, oh, the Francis thing. Yeah, but Francis was a free agent, right? Tom's not a free agent. He still has 2 or 3 fights left on his contract. Dana, I don't think is going to release him. I don't think Tom doesn't want to not fight with the UFC. I think, to your point, maybe he was convinced that by Eddie or whoever, that they have the power to negotiate with Dana, that Dana will take into consideration. But can we be honest here? I don't think the UFC machine backs down or takes that from anybody outside of who they answer to, right? So I understand what you're saying, that in that culture, that Eddie is that seductive power. But it doesn't make any sense for where he's at on the UFC roster, right? Maybe he's saying, oh, after I'm done with this fight, Eddie will have some boxing. But this UFC contract can be for longer than these 2 fights, right, based on timing. When you're injured, contracts get extended. And when you're the champion, contracts get extended. Not even the great, powerful Eddie Hearn is going to have that influence over Dana White. So I don't really understand how this is going to improve whatever relationship is going on with them. If there is something negative, we're not seeing a whole lot. It's a little confusing. With Alex vacating his title, I'm guessing he's going to be fighting for an interim, depending on how long Tom's out. I'll be honest, Joe, I don't get it. Don't get it.
Well, and I got to tell you this too. I'm not familiar with the Eddie Hearn talent agency, and so is that where he's going to try to find sponsors? He tries to find things outside the UFC. Does that mean he's going to take on what you and I know as a managerial role, where he thinks he's going to sit down and negotiate with the UFC? I don't actually know those things. So what they promised or what they got worked out, they kind of played close to the vest. It did seem as though this was a strike back about the Conor Ben situation. And that's where I talked about Tom being used, and I hope that's not the case. Look, to fly Tom out in a private jet is silly. To fly him out at all is silly. Put it in a fax machine or put it in a scanner like everybody else. To sit down and sign it shoulder to shoulder and then have a photographer there that releases it. I mean, it felt like this was a play. And I only share with you, I think that Tom's a pretty sincere guy. He's a real honest guy that loves his family. His father's in his corner. He's a pretty simple guy. He's a cage fighter, and Eddie is a little more sophisticated. And when I saw that, I thought that this was a play on the chessboard, and that it was a move by Eddie to strike at Dana. I could have that wrong, but this is how I felt when I first saw it.
So look, this show today, this episode, I'm so happy that we were able to do this. This was truly a pleasure with Conor. You never know, sometimes with him, that was a very honest conversation. So guys, this weekend, pay attention to the BMF title, because the winner of that may very well be the main event, fighting Conor McGregor International Fight Week at 170 pounds. I do think that's good for him. Longevity, I'm going to reiterate that, because I want to see Conor healthy, at his best, having fun fights, and he's motivated. So if you're the motivated Conor, it gets things exciting again. We want the sport to consistently be exciting, and this week it feels like that, right? Dana said the White House Guard is done. So my expectation is he's going to announce it probably at the post-fight conference after the BMF title. So between Conor wanting back, this feels like a very strong fight with Chael. Who do you think
wins on Saturday night and becomes the potential opponent for Conor in the international fight.
I'm leaning towards Charles Oliveira, and that's kind of a stretch. You know, considering they've already done this, the two guys have already done this, why should I expect a different outcome? But I feel like it's a very different contest. You're adding 2 rounds to it, right? You're changing the weight class. The one thing that Charles has, and it's not necessarily a skill, it's the mentality. Charles has been calling for this fight for 10 years. For 10 years, he said, no, that wasn't me. I made a mistake. Put me in there again. There are times I can tell you as an athlete where you come out and you know in your heart what you did. It was mental. You let up, you relinquished, whatever it was, and you pushed the quit button, and you know, no, please, let me redo that. Charles is speaking in that way, and I am tending to listen to him. I think if you had to bet, you're going to sleep better betting on Max Holloway. But there is something about Charles that kind of opened my eyes. I know he was a 3-1 dog at one point. I think it's closer to 2-1 right now, maybe a little bit wider for Max. But can I add this one thing? If I'm using history, I could bring in the Tony Ferguson fight, where Charles took him down for 15 straight minutes, and none of us knew Charles had that ability. Charles then goes to Madison Square Garden. He takes Michael Chandler down repeatedly, and none of us knew that he had that ability. So if Charles does get on top of Max, who can wrestle himself, but if he does, he's likely to win that round. Charles is 3 takedowns away from beating Max Holloway. That's a hot take, but that's where I stand.
Well, so here's the thing with me with that one. Oliveira does not usually get his subs from being in top position or even off his back. It's when he takes short back or the guillotine. You know Holloway's not shooting for a double leg, right? And unless Charles Oliveira gets his back, I just have a hard time seeing Oliveira winning this fight. I think Max has fought more, and I'm going to let you use this one because I know you're going to text me after, so I'm saying yes right away. Max has fought more cousins than Charles Oliveira has in his career. Like that one, I know you kind of like that one. Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier, Chandler, they're not cousins, right? You know what they're going to do. Max has had to fight the Jose Aldos, the Alexander Volkanovskis, even the Yair Rodriguez, who's unpredictable, right? So he's fought these guys that have that lack of predictability or unpredictable factor, and I think with Oliveira, his chin has also gone over the last couple of years. The cardio, if Max goes in with the pressure, Charles off his back foot, I just don't see it. Listen, he's a live dog. Oliveira is always a live dog if he doesn't give in to the pressure and get dropped. We saw it in that last fight. If he can't get the back of Max Holloway, I don't see it happening. I see Holloway winning in the later rounds. I see Holloway going out there, calling for Conor, and we get our fairy tale ending. So I am going to leave you with that, my good man. You know I love you. I appreciate this. Guys, undefeated, undisputed. Tune in. UFC BMF title this weekend. The return of the Mac. Let's go.
That's our show.
Oh, he's up.
Again, then we have my hope to go for conditions. Do you need active conditions or can even be passive conditions? But again, we'll get back into that soon, but that's our overarching level. So here, the opponent says it has to be active conditioning. Rich says even passive conditioning. That's the reason if the idol falls over by itself. And right, the opponent is still an idol. According to Rich Lucky, she was lost its idolatrous. So it's like, but again, that's why you find pieces of Lawrence Lawson. If you find pieces of something on an image, it's going to be wonderful. Why is it wonderful? Because it's a spec sake. What's the spec sake of? Something number one is maybe it is devil worship. That's number one. Number two, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was worship. So the idea of going jumping back to a holy sorrow is just the same. This is my earthly opinion and my holy sorrow. It does not work because the local race can say ain't something what's in ultimately again there's something that maybe the commission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the contact that it was on the results. That there are questions that principle. Maybe something was to give you that. Is that true? That is something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality or face uncertainty. What about telling one time? I'm very interested. You guys just saw this. Chaver Shanice, and yet we weren't in their parents. So I said, Chaver died. And again, treasuring, I've got, a special show to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Club, just introduced to Belgram, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, beautiful family, not just in this case, but around the world. So he messaged me via Bell. I translated the cover a few days ago as a talk. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember, 2 days ago, looked at it and translates father as a person who is careful with the laws of Torah and Torah to the point that even eats his food with Torah. He even eats his food with Torah. And again, even though we call not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Isus. So that's the definition of a flubber. So it's interesting for me to ask, why do you call a flubber? He's a friend. His friend what's the shot of that? So perhaps the insult is like this. He's a flubber. Flubber is someone who's just looking and searched out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trauma? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. You don't have to eat in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat unsanctified in a state of ritual purity. However, someone thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Rabbi. That's a friend. That much Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the Rabbi. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the Rabbi, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. And someone with knowledge puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Rabbi. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemitz, yet the ViralRabbi dies. So Chaver dies, interesting case, Chaver dies, and you guys need to discover that he has a basket of food. What's the issue? We'll say the issue is we don't know whether or not we've been time. So the Gemara says, even if not, we should just harvested them that day. His chazaka, ultimately again, that they are probably time. The Gemara says, I know a second. The Vadaik Stevie, something Asridu. Something Asridu. I will say, let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a Vadaik. What's the Vadaik? Certainty. The certainty was they were Tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. I will say, why is that a Vadaik? Because everything starts out as untied produce. You have a Vadaik that it was untied. Something, maybe the Chaver did time it, maybe he didn't time it. What do you see from here? They come on something who wants to need a Vadaik. And what do you see from here? That ultimately again a something possibility that kind of goes ahead and overrides the Vadaik that it certainly was Tevel. So you see something close to the Vadaik, which the Gemara says no. Hasam Vadaik. It's fascinating. No, it's not true. That's not something in Vadaik. That's a Vadaik. It's supposed to be the case. The Vadaik asks you. So whereas it said that it was Tevel, Vadaik was Tevel, certainly it was Tevel. And also, Vadaik, that's what? That he ties it. You want to say, Hadina Chosar, there's a Chosar, Chazaka, Chaver, She'ena, Motzi, Dar, She'ena, Mitoka, Mutaha, Chosar, that's the Chazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the Chaver, will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no something about day. There's only bad day and bad day. It's incredible. Levi says what the possibility is. Levi says something for something. Interestingly enough, really, it's a something in a something house. So what does that mean? I've showed the Abba Kilaboshia.
The audio stage, yeah, hi everybody and welcome. Holy moly, so excited. We have a very, very special episode Tony ready for you guys. I'm so excited to be here. Another wonderful Monday. We're here with Clean Cut Brian Redband, everybody. Look at him. Hats off to Brian Redband. Literally looking good.
You say clean cut, but most people say creamier than ever.
Who says that?
Anyone that sees his mustache.
Who prefers Brian's new look over the hidden under the ball cap?
See? I'm only doing this because I'm about to go on the road with Dean Del Rey, and I just, if you know Dean Del Rey is a really big mustache like this, and I bought vests, so I'm ready.
You're going to dress up?
I'm dressing up. I'm becoming a Del Raiser when I'm on the road with.
Wow. You're going to raise Del.
Yeah. Well,
that should be interesting. You would have thought that people would have doubled the Dean Del Rey.
I know. With the Tiffany Haddish in the middle.
That's right. That's right. She's the opposite of Dean Del Rey.
Exactly.
That's more like Dean Del Rey. That's really funny if you know Tiffany Haddish, but since some of you don't.
Google it and laugh later.
Exciting show coming up on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, Death Squad Secret Show number 2 is going to be here Wednesday. We have Mark Maron, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese, which is used to be the producer of The Daily Show and the writer, and Mike Black, Tiffany Haddish, Tony Hinchcliffe. We're all going to be here. It's
stand-up comedy Wednesday night.
Yeah. Is that at 8 o'clock, and there's a lot of cool surprise guests too.
Surprises on top of Maron, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Tony Hinchcliffe, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese.
Mike Black. And it's Mike Black's birthday.
Wow.
So yeah, it's going to be a fun show.
That's going to be exciting. I was just in Toronto this weekend and performed in front of 3,400 people at the Sony Center and had an amazing set. Got heckled by a crazy Canadian lady, handled it extremely well for 7 minutes and lit her ass up. And now I'm famous in Toronto, everybody. That's what happens if you have one good set.
Did you catch it on video, or did anyone catch it on video?
I bet you there was a few creepy YouTubers out there. Out of 3,400,
yeah,
that has to be at least a few. But I got it all audio recorded, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. That squad's so huge.
It's insane. A lot of Kill Tony fans stuck around afterwards for the long meet and greet. So thank you, Toronto, for amazing time. And yeah, some exciting news, perhaps being announced next week about something about Red Band and Tony in Toronto.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Let's not make it official just yet, but it could be especially next week. It has to do with Toronto and us.
That's right. Man, your breath smells like fish.
That's because we just had delicious fish tacos, everybody. From our one and only sponsor, put your hands together for her. There she is, right over there, the lovely Elise Lane. Before I jump into that, I will say, even though they're not our official sponsor, a cool t-shirt company called Homage, based out of Columbus, Ohio, sent me this amazing Ohio State Buckeye shirt.
Yeah.
Asked me to wear it on Kill Tony, and of course I will.
This company's really cool for anyone that grew up in Ohio because they pretty much take old designs and they reprint them. Like they have a lot of Surf Ohio shirts that are one of my favorites growing up, and a lot of the old logos and designs of old Ohio stuff.
They sent me 3 amazing Buckeye shirts that I'm going to be wearing over the next however long, and also a, you know what, I'll just keep that as a surprise too. I will tell you, it's a professional wrestler on a t-shirt, because they heard that crazy Rogan episode. Now, Elise Lane made us fish tacos. But I always tell Elise, you know, you're a gourmet chef. You're a professional recipe chef. She is a top-of-the-line 5-star chef. She cooks us gourmet meals. What I used to do is I used to tell her, write it out fancy like you would, you know, for a recipe. Maybe now read it. And I had trouble reading it a couple times. The weird French words sometimes, you know, this or that. And then I realized, why should I say what she made us tonight
when our associate runaround producer, Josh Martin, notorious for his speech impediment, notorious for his commitment to kill Tony, why don't I have him read it into the microphone? And then the week after that, we realized, instead of Josh taking his time reading it, what if he had to read it all at once without stopping, or else he gets flicked in the nuts?
And then this week I decided, why not use this ninja star to flick him in the nuts, since it's been sitting on the table?
We could lose our first penis tonight on Kill Tony. And that, if that's not, you can't get that on NBC or ABC or Fox, everybody. You guys excited about this at all?
Josh is shaking his head no in the back.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Here he is. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin. Another new thing that we updated for this week is this is his first time getting to look at it right now. This is his first time getting to look at it. If you have any questions other than enunciation, if you have any problem with the handwriting, let us know now. Do you think you have a ballpark of it? Then don't ask the word. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think you got this.
Okay. Wait. Are you ready, Josh? No problems with the handwriting. You think you have it, correct?
If there's a problem with the handwriting, I'm going to say that.
Guys, who's ready for Josh Martin to get flicked in the nuts? Josh, whenever you're ready, tell us what the lovely Elise Lane made us tonight.
She made taco de escalado with tilapia, with cilantro, lime cream, cabbage, jalapeno, and tomato.
Whoa! Non-stop. Josh Martin killing.
Speech impediment might be fake.
All we need to do is always have somebody about to flick him in the nuts, and he doesn't have it anymore. Follow Elise Lane on Twitter at Elise Lane, that's ELYSELAIN, and she's on Facebook and Instagram at the Girl with a Tan, everybody. So if you want a gourmet chef to cook at your next party, Elise Lane is available. There you go. That's the Cartier Black for Elise, everybody. It's right there. What else? That's it, right?
Yeah, didn't you make a deal with one of the comics a couple of weeks back?
I did, and I'm gonna. I should have the. I'll bring them up first.
Yeah,
bring up everybody. Yeah. But I did. There was a comedian on 2 weeks ago. Josh, if you could get his name. There he is, right there. Speech. Get his name. All right, fuck it. That didn't go as smoothly as I thought it was gonna go. But anyway, I realized that I've seen him for the last few years doing stand-up comedy, and actually, I'm gonna wait for this. We're going to bring up our weekly head of security. It's a great start to the episode, everybody. It couldn't be more quiet in this room than it is right now. We really started on fire the last 4 weeks. I sort of forgot what it was like to dig us out of a hole, but this is exciting. Here we are. Every week we have a new head of security keeping us safe. It's always somebody in the form of an Iron Man type of suit. Because the original guy that was our head of security was a guy in a $5,000 custom-made Iron Man suit. He screwed over the show. And he said that he got too big for the show and that he's not coming back until it's a show on Comedy Central. We told you you're replaceable. He said, no, I'm not. So what did we do? We replaced him every single week since then with a new superhero based off of his original character, loosely based. And this week's no different. This is this guy's third or fourth time being our Patriot. He's one of our favorites. A lot of people call him West Hollywood Jesus, but we call him Kevin Lee White. Jesus Patriot. Welcome, Jesus.
Thanks for having me back.
I love that just like all the other Patriots, your speaker box is near your crotch area.
So this is a double stick championship. That's huge.
Really?
So if you see me fiddling around out there,
I love that. You're on fire already, Jesus. Really excited. How's things been? Anything crazy happen on the streets of West Hollywood lately? You're always out there. A lot of people see you. You're one of the most famous fixtures in Hollywood. Anything crazy happen?
This is an existential.
we had a pipe break down the street the other day, clogged into Sunset Boulevard.
Were you there?
Water main.
Turned it into wine. Was it a wine date after that?
I don't know. You want to bring up wine and fish and more? I had my fish on a tortilla. That chef.
That's right. She's sitting right next to you, directly to your right.
Very fine. Delicious.
There you go. Absolutely. We love making our podcast listeners as hungry as they could be while listening to the show, hard at work between our lunch break and dinner. So that's our plan with these things.
I got you guys.
There you go. I love it. Jesus Christ, everybody. He's here. Keeping us safe. Always fun. I always have two of my funniest friends on. It's one guy is, I believe, fourth time. He's one of our favorites. And another guy is first time. Put your hands together for tonight's guests. Movie stars. Brody Stevens and Johnny Scortis. Brody's been on so many times. Johnny's first time. It's very exciting to have you guys here. Johnny.
Check, two. Welcome back, Brody. Great to be back here in Southern California. I was in Toronto the past week, and before that, all over America. And it's always good to be here up in the belly room doing Kill Tony. Yes, you got it. Push and believe, never forget. Is there an outlet up here? I'd love to charge my phone.
You want to plug in your phone right now?
I do. Is there an outlet?
It looks like there might be one right there. If you want to try that out.
I'll go do it. Or just Josh plug it in.
Yeah, Josh, you want to just do it?
Do you do it? I'll do it, George.
No, let Josh do it.
Should I do it? Okay, thank you.
There he goes, charging it up. Is that Josh Martin?
Just keep an eye on it. Thank you. Welcome to Kill Tony. Yes, Stephen Brody Stevens.
Thank you. And Johnny Scortis is here, everybody. His first time at Kill Tony. The Equalizer is the #1 movie in the country right now, and guess who's in that movie? Johnny Scortis.
Yeah, you got it. He believed.
This is one of the guys who, 7 years ago, the true classmate of mine, me, you, Jamar, Gerard, and Joe, the whole kit and caboodle, we all started together waiting in lines for long hours, and we're all very proud of it.
And now we're here.
Yeah,
Doing it.
in the belly room on a Monday night, listening to Brody wiggle.
Well, I'm trying to get comfortable.
You need a different seat?
No, I didn't. No, the chair's great. I just wanted to put my leg up and sit back and enjoy much conversation. Tony, meet Joe. Johnny, what's so crazy about Johnny is he filmed this movie about a year ago. Yeah, he's been just sitting on it, just like going, one day you all know me. How was that weight? That weight had to be worse than any iPhone, any announcement, I have to wait a year and a month. I wasn't that bad. I kept myself busy. But I had no idea. You did. No, I didn't. You kept us. Yeah, you did a great job. I didn't know. Did you know?
Pretty low key. No, I knew because
nobody knew.
Oh, well,
I knew. That speaks to your character. You're a humble guy.
Very humble.
Thank you.
If you can't tell by the way he's looking directly down under a hat.
Yeah.
Yo, party time!
Yeah, everybody. Give me a little more respect. He's in a movie with Denzel Washington. Not one scene, but several. Let's go.
Yeah. One of the key
people up here with #1 R-rated movie.
That's right. You got it. Johnny Scortis, Equalizer, and The Hangover, Hangover 2, Due Dates, Stephen Brody Stevens.
Positive energy learned in the belly room, created with the help of Heavenly Light, Brian Redman, and Tony Hitchcock. Yes.
That's right. It's all happening. All at once. Kevin, you always have a question for our guests. Every Patriot always does. What are we doing tonight?
The highlight of my oddball tour experience? Well, just a camaraderie backstage, getting the opportunity to host the main amphitheater trading off with Jeff Ross and learning from one of the masters how to host the show and keep an audience engaged. And it's a good feeling to travel across America and know that comedy is the new rock and roll. And I'm Jackson Brown. You got it. Let's push.
Johnny, the Lord sees all, he knows all. Is there anything about going to go to about the time that you dressed up?
Oh boy. Okay. A couple Halloweens ago.
I was here for this night.
That sounds adorable. It didn't end up that way, but I had good intentions to start. I thought that everyone was going to be dressed up and for Halloween, and I was like, I'm going to go to the comedy store. I'm going to have a great time. Everyone's going to see my costume. It's going to be great. And I dressed up like a fat little kid from Up. And then I got here.
He looked adorable. He's got the little orange flagpole sticking up in the back, a little Cub Scout hat, a little strap with medallions on it, short khaki shorts.
But I was the only person in costume.
Yes.
And then I proceeded to I was throwing back like little mini bottles of Jack Daniels, and then I ended up throwing up on the piano downstairs. And
he projectile vomited in front of all of us while we were smoking pot. And when
I got my barf badge.
And that's all when the buddy is dressed up like the little boy from Up, and he's projectile vomiting on Halloween night after a long night of drinking.
Just humble pie everywhere. It was actually DiGiorno's pizza that I got here for this house on the street.
Share with us.
Do they deliver? It must be delivered. Good.
Johnny, share with us something cool about working with Denzel Washington. Something everybody must want. You've been there. You worked with him.
It was really cool. It was really intense. It was very focused on his craft. But in between takes, he likes to fuck around. And there was one time where there's like all this sawdust on the floor, and I started like doing like the James Brown dance, and he comes in. He's like, oh, you're doing James Brown dance? He's like, yeah. He's like, okay, and then he starts doing the dance, and then we had like a dance off in front of the whole crew. And he ended up winning.
Of course, Denzel Washington.
Clearly. He was on Soul Train, so.
Is that true?
No. Just do that in. It's funny, in the film, he actually has a joke about this. Are you serious? Positive push. There you go. Are you serious? Yeah, there you go. See, we believe things happen.
You haven't seen The Equalizer yet, huh?
No, I've not. The only Equalizer I've seen has been on my iPod. You got it. Volume limit on. What was that? Is that a foghorn from Long Beach?
Guys, this is so exciting. We're going to have so much fun. You know the deal. Comedians signed up for the chance to do a minute in front of you guys and then chat with us on a live podcast afterwards. So, you know the deal, comedians, you get 60 seconds or up at stage time, but you know that 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of the kitty. Here it comes. Right. Oh, bow, motherfucker. No.
Are you making that sound yourself, Brian? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, 60 seconds, you'll hear this. Aww. That's to wrap it up.
That's
or else you're going to get the angry West Hollywood bear. That was quite the production on that one.
Somebody downloaded an app.
Yeah. That was a big one. So, guys, respect your time. Obviously, nobody wants to hear that bear come out again. Do 60 seconds. You're the not angry West Hollywood bear. You're the nice Oh, yes. So, what we were talking about earlier was there was a comedian 2 weeks ago that I've been watching Big Fat stand-up for years. He gained a lot of weight. He gained a lot of weight, and I kept noticing him bring it up, and I noticed that he was very dismissive of it. And I asked him, do you ever talk about being heavy? And he
said no. And I go, well, you should. Because if I come back in a couple weeks and only do a minute of bad jokes or whatever, then I'm going to come on and work out there. Fuck yeah. Let's make a breakthrough. Let's help him talk about the real him. Your hands got for his first time talking about his weight. It's Watt Smith.
Thank you guys. Thank you for accepting me as I am a pregnant woman. And I wouldn't look this way if it wasn't for my great ass. But you're like, damn, dude, with that ass and this stomach, I look fat. I used to play soccer a lot. Now they just use me as the ball. I haven't gotten laid since I got fat. Every morning I have to brush cobwebs off of my penis. I forgot all the memories of girls I hooked up with. So now my spank bank is just me remembering the other times that I jacked off and I felt good. Like the fat guy. You feel fat when you're sweaty and you're eating chicken wings and the waiter comes by and it's like, you still working on that? Yeah, this is all I do is eat chicken wings. When you drop something and you're sitting, you try to reach for it while you're still sitting and you're bending over a basketball and you can't even reach the floor. You couldn't even get a 15 on the sit and reach.
Watt Smith talking about the weight.
There are ways to get around things. They got something up me, usually I'll put a leg out and just kind of come around the side. This one, you can ask someone to do it. I'm glad to know that you're finally accepting the fact that you're putting on this weight. And, don't be proud of it, but find a way to work around it.
Can I throw one? You always can. You wanted to ask again for the rest of the year.
What about the next one?
So what's your name again? Why? I would say the fat joke. I would reference like you recently got fat. I would always talk about that. You used to be skinny. Now I used to do this. I used to be able to do that. And now I'm doing that. So that's what I mean. That's good. Decent jokes, But I would say talk about being your good found fat. Right, exactly. And that's a great note because now you're getting into your real perspective, which is the real purpose of the business. What I was saying in the first piece, which is, you have something new to talk about. Like comedians and baby, even though it's crazy when I see comedians and babies, next thing you know, they usually have a killer 5 or 10 minutes about their perspective on this new baby. In a way, you sort of have a new baby, which is that 60 pounds crazy.
Can I ask, did you put that up? Is it by choice? Is it just by?
It took about 4 months. I like pushing my trust fund.
You get a trust fund?
Yeah, this is like the shrine of the squadron.
I mean, why don't you say that? Why don't you lean out? You're like, if you have good skin, why don't you, what are you out here in Hollywood for?
Same acting, comedy. I just got a job.
Solar?
I've been doing that a little bit.
Oh, that's really caught on. I think you should try, you're young, you should try and be a little healthy, but if it aids your comedy, some people are funny when they're overweight. I think you have a chance to skin yourself. If that the tree is still awesome.
Yeah, every time you keep it real and say, you just gotta roll with what you got. Even that shrine of the grown inheritance, that took you 10 seconds to explain the front end of that and get a big laugh off of it. And it's true, yeah, it's real, and it gives that perspective. And it would help your soccer joke too. We talk about, like you said, that it was skinny and now it gained weight. That'll actually make sure that it's not goofy.
Just roll with your rolls.
Yeah,
I mean, roll.
I
waited for that one. And
another interesting thing that I thought might have a chance or something, out of that chicken wing thing. There's something about them asking you if you're still working. You said it is what you're trying to get out of it. But it's like, that you are so committed to your chicken wings to the service that they think that like you're clocked into that or something. You know, anything about work that is bad because fake is your thing. When I get it, I know that they say that, but you can give your new fat respect.
When you were skinnier, did you wear slippers during the day?
Yeah, Tom shoes. Now I'm afraid I'm going to twist an ankle though every time I put them on. They're so tight. It's like, we can't handle the upper body.
Those look like slippers. Can you even take those off? Those look stuck to your foot.
You can say something, yeah, like, you wore shoes, I can't make gain weight, and I can't get off. Something like that. Talk about how your clothes, but I don't think it's. I'm not saying get too committed to the overweight. I say try to do some weight.
Yeah, I want to lose weight. I've been eating unhealthy because I'm like, I know in 2 weeks I'm going to show.
So we just stay in shape.
I'm trying to lose some weight.
You're the first person to put on weight. We appreciate that.
You win, right?
What?
Watson. Where are you from?
Jimmy, Richmond.
Sky 95
all over that.
Triple A for the Braves.
Yeah, now the Squirrels.
But it's still Triple A for the Braves.
Well, the Braves aren't there anymore.
Who's there? The Triple A
Squirrels.
No, I know about who's the team.
Squirrels.
Wait, no, hold on. Who is the major league team that represents the Triple A? Who's the team?
It might be the Atlanta Braves.
I think it is.
Yeah. Okay. You know,
You really brought home the Squirrels. Somebody find that out. Find out who the I think it's the Braves. At least find out. But we'll get back to me off the mic. I know my sports.
I believe it is. I believe the Triple A affiliates.
Richmond. I like the name. I love squirrels.
Really? You do?
Yeah, I took a great video of the squirrel in Toronto the other night. He loved it. It's super close.
When you were a kid, when you were a little child, did you ever go in with a BB gun?
No, I wasn't into that. No, I just vandalized all houses. Oh, that's weirder? That's more weird?
I permit you to. How does that not get a big laugh?
How did that not get a big laugh that I vandalized an adult dollhouse in Sacramento? Now it gets a laugh?
Oh my God.
What, are you doing anything to try and do this?
Not a surfboard.
A surfboard, one of those surfboards that just has sushi rolls all over it? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Just a real Craigslist surfboard. $50.
Craigslist, that's like a, Beyonce surfboard. Yeah, I got dick on it. Craigslist. What?
Once again,
Ask you a question. Look at me. You smoke pot tonight? Today? Did you smoke pot?
Yes.
All right. Listen. Was it pot or cannabis? I think you need to establish yourself, find your character, get strong, couple things, then smoke pot. With the pot tonight. Whoa.
Cody Stevens.
I didn't smoke pot until I booked my first Craig Kilburn show. Thank you. Good night, CBS.
Wow.
I don't like it. I said the glass size. It's disrespectful.
There you go. You got your advice for Brody. Less hot roast.
Give me all your pot. No, but there is some truth to that. I'm being serious. The pot thing, you're going to make bad decisions on pot. How about, I just think, I didn't smoke until I found my voice, my character. I'm not going to say smoke or don't smoke. I just think you're probably better off not doing that until you're in Hollywood. This is the major leagues. This is it. So it's like,
I know I'm not sure.
Wait, why are you going off on him about pot? He was just doing some fat joke. Because his eyes are glassy and I notice it. You didn't notice it while you were doing it? Yes, I did. What am I going to do? Stop him in the mid-set and go, are you high? I saw shiny. I'm just saying, like, maybe that. But he performed well. I'm not saying he didn't, Brian. It might have something to do with that. I'm just saying. I got double air horn. It's okay. I'm doing fine. I mean, I'm not harshing anybody's buzz, but I'm saying, like, I do a lot of shows, I talk to people, smoke pot. But if you're trying to make an impression and your eyes are all glassy, I'm thinking pot. That's all. Do I smoke pot? Yes. But I have a regular gig, and the day that gig stops, I give up pot.
Now, Johnny, did you always talk about your weight when you first started standing, or did you wait a little bit too?
I waited a little bit before I started doing that.
Yeah,
But, you know,
how did it make you feel?
it's what's it. You know, I just like taking whatever the hell it is that people see, what we all see, letting them know that I know what they see. And then, you know, I get to work in the other stuff.
Why did I scare you? You can't be scared. It's a test, man. No, he's scared. You like a cop? I think I'm a neighborhood watch. Check this guy. Check the African American guy. Welcome to Ferguson.
Is that Big E from the WWE? Who's that Big E in here? Former Intercontinental Champion Big E, ladies and gentlemen. Heckling from the back of the room relentlessly. Live podcast. Thank you, sir. There you go. Jesus is a
Going to say where something.
When Johnny's done with the show tonight, he has to take his shirt back up on the curtain. I didn't say that. Watt, we love you. You got a special 1 minute guest spot. You talk about your weights. There he is. Let's watch.
Give JJ Watt a nice hand from the Houston Titans, Texans.
On Twitter, Watt Smith. Right now.
Tennessee Titans.
There he goes. Watt Smith with the Titans. There he is.
Whataburger. Delicious.
Well, this is exciting. I met this gentleman earlier. Put your hands together for Peter O'Keefe.
Yeah!
You should have known by now. Easy does it.
Yeah! What's up, Comedy Store? How's it going? Woo! Right on. Everybody over there is fucking challenge. We all get people done, right? Right now, let's think about this. What do we got, fucking book ice water on your head. Isn't that be amazing? That'd be great. I just found out my 6-year-old daughter getting her tonsils taken out. Crazy that how much it costs to take a 6-year-old tonsils out nowadays? $13,000. Yeah, who is fucking right? That's amazing. $13,000. If thanks to Obamacare. Ow! I'm gonna pay for myself. That's the way it is. I am a comedian. I don't have a lot of money. I have to figure out different things. I'm on the internet. I found out I'm like 2 videos. You know what I mean? If I just figure out how to cauterize the wound, I hook that bitch up. Let's hook her up. I told my 6-year-old thing. I just go on the internet. I have to figure it out. Money on Google like that. I found out $13,000. You want to say that shit? You want to try? $13,000. I can buy whole kids. There you go. Woo! That rarely ever works when you want to finish it. Usually never ever works. Okay, Peter. You have great. And if we can go ahead and get sure. I think you can, that could go a long way. Like that. You felt his energy. You called over to Jesus at a good time. That all makes sense. I think a lot of the stuff in between it, though, what I noticed about your stuff is that your energy sort of carried it and told us where the punchlines were. But if your stuff was written out on paper, somebody had to read it, you would just read like backwards. And it would read like Barack, because of Barack Obama, I have to pay for that shit. Well, but then first of all, you went political, which is always weird. Second of all, there's no punchline, and you just bash Obama for a second, which is also weird.
But I get it. You're from Florida and you have a goatee, so you must be a Republican.
No.
Now?
Libertarian, maybe libertarian.
Oh, but that means you don't vote for the White
And yet, what does we say?
I fucking voted for the black guy twice. Fuck off.
No, but you are from Florida, so you do have the coke buzz when you're on stage, but you do have a very high energy. Like this is a very small room, but you're playing coordination. And you're like, hey, what's up, everybody? And when you're on stage, you can kind of hypnotize people that listen to you. So when you're throwing so much energy, it's kind of like, oh, why is this guy going crazy on me? It almost puts you off a little. So I would really be interested to see if there was set that was maybe slowed down by 50% or more. Right. But when you rush it, it's like, oh my God, why is this guy screaming at me? Instead, I would rather you just be like, hey,
It's definitely always better to do anything
it's hard to do that.
Well, that'll always, Rex will always make those weird adjustments. When you have 30 minutes of solid material, and you get the Tonight Show, you don't see people going to the Tonight Show trying to get as much as they can just because they have 4 minutes. Doing your own speak. Brody Stevens is here.
Steve Brody Stevens. I would say my only red flag was the use of the F-word. Unnecessary. I would say I like stage presence. You want to call it confidence, whatever. I don't mind if you smoke pot. It works in your character. I want you to smoke pot. What? It's not good on you. The khaki pants, the toms, it's not good. You got to be clean-eyed. Trust me. I know what it takes to work in this town.
I just gotta say real quick, so I think I'm off. Watt is agreeing with you while eating food right now. Watching him, he just had a mouthful of French.
You still working on that?
He gave a
Fall back. I remember the bits, but I got it. Remember, I got double bullhorn. Just remember that. Again, so that's my thing. I can't break down material. That's not my shtick. I'm a personality-driven guy. I liked your energy. I mean, this is a weird room. I would even say project form. I think keep it in. I think you were actually trying to hold back in this room. And I feel if that's the way you are, if you're wired that way, keep doing it. So I don't know about, I didn't pay so much attention to material. I didn't think it was such bad Obama necessarily. Everybody's making fun of Obamacare, so you just assume if somebody says Obamacare, it's a joke. The kick reminded me, but you got kind of a Joey Diaz vibe too. Go with that. Maybe you're Joey's Cuban uncle. Go with that. But I like what you got. Keep it up. Keep smoking pot. Don't change who you are. I would say the opposite. Go even further with it. You have a very ice road trucker thing. When you come up on stage, and if you were just to let everybody know that you're fucking ice road trucker, you do all these fucking things, and you're from Florida, then the people who will accept you more than you. So, truck on.
Yeah, it's true. You know what? It's true. I really like that note. If you talk about being from Florida and what you look like while doing that exact thing, there's no way that's true. And so, your take on Ice Bucket and your take on Barack Obama means nothing. Your take on you. That's what people are doing.
You could also play like the Latino guy from East LA, like a Danny Trejo guy. I'm serious. You got to think across the board. Arabic, Puerto Rican.
I have to admit though, Ice Bucket and Obama are two topics that the comic does.
That's what I'm saying. Why cover things that anybody can cover?
You can talk about yourself.
Yeah.
He actually opened up for us in Death Squad in Jacksonville, Florida. It was a lot of fun.
You're always going to want to put the
But I think he did that for this room. You have great hair.
It's not going to go anywhere.
You guys, your acting range is wide. Like, you've been on all the way to It's amazing. Peter, thank you. All the way from Florida.
There you go.
Wow, he's Death Squad Florida.
So does everyone pull a name out, or is it just, how does that work? Do we all pull names? Oh, well, okay. I'd love to. Let's try to look for more interaction. In 2002. Here we go. Pulling in the name. All right, here we go. Here we go. Name is Taylor Rizzo.
What's up, guys? I drove here from South Carolina, and originally I was planning on a trip to fly out here, but everybody kept telling me that if I even stepped into an airport with this mayor, that the TSA is automatically going to pull me aside for a strip search. And I think that's bullshit, and I wanted to figure out a way, like, if they're going to waste my time, I want to figure out a safe way to fuck with them and waste their time, you know? And I was thinking, like, what's the policy on smuggling things in your boat? The only time I've ever heard anybody get in trouble for that, it's always illegal stuff like drugs and weapons. But like if they search me and they just find like my keys and my wallet and my passport, like in a baggie, of course. There's food in there. Like they can't just arrest me for being a weird guy. But it sure is gonna eat up a lot of their time. All right, that's my joke, guys. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, buddy.
That's really good.
Thank you. I do, yeah. The first time I ever did stand up outside of South Carolina was 2 weeks ago. I left on this trip. Yeah.
How long were you doing it there?
Like 2.5 years.
I'm so glad you actually told him too. This is awesome.
Yeah,
I talked to you. Was it also Jackson?
In Jacksonville, yeah. I met the other guy there too as well. It's crazy.
And what did I tell you?
My original plan, I was feeling some depression, and I was like, I'm gonna quit my job and go pursue stand-up. And I met Redman, and I told him, he was like, do not quit your job at all. And I was like, well, all right, what do I do? And so I took a month off from work and
you have to get out there. You have to see it, but you can't just like I'm just gonna quit and become a stand-up. Because honestly, dude, you're going to become homeless. There's a lot of homeless comics. Most of the guys you see tonight are homeless. Like most people in here are homeless. Like Josh Martin lived in his car for almost 2 years. Like I think he still does. He still lives in his car.
What's the rental?
Josh lives in his car. Almost got clipped in the nuts, sleeping in his car for the love of the game.
What's the safety deposit for that?
But comedy's something that you need to do if you want to do it. But don't throw all your turds in the basket and put it in your mouth or something. I don't know what that means.
You're right. No, I really appreciate the advice because this has been an eye-opening trip. I've never really been off the East Coast, so I've seen more of the country in the last 2 weeks than I have in my whole life.
Just a question. I know this was playing the podcast. It's kind of interesting how you hold your mic. You hold it like on your. You have an interesting mic
chin right here.
Yeah. Shaky. So it's a defense, but what you get is what I have in my CNC right here.
Because comics are the dirtiest, and then you just, like when you're live, next thing you know, you do a show, you have 32 comics that probably have press that mic. Yeah, you can put it in your pants. What's your job in South Carolina? What do you go back home to?
I work at I build the displays.
What city in South Carolina?
Charleston.
You go uptown.
Open-minded.
You're going back home. Just that.
My job.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
No. we do not quit yet.
I was just some guy walking up to him saying, "Hey, I'm going to quit my job for safety."
So I think you should get a job in the Urban Outfitters. Glendale Gallery.
Split it up with somebody. It's one on Hawaii. That's on Florida. You get 40% off and what's your employee discount. There you go. They're connected. I picked all the number 40. I got it. So what do I know?
By the way, that is the 9th time Brody's dropped the mic during this episode for those of you keeping
But to be honest, let's be honest. We talk about this a lot on podcasts, especially Joe Rogan podcasts. How many comedians actually make enough money to survive, to live, to get a very, very small number? Some of the urban outfitters do a waiter.
I mean, I get to go like twice a week. Charleston, the first year that I just think I only got to go once a week.
Well, if it's something that you want to do, then we'll figure it out. Go either move to LA or New York and knock it out.
It's definitely something I want to do. This is kind of a trip
That's a
to
really
see if I am
joke.
capable. Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, definitely. The one thing I give a structural note on is there's a part where you say it's bullshit, which before the reveal of everything, it's for no reason. It's sort of like a good no-need to cuss, because you're going from one thing to the other when you do that. You're saying somebody told you that you're going to go into, you're going to get stopped at TSA. And then which I think is bullshit, which is bullshit. Because you're saying that it's very true. It won't get a laugh. And you're about to tell them what you'd rather do anyway. There's no point in this is bullshit. You might make people wonder if that wasn't but just an intent. So instead, don't give them the option. Go straight into
what I would do.
Straight into bullshit.
Think of other things you can put in your butt. Think of it like think of you're only allowed one carry-on. Think of like trying to go in the airplane mode. Now when it's in my ass, like there's a lot you can just. I mean, again, you're messing. You're in that weird airplane humor world, so it's unique.
I need to have some insight to the level of things.
Here's what we'll joke about. As we're putting this all over, I did
Absolutely. I took the Josh Martin approach. I threw everything out there. And, at one point, I was sleeping behind this building in my car for a few months. I was having more fun doing that than a lot of the times since then. Because all that I had to do was wake up for stand-up. You wake up and the sun comes out, how are you going to use paper to start writing? If it wasn't for some of those days with absolutely no distractions and no work and nothing else to do, I probably wouldn't have gotten the writing work out of what I get to do during the day, then go do stand-up and whatever else I want to do at night. So now I do both. I'm writer skill and I'm stand-up comedian. It's stupid. It's because all my teachers are dictators. I never thought I'd be able to do that. And so that's too funny of a TSA joke. Probably one of my favorite things I've ever heard. And if you got up more and chipped away and added more to that, it could be really amazing. So I'd love to see, what other stuff you have. Do you have to go back to South Coast?
I have to leave here like Thursday. I'm staying at the Secret Show on Wednesday.
I say come back in 2 months and let's say another 30 seconds.
I think I got to drive out here.
I'll take that.
If I come back out in a few months.
Kids got a good attitude. Keep doing it. Stay nice.
On the drive, dude, you get tickets for like $200.
Just sell your Xbox. Let just get over it. More people died in a bus or a car than in an airplane. Just wasn't Jack Daniels. Close your eyes. Just think you wake up, you're in another state.
Sounds good.
Being afraid of flying is never going to get you anywhere.
What are you guys policy on insurance? I hate it, and I just didn't want to go there, but don't worry.
I usually don't. I've been walking around. I'm staying at my friend's house, and he goes to work at noon. I've just been out of the town ever since, so I gotta go. You gotta choose on my shirt. Do you want to put on my shirt?
I'm 36-inch waist.
These are 34. These are 34, but I am at 38 now.
So there you go. Got another number right.
Wow, what are you up to? 34 there. That's 34 without touching the top button. Everybody wants that.
We're on either end of the spectrum of 34. Mine are way too big and those are way too tight.
That's a 36 inches.
Taylor,
Taylor, it was nice meeting you. Very fun to get it.
Yeah,
Taylor, we gotta go back to South Carolina on Thursday. That's so cool. So keeps people away from sharp objects and uses.
Tony, you want to read one?
That's so cool. That's so cool that he got to go. Both those guys, Jacksonville, Florida, so they're doing shows. It just goes to show.
What's it like sleeping?
It's really, really crazy. Depends on where your car's from, but what kind of I'd imagine.
Jared Elvis.
This disease awareness campaigns everywhere. Aware these things by now, get to a doctor because you probably have. How about promoting awareness? We go back to, I don't know, trying to find a cure. That seems like a novel idea. Being aware doesn't really get you anywhere. I mean, I was aware I was falling for years. Look where that got me.
That's what he's looking for.
I think shows how mainstream got that society. Like it used to be a run for the cure, then it was a AIDS walk, now it's just be aware. Keep an eye out your window, that pesky AIDS will get you. The campaigns themselves don't make sense half the time. Like the NFL, but there's the breast cancer awareness month coming up. That'll come to that whole thing. Now it's all well and good, but it seems like we're growing awareness with a few others. Gun control awareness, or I don't know, I used to say domestic abuse awareness right here, but they are promoting domestic abuse awareness nowadays. All about it in a different way than I would have chosen, but hey, at least they're trying.
Wow. Jared Ellis just got too hitty now. How's being nice because I like the stage presence. Yeah, a good stage presence. Came up, smiling, good posture up there. Shoes are good. DC, I support that. Rob Dearden, that family. Yeah, good stage presence, likability. All that Tony and the other guys handling the material and all that. But I thought it was pretty good. You got some good, smart, clever lines in there.
If anything, I would just say be louder about it because it's more convincing to the people.
Yeah, I usually have no nervous. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been up.
Yeah, but they were coming down hard, not hard, but Pete saying like, bring it down a notch. I'm sure. Did you hear that? Like, bring it down. I'm going to bring it down because of that. Did you think that a little bit? Yeah, you were just missing pauses. You were timing was a little weird. You're just trying to run through. I love you still. Look good on stage. Arian?
Yeah, I got Irish.
How come you slowed it down? Why did you bring it down? You're nervous or?
Yeah, I was more nervous.
Oh, you've done this before?
Yeah, I don't know.
2 weeks ago.
Something close to
Some college shows. Falling off the job here. That's right. Talked to Adam a few times.
What's your background? You speak pretty well.
I mean, I've always been like I took a lot of speech classes.
Got it. Did I say speak well? Take speech classes. Well, what do I know?
Whoa, mic shot number 10. There he is. Powerful. Triple air part. It seems to be a good thing now. It went from a negative to a positive. Josh Marks.
Where's Josh? He's living in his car? What's he doing?
Taking it down so Jerry, so you lost your hair. When did you lose your hair? What size was it? Wow, soon those two things will get and one day Jared, or one day Watt is going to be 55, like this one. Guys, everybody knows they live odd numbers.
They actually do. Some guys do. This guy Casey's 35 the other day. You get a 35.
That's a weird one. They go odd numbers.
It is weird. They do. They went silver also.
31. Yeah. Hey, still got a lot. You guys didn't realize that. Did you sell your sheep or not?
Yeah.
Where does it grow in?
What does it look like when you have it grown out? What do you mean? Hey! Whoa! This is a choice.
I gave up on it at like 20.
So the process over here, there's really something worse than what's in the
I just got here.
because it's actually possible to
Welcome, Jared. Thanks, Jared.
It's also something
It took a while on the first.
You're not friends with Jared, are you? You friends with Ryan?
because it's possible.
Not everybody is that deep into show business, bro. You're the one that works at it.
No, I said he looks like a guy who'd hang out with Rob here. He's wearing the DC shoes, got a chill vibe. He probably doesn't smoke pot. Jared, are you straight edge? All right, I've been wrong on a lot of stuff. I've been wrong on a few things. All right, you want to?
Jared Ellis is on Twitter at Jared Comedy, but it seems like he spells it differently than his first name. Oh, J-A-Y-R.
Is that true, Jared? What's going on here?
No, Jared. If you are spelling your name wrong with what your real name is, you need to get a Twitter name that's just JJJ Cruz. You need to get anything of some other man's name on your cover page. Don't confuse the fuck out of people that know you. No, I think it's a one.
Yeah. You ruined everything. No, good stuff.
We did this
All right. We'll see it together.
Your name is
Sarah Kennedy!
It's been a really good day for me. When I was riding my bike, I put a finger on the ground. And like everybody knows that's really good luck, right? It's like that saying when you were a kid, find a finger on the ground or you will never wear a crown. Did you guys have that? Or was that just me? We found a lot of fingers in my family. So I'm a little worried that overall women might be less, well, we might be more gullible than men. Because I've never had a girlfriend come up to me and say, I went to my psychic today. I've only ever had a guy say that time. You know, I don't need a psychic because I have a therapist and a life coach and a shaman. And once in a while, we all get together and we beat up a psychic. And what's weird is they never see it coming.
Sarah Kennedy. Let's get into it. The finger thing, I don't know how it works, but it works. So,
Did you really find a finger?
I actually was riding my bike once and I saw what looked like it might be a finger on the ground, and then I didn't stop. So I have no idea. I looked around. There was nobody running around screaming like, "Where's my finger?"
Like lesbians that find fingers on grass sometimes. No, I don't think that. I'll just answer that like a normal question and say no. Fact, I know they don't do that. Really? Yeah. Nobody ever finds a finger on the ground, first of all. So the odds of a lesbian finding a finger are crazy. The closest you'll ever get is Sarah Kenny, who's not a lesbian and didn't actually find a finger on the ground. And that is in West Hollywood. That's a lesbian. See, why would they do that? See how many girls put it inside them, and that's how it goes. Right, you're sneaking in a lot of other creepy things. When's the last time you did a dysentery? You need to vent. You need to do that crazy shit that you do. You're all pent up. I love it, but it's a lot. To say for them to be like saying, do gay guys find penises on the streets, put them in their butts? I think they would. If they were hungry, if their butts were hungry, they would just put it in there. Do you think that's what happens? Gay guys' butts get hungry, and it's like I have to eat penis with my butt. Look at the chatter that you started. If this audience was mic'd right now, you would be able to hear us. Sarah, I think again, I don't pay attention much material. In general, that's not my thing. You watch Dancing with the Stars, the guys feel I'm like Bruno. But they don't say that after every single. Why not? It's all branding. Yeah, they say it every night. The audience is I'm only doing what I've been doing the last 6 months. Freedom. I would say that you have like a nice, likable personality. I would talk about that. There's no reason to go. I mean, unless that's your own thing. Like, you look this way. Okay, then if you're dark and evil, it's like a chapter doll. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy this for my kid. Well, I would say if you're going to be dark and evil, you got to be really dark and evil because you don't look like you'd be dark and evil. So I think you have to double up. That's my. But the stuff surrounding that finger is a lot of really work hard. So she's taken a lot of chances. I've seen crazy abortion jokes. And I mean, they really stand out to me. The last few times you've been on, it's been, definitely more times. I think maybe all that, a little bit of that evil stuff that you want to talk about with that action. So there's always something. What did you talk about after the finger thing?
The psychic.
Yeah, I don't get that at all because I've never heard a guy say it. It's always a girl. It's the opposite.
Did I say guy?
Yeah.
I said it. I didn't even realize that.
It's like, what guys are you hanging out with? Yeah, that's an important one.
That's the first time I've ever done that, and I didn't even realize it.
Set up that sort where everything falls. Or else it would be, why did the chicken stay on that side of the road? And people would go, they get to the other side, and everybody would be like, what the fuck did you just say to me? Right.
Oh, that's so funny. No wonder, because I usually get a really big laugh when I'm Johnny, what do you Yeah. No, that was, I can't even believe it. I totally
We're flying through it. S. Kenny Comedy. She's on Twitter at S. Kenny Comedy. Yeah. Constantly standing up, constantly doing stuff. So fun. Yeah, definitely. Your hands together for Rob Banks.
So, coming up on my year anniversary of moving to LA, and I'm looking back at my experiences, and I really like when I first moved here, I was in a 16-person house, and it was a 4-bedroom, so it was really exciting. It was gay. It was all guys. And, like, obviously, I'm not a restaurant down there. Obviously, I live in a white family, but it's a mixed ethnicity house. So there's white guys, there's black guys, and there's one Filipino. Well, he's scared to love. And the black guys are sitting in a lot.
I said something, like, hey guys, how about we say Nate?
Because I know that this was hamburgers.
And my neighbors in the house weren't feeling it. They weren't. The reason the Filipino guys scare me the most is my dad told me
that this was
my grandfather's.
You want to finish it? Go
That, well, thank you. He said that my grandfather was stationed in the Philippines. And he said that we might have some family, so he could be mine. Lost.
See, it doesn't usually
The Filipino guy?
You say Filipino weird. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I say a lot. I say a lot of things.
Really?
Filipino.
Yeah, it's like you turn another nationality just for that one word.
Yeah.
Johnny, do it again. What did he say?
Filipino. Those are spicy Filipinos.
Yeah. Delicious. Jalapeno and a Phillips. But yeah.
I mean, I'm not a material guy. No, I'm kidding. But you guys are talking about that stuff. I mean, a lot of they go right into it. It's like, this is your first time here. Have you done it before?
This is the second time I made it.
Yeah. I just like to have this, see people like talk more about themselves real quick. And boom. Sometimes they write it. I just like to find out. I know we only have a short amount of time, maybe like 10 seconds. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you do? I like to see that established a little bit up front. That's my thing. And then point of view on stuff. Like you're a young kid, I mean, Tony does stuff like I'm young. Like my solid career or whatever. Play into that. Play into like, what you look like. You're young. Whatever. That's my thing. Like if anything, like with what we were talking about, like living with like 16 different ethnicities. Maybe compare that to Subway or something where there's a bunch of different like ethnicities. Instead of just saying, there were a bunch of people there, and then this, like compared to like Toronto's multicultural. Multicultural.
Where was this at when you lived in How long ago did you move?
I'm coming up on a year, so it's November.
Is it a flop house? Is there webcams into your bedroom?
Where do you live now?
In the valley, like Van Nuys.
Have you been offered to do straight curious? Now I get a laugh.
Stand up to your thing, you're doing spots in the valley.
Yeah.
So you're driving out to this side a lot?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Or you just going to every
well, when at first I was just doing the valley, now I'm coming over the hills.
Which, by the way, for all you people that were groaning earlier about telling about to get my car, just know that I would never, ever, in a million years, live in a house with 16 dudes. That's hell. When I was sleeping in my car, it was behind the confidence store, which would open up at about 7 or 8 a.m. A cleaning crew would come in. And then I could walk right in, and literally 16 dudes in one house. I had 0 people in this entire building. I had tens of thousands of square feet to do whatever I wanted. I mean, my own dance on stage. I had 8 bathrooms to myself. Yeah, so think about that for a second. Whereas he's sharing one bathroom. But yeah, that's a terrible situation. How many guys were in your bedroom?
Oh no, well it's a 4-bedroom house, but they split up. They put people in the garage, and people in the dining. Wow, yeah, that's how they made it work.
Where'd you move here from?
Ohio.
Wow, St. Mark. That's your mom, you know, LeBron James, like he grew up in his house and all that stuff. No, do you?
Yeah.
You ever seen this? You know him at all?
No. He left to Miami.
That's why he's
Triple air horn asking a young man from Akron if he knew the LeBron.
No, I said, did you know where he lived? Did you know the house where he lived?
Are you aware that he was
and he came back and he was back with us.
Yeah, he's back.
Are you aware that Brian Columbus
No,
did you know that wearing a bucket?
I knew
Yes. It's the who's the main this club? Is it the Atlanta Braves? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh my God! They still didn't.
Who is the AAA for the Atlanta Braves? That's all we need to find out. It's got to be Richmond. Please find out. With everybody that's there.
You think they really have this?
I think they do, but I just want to know it's Atlanta Braves. Here's my thing with these communities. What's the point of view? It's like you're like a good-looking guy, right? You're a young kid. How are we going to sympathize with you? You look in the house, that's good. You talk about that. You'd say something like, I'm a good-looking guy. They put me in front. You got to build up like you got to talk about in contrast.
12 and 16 guys isn't punchline. A way to describe it, unless it's a bunch of gay dudes.
You answered an ad. You're on some reality show. Whatever you're not used to. And I'm clean. I'm whatever. You just gotta like. You're very close to a joke. There's too many details that you're trying to say. Hey, you need to remember this. You need to remember this. You have to like make it easy and easily listen. How was the water pressure?
Good question.
It's well watered.
How many bathrooms do I have?
Josh, how come you didn't move there? It's a good deal. 17 and a 4-bedroom. No, I love Josh Martin. He's a good guy. Give Josh Martin a nice name.
So you lived in LA for about a year. The whole time you've been on the valley. So what's the secret? Is it an official though? Is it like see why just over here? You want to do that? Earlier, one of the valley is a whole different thing.
So much happier there.
I'm talking about the transplant.
Transplant? Live here. Live in my old apartment on Hollywood Boulevard. I hated it. So happy to be back in Valley Village. But if you move, you got to go the whole thing. You know, Woodland Hills, that's not the Hollywood, LA. So if you're coming in from Ohio, Tony's right. You need to be here in Hollywood, not out in Burbank. Hey! Oh, what the fuck?
That is a direct shot. What? No air horns. No air horns on that one. But he said it. That was a direct shot, revenge shot of Ryan Redford.
Worked out. Don't do that to me.
He hit the snare drum a few times before that one. Hey, Rob, you were great. Thank you. Well, I mean, he's on Twitter at Comic Rob Banks, so we go, y'all want to work with Rob Banks. He has that name. Rob Banks. Is that your real name, Rob? Really?
You gotta make a choice. Yeah, your last name. Is it Rob Banks? Be honest. We're here for you. My name's not Bernie Season, so I go see Bernie Season.
Is Rob your dad's name or your middle name? Bill. First name, Fancy. Philip.
What's your first name? In your relation to John Columbus, Ohio.
And he's
Let him ask. What's your first name? Nathan Banks. That's a good name. Nathan Banks. It sounds like you're in charge of something. Rob Banks is good too, but that's kind of like a play on that.
It sounds like a big name.
I like Nathan Banks, and it's not too late to change your name. It's not too late. If you think about it, confidence, you're in LA, you got to push. Get to Hollywood.
Hello?
Yes.
Johnny, any words for Rob Banks?
I kind of like Nathan Banks. If you say it like that. I like Nathan Banks, but you know what? Have the attitude, get up there and push it. We keep it going, right, Tony?
What about Natty B?
Can I reach into the
No, that's all I need. This is the part of the show when we go to our 2 regulars.
Oh!
Ladies that have been doing a brand new 60 seconds each week. That's right. You fans of the show know what's up because they have been killing lately. It's always fun to watch them do a brand new 60 seconds. This week is no different. You know, your first comedian is regular on both Tony and the Scary Podcast. Always with a goofy, expensive style. It's a small thing. Not always talking about the show. It's not her style.
Is that her going to come up?
Yes.
You're a great Instagram follower, by the way. Great Instagram.
On top of all that, she's one of our favorites and one of the only 2 regulars here at the great Sarah White.
Stop. Not too stoked about autumn. Just really not in the fall. Not looking forward to Halloween. Don't like it. Least favorite holiday. Think it's weird.
more confusing than that? Well, like, why do people think it's a good idea to go to pumpkin patch? Let's go pick out a pumpkin. Let's take time out of our day to buy an oversized squash. Not squash. Let's take time out of our day to buy an overpriced squash that we don't even have room for. Have you ever carved a fucking pumpkin? If I wanted to create a brain surgeon, then I would be a brain surgeon. I don't want to stick my hand in that and plot all the innards of it. And then you're supposed to put lights in it and then it just rots. I don't understand where the payoff is. Why carve a pumpkin? I can just look at other pumpkins.
Fuck yeah, a little October themed. Can I tag it on a material note? So you talk about like pulling the like the doctor pulling out the injury. You could like put a light, something like that to a human. Pulled out the pumpkin light to human. Just something like that. I was just finding it. Okay, don't get on me for my. You don't see anything with it. Try to be involved with the material. I'm a huge fan of Halloween, so. You did the injuries. I just think like treating a human being like a Halloween, like a pumpkin. What do I do?
I'll tell you this, is that you had Mind Shape's momentum in the beginning, like you were setting up this dark evil, every fucking one of the first 6 things you said was negative, it was awesome. You were setting up this whole thing, you're going, what was it, you don't like autumn, don't like fall, Halloween, and then you go, and worse than all of that, all of a sudden you broke up this rhythm and tone, instead of going straight to target where you do your thing. Yeah. There was a part where you started explaining yourself and you didn't do much. You could have just gone right into it. I said, yeah. You said, I hate autumn, bobbity bob, you're getting your goals. But instead you go, and more confusing than all of that.
Yeah, that was weird.
You're right. You talk about rhythm. Whereas normally I talk about the actual material, the rhythm that you had. You were setting up for this thing. Right. You let all the air out right before hitting it with the
yeah.
Maybe on that, like, I don't know if you didn't have time, but even more examples of stuff involved. You know, like scissors, crunching meat, you know, whatever. You know, just like that stuff that involves,
be careful about, you know what works for you, you know what I mean? You had us already giggling at that goofy stuff that you had such perspective and angle. You hated this. You don't like this. Bobbity bob. And then you go, and more confusing than all of it. Something catch. But it's like, that's not more confusing than all of that. Before you could see what you were saying. Why pumpkin patch is more confusing than your hatred of the overall thing should be. The overall thing would be more confusing. I mean, the pumpkin patch would be more confusing than all of Halloween. That's part of it.
So it's like in addition to that, I didn't need to.
You don't need to say the way you do things, one of the funniest things about your style is that you take something small and make it big. So you just go right into so you hope that in your shooting, but instead you sort of see something nice, yeah. I'd say hit the gas off your like inverted style of dark evil breathing.
I think when you bash Halloween, you're going to have to just come with a conclusion. You're going to probably not love but there's that group of people that are like, what do you think about Halloween? You know,
well, I can make them, I can explain them.
Yeah, but I will like carving.
I want to see more Halloween shit.
Alright, Halloween next month.
Next Monday, bring it.
See, the carving pumpkin, see, I'm like Dexter with the pumpkin. See, but again, that was my thing. I got shot down, and that's why I didn't say anything for the last 3 minutes.
Whoa. Drop number 11, there it is. 12, I lost count even. Sarah, that was fun. I want to hear more Halloween stuff, and I also feel like Halloween news stuff say the word part of editing sort of in anticipation. Anything. At any person, anything that you think is original publication, at any point we're going to have to say that Halloween makes us first. Okay. Maybe something I could picture you saying is along the lines of in your own way that you don't think orange and black should go well together.
Yeah, makes sense.
You think Christmas?
Yeah, I love
What is the Halloween? Whoa, red pan mic drop. I've never seen one of those. Brody, look what you've done. I've got, I believe, 72 or 73 episodes of red pan without a single mic drop.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
Contagious. Next thing, Brody's going to be hitting an airborne button.
When I hear Halloween, I think of
All right, Brody, hey, it's good to have you on for the last 3 days.
I don't have a gun. That was on Twitter.
Speaking of Twitter, Sarah wants Shake is on Twitter, Princess Shane. There she goes, everybody. It's Princess. It's SHENK, all one word. Princess Shane. That's 3 S's in a row. If you're wondering right now.
We always talk about Halloween.
That was Halloween a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
He went straight up in his mouth. He covered his mouth. He looked like a fucking Bellagio fountain over here, except it was all liquor. Imagine that. Our other regular, your final comedian of the night, is so much fun, so cool. You know, is the college dropout. I got to hang out with her in Vegas on Saturday night, and she got to see her first UFC fight. For your hits with Kimberly Condon. It's Thursday, everybody. It's Kimberly Condon.
Hey guys, I turned 24 on Thursday. It's really exciting. I spent my weekend in Vegas. It was a lot of fun. Going to Vegas was really interesting. It was my first time spending any time there, and I drank a lot. I told my mom about it. She said that I might have a problem with drinking, which I disagreed with because it's really easy. You know, I had a problem with college algebra. That was hard. I always get close like I have I have two personalities. People were getting wild in Vegas though. I didn't do all that, but you know, they say what happens in Vegas definitely gets on social media. I gambled all my money away, which is really depressing. But I don't think it's that bad. It's better than being a Patriots fan right now. So I've got that going for me.
There you go. Fuck yeah. That was great. I would never do you know what they say or what happens in Vegas. Those kinds of, you just can't do it no matter what. That's one of the rare instances where it's absolutely beat people that you could have more things to
Oh, I hated it as
but everything else was really fun. Brody, you're not the material guy, but I'm sure you
I like that. I like how you plowed through, you kept going, and just like professional. I like your jeans. There's 35. No, I like your work ethic on it. Likability. I like the Patriots. It's topical. It just happened
like 2 hours
minutes ago.
It's a ballsy move to do a sports move, and you took the chance to make it work.
I didn't even watch the game. Don't know what happened. I just heard they sucked.
What was the spread on that game? Something like that.
We're going to see this also.
Yeah, that was fun. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks so much.
Kimberly, happy birthday. I teach a comedy workshop in the Valley if you're interested.
Wow.
It's a night workshop. It's like classic bits.
There you go. Kimberly Condon, you did it.
Thank you.
What about Kevin? He's been there the whole time.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Kimberly Condon's on Twitter. Kimberly Condon's all over our pages. So, you never know. Exciting, always growing live. Kevin Lee Light, you are the Patriots tonight. How do you feel?
I love you all.
You're great. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for being here.
We'll be back again in 3 days.
Just for you. Chef Elise Lane filled our bellies today.
Delicious tacos. Thank you very much.
Johnny Sportis is on Twitter at Johnny Sportis. That's JOHNNYSKOURTIS. He's my big Greek baby.
I'm a fat baby.
Johnny, what else do you want to promote? Go see the Equalizer in theaters, and you're going to see this guy.
Fat baby? Yeah, go watch it.
It's the #1 movie in the country, so he doesn't fucking need your support. But you should do it anyway. He's made us laugh a lot tonight. Thanks for being on, Joe. Stephen Brody Stevens, perhaps one of our most utilized guests, made 3 or 4 appearances when we were in our infantile stage. I believe you started on episode 2. Started in episode 2, it was just him before I adjusted it to make it 2.
Things are going great. I'm still on Toronto time. Great week back there. I was on the Oddball Comedy Tour all over the country. Every single city, every region.
He's on Twitter at Brody is my friend.
Yeah, it's an homage to my Chinese and Albanian busboys in New York, Tony Brody, you the guy, you be friend. You can also find me on Fox Sports all throughout the fall season with David Spade, with Nick Schwartz, and with Chuck Liddell, and Dribble from Entourage.
You can read all those.
And you can find me on at midnight every day, and appearing again soon.
But what I recommend above all those credits is currently on Amazon. If you're an Amazon Prime member, or if you just have Amazon, you can watch the whole first season of Enjoy It.
You got it. Push them away.
Based around Brody's life. A lot of comedians' favorite comedy show ever.
Look at that clap. Yes, that's inspiration.
You got it. Push me believe. Yes. Drop the mic. I deserve it. I'll pay for it. 13 times. That's an unlucky number.
Got a gift certificate to Radio Shack. I'll pay for it. You got it.
Got it. Never-ending microchips.
Yes, take me to Suncoast. I want to get a DVD.
I'm Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Redband. Hey guys. Bye-bye. Thank you, live audience.
Hey, this is Redband coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Hi, how are you? Good to be here, everyone. What another lovely Monday episode 31 of Kill Tony.
Great. I'm almost done. I have the old Death Squad studio. Death Squad started in my office. And then when I moved to the Ice House, I pretty much abandoned the room. Use it as storage. We haven't been in it in a year and a half.
I remember that. That was the first podcast I ever did. Stevens' first podcast, Brody Stevens' Experiment.
Yeah.
It was the first one I had ever even dabbled with. And that was crazy. And that was definitely your place.
Yeah.
In a tiny room.
It turned into where my cat lives and shit. And I couldn't look inside to see if the cat was alive anymore. And so I've been like, it's one of those things in the back of my head where I'm like,
did you do it?
Yeah, I spent the last 3 days. Now it's a new studio, I guess. So it's another studio. But it's great. It's amazing how like a room that I hated for so long. Now I take it out. It's
Right. It was a fun little studio. The art and everything being tight. Yeah, I have fun. I'm excited about New Year's Eve being Thursday, guys. Anybody else excited for 2014? I'm excited, and I'm extra excited because today my new ASICs. If you know me, you know that I'm a big ASICs fan. Onitsuka Tigers till I die, and I have a couple of people mentioned that my nickname is Wolf Tony, and I have my first ever golden pair of ASICs that got delivered today. It was so hard for me not to wear them tonight, but I'm debuting them tomorrow. They are fucking sweet. They're wrestling shoes, and they are shiny gold.
What do you wear that with? Like,
I'm wearing it with every where I've already thought about that. I'm like, these are not going to go good with khakis. It's fucking shit. They're going to rock this tomorrow night. They cannot be. Wait till you see these things. If I put dazzles on them and just lame it down, these things are fucking obnoxious. On the bottom of it, it's all stars, like gold and black stars, and it says dream and do it. I don't even know what it means, but I'm excited. It's inspired by my own pair of shoes. So yeah, it'll be fun. 2014, we have some crazy, gigantic guests coming in for Tony in the next year. We're very excited to do it. Tony Clifton is coming in very early January 2014, which is unbelievable to me because that was one of the big things that got me into comedy. Was Andy Hoffman and Bob Smuda, Tony Clifton, and that whole team. Risk takers.
It's going to be interesting to see Tony on the show because I can't even imagine what
oh my god, I cannot fucking wait. I just have dreams about it of excitement. Like, sometimes I just wake up with a smile on my face thinking about what it's going to be like. What are you going to keep it up with? Did you get like a whole... I have no idea. Yeah, right, that's what I'm going to do. The night the Comedy Store Belly Room exploded. Hey, look at that. All the planet Death Star, everybody. Put your hands together for Confused Stormtrooper in a field.
I like that. I wish more people were on us.
Patriot is here, the head of security. Patriot, are you frightened by the stormtrooper in the corner? Fuck yeah, that's why you're the number one. Iron Patriot. Oh yeah. Oh shit. You guys are gonna have a battle with the plastic. It's gonna sound like fucking I quit smoking cigarettes. I'm just on this vapor thing now, and I really like it. I'm just going to stick with this one. No, I'm not going to. I think he's right. No, I'm not going to. Patriot, I really appreciate your advice. You can go fuck yourself. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
I think you should start smoking cigarettes.
I bet you do. We had a lot of fun smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, it really sucks when you're smoking, buddy.
Well, I know, but I was chain smoker, and it's already bad enough. No, I know. And we inspired each other. Sometimes I'd be done with a cigarette, like I'd be ready to go inside, and you'd light up another one. You wouldn't say, all right, I'm not going to have another one. I would just smoke another one. We're bad for each other. We're bad.
By the way, this is cell phone.
Somebody leaves his
Oh, and there's a cell phone. Page 1.
Anyway, I'm very excited about tonight's show. We have two awesome guests. You gonna get this thing started or what? Fuck yeah, people. I'm so excited about tonight. For our first guest, he is a writer on the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson. More importantly, he's one of my favorite comedians in the world. Super fucking awesome, hilarious guy. I remember hearing about him and then getting to see him. I heard his reputation. People were like, you don't know about this shit, this and that. When he first started working the door here. When I saw him, he blew my fucking mind to shreds. I'm so excited that he's on the show. Put your hands together for Bob Oshak is here. And the other guest, the star of Enjoy It every Sunday on Comedy Central. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my best pals in the world, Steven Brody Stevens is here. You got it. Oh, yeah. Brody and Bob and Brody. You got it. Push and believe. Push and believe. Wow, how you doing, buddy?
I'm super excited to be here. My very first told you this on the phone earlier in the day. I decided to take me.
Yeah.
That's my first podcast.
But bravo, Shaq. First podcast. What's up with the depressed fourth row back there? Why are you guys in there? They're looking behind it. No, it's you guys. Yeah. Get into it.
How have you escaped that news podcast?
Yeah, seriously.
I'm just old, I guess. I don't know. I don't even fully understand what we're doing here. This is on the radio of some sort? Like some sort of, not only a computer radio. But, half of this, it's not shtick. It's genuine. I'm genuinely confused and scared right now. You got that in here? I don't know what's going on.
Can I talk to you about it?
Yes, sir.
I did some research on you today. Of course, you're the right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys got this skeleton robot.
That is true. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. He's not as awesome as me, but nobody cares. Anyway, do you write any of the funny things that he says? Robots.
Anything with robots in it?
Yeah.
A few things here and there, for the most part, he kind of comes up with that himself, just like coming up with this really funny round.
That was a good question.
Yeah, it was good. I thought it was pretty good.
Nice boy.
Hey, buddy. Okay, this is the third time you've been on the show. I must be doing something.
Yeah, I played my cards, smart cards, and I know that good things have been happening up here. I had a great time, and I knew that hopefully Tony would get me back in, and that day is tonight.
Yeah, you got the TV show going. That's exciting. You got a new podcast with Push.
We got that. Right, there's a lot of hits.
Yeah. The one thing that seems to be missing with your life is that special lady. Now, what I want to know is, what kind of woman do you think would make those happen? Would she go on the boat with you? Would she be an extrovert like you? Would she be 10% gay? What would she be like?
I hope she's 10% gay. I would say that I am. The tweets I'm receiving, the ad replies, the women are big recently. So I'll let that build up a little bit. But, I think the girl I like to settle with has got to be calm and influence and scratch and massage. It's going to go. Yeah, I'm lead choky. I just think, what's that? Choke. She choked my chicken. I'm doing bits, guys. No, but I want a girl who would take care of me. I need that as part of myself. And that's the domesticated.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
So you use Twitter as a barometer on that.
Well, you can see the photos of these girls are more attractive than what I was getting before. It's actually tangible, factual evidence that this is how surreal this whole thing is. I've been up here for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I just now noticed the full That's how odd. Usually that's something you notice right away. In this kaleidoscope of psychedelic funk, I just now noticed the guy. How you doing?
It really is. It's got to be different. And you probably heard the podcast, so we don't.
We really do have a big smoke up here. There's a couple people now. Look who it is in Stanley doing. Darius Rucker.
Oh, hey, Lucy, everybody.
And guys, right next to him, you love him, podcast icon Chris Hardwick. I saw that too. I noticed that. It's unbelievable. I'll come up with more. You got it. Nerdist. He is a who's who. Host of At Midnight. Right.
There you go. Warm up.
Well, yeah. I like your audience warm up. They offered me to do it tonight. They said, Red Man, this crowd's so hot, they get it. They don't need to be warmed up. They understand the format. They're here to see the show. They know how it works. And I say, let's push it to another level. Let's have a great show tonight. What do you think, audience?
Hell yeah. Well,
is that all you got? Is that all you got? Let's crank this thing. I'm excited too.
Bob, you do warm up at Ferguson. Right?
I do warm up
machine they said, "You're taking that gig from me." I don't have the energy. I just give out T-shirts. There might be a few in the mix. We play our cards right, people.
I love it. Kill Tony T-shirts could be launched here tonight.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, Tony? Yeah. It's kind of weird to me how I'm saying stuff and keep it right here on the pod good and then you look at that. And I'm not getting, to be honest, a lot of shows. 1 hour in the main room. All right. 20 minutes last night with the morning was here saying that they get energy. I'm not sure. So we got to pick it up a notch. You're going to get throaty and be irritated. So let's go. You got to give me some love. What do you think, audience? I'm not feeling it. Still not feeling it. Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Why are you not clapping? I'll warm up myself. It's horse shit. That's how I feel. You know, I'm in a second with Brody said I'm not feeling it. We could just get out by it. That's some T-shirts. Anybody want? Two different approaches, same result.
There you go. That's why
I'm
so excited to have you two on because the chemistry, I feel like, definitely going to balance each other well. So, what do you say we get this thing started?
Over 30 Canadians signed up for the opportunity to do 1 minute in front of a packed belly room and tens of thousands of listeners and viewers from around the world. We have people from Alaska here tonight. Put your hands together for this guy. Traveled from the middle of Alaska to be here.
I play baseball in Fairbanks, Northern Pole Knicks.
That's right. It's Fairbanks. That's what he's
I saw you now. But LL Cool J cassette said not too loud. Yes, Fairbanks, Alaska. What does Sizzler?
Well, so a lot of you know that the comedians get picked out of the bucket randomly. They get to do 1 minute. At the end of that minute, they know they're done because they hear the sound of the meow of the kitty. That's what it sounds like, and that means your time's wrapped up. Don't go too long, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Whew, he seems extra angry tonight. And so let's get this thing started. Your first comedian tonight doing 1 minute on... You guys ready for Kill Tony 31? Very good, Brody. That is a difference maker. Brody, you are a monster. And your first comedian tonight goes by the name of David Ramick, everybody! Oh, wow. Fuck yeah.
But again, we'll get back to that. That's an overarching lesson.
Baby, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you. Yeah, that's what women like to hear. Baby, the sex with me is so fantastic, I'm gonna send you bullet. You're gonna have the greatest ball movie there about in your life. You're gonna be sitting down and shit and go, woo, you really did fuck the shit out of me.
Why is it nervous? What's the sex state? What's the sex state? Well, second number one is.
It is a joke for you. What do you call 12 male porn stars in service jury? Why, a well-hung jury, of course. What does BP and the number one bomb of welfare have in common? All it took was one spill to be made for a mistake the rest of their life.
Doesn't go ahead and take out.
Very good. I haven't heard the animal. You went up first. Good job. Well, that's okay.
You want to go? You have any natural instincts? I think you're probably the one to cover this.
I'll just start, guys, I want to say this. Audience did before the round. I had the hammer down. I think we're good. Bob and I are very good. Everyone's friends here. I like you made fun of yourself. You did the joke. I just did the F4 up front. It's a little whatever. But then you said, I'll tell you a joke. That was funny. I don't know if you intentionally meant to do the FFF. I'll tell you a joke. So that was funny. First time, so I'll give you credit for that. Keep doing it. I thought you did okay. And you went first. It's not easy. We're all nervous. Yeah. Shut up.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Talking to the mic.
You're talking about
4 years. Where you from? Yeah. How long have you been here? But yeah.
I thought it was, I mean, it's all about delivery. It's all about delivery. What's your name, Dave? Dave? Yeah, you've got the delivery down. I mean, just find out. I'm literally pulling this out of my ass, Dave, as I talk to you because you're looking at me and I'm scared. I saw the thing of lift your jacket, just right flap your jacket.
You should show that. That's something he's got to show off a little
show that
bit.
because I saw that through his jacket flap there. I thought, oh God, he's fired with explosives. And that
double bombing.
Keep it Tony. I like it though. I like it.
That's what I do.
That was funny. Very.
You guys notice he has the cum stains on his clothes.
Yeah, those are great.
Let me see.
Yeah.
He said your zipper down. Red Band said that about the cum stains on his pants. Like, how can Red Band see my pants? Oh.
Was his last two jokes, like the last two were just like stretch jokes. Were those your jokes or just like
the well hung?
Very good joke. Very good joke. Dave, who cares? It's Dave, right? Yeah. Who cares? Do you care what anyone has to say right now? Do you really care what anyone has to say? There's a correct response to this question. I'm just going to let you know. There is a correct response. Do you care really what we have to say? Wrong answer. Fuck no. Fuck us. Fuck these people. Listen to what's in that heart of yours, Dave.
I say listen to me. I'm Jewish.
Don't listen to anyone.
Listen to me.
Listen to me.
Until
I know Jews, okay?
Arizona State in a holiday hole.
The University of Texas just lost the Alamo.
And their coach got fired.
Our guy just fired. You think Matt Brown cares? Fuck no. Of course he just got fired, so who cares? Go for it, Dave. Don't listen to anyone. Continue wearing affliction shirts and go kick ass. You got it?
I love it.
Get the fuck out of here. Make the world your bitch, Dave.
David Ramick, everybody. I love it. We're already holding along. He's David Ramick on Twitter, RAMIC. For those of you who want to follow that. David, what's the last song that you listened to on that iPod that you have? What's the last thing?
The certainty was they were 10.
Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. Limp Bizkit.
So I said about that. Everything stuck together.
That's embarrassing. Like, I wear the shirt that, you know, like to Starbucks, so I'll wear the same shirt that I sleep in the next morning. Starbucks, a lot of times, you know, that same shirt you get in the contract, stuff like that. And I'm talking about
yeah, it happened in last week, exactly 7 days.
Yeah.
We talked about this same shirt
Right
on walk
now.
to Starbucks.
Right now, even Dave Ramick thinking about your man. That guy's pretty good.
As he scrapes
Yeah.
dry cum out of his pants. No, he really did have it. And his fly was down. That's a good observation.
What, Dave, was your fly down? You want to go? Maybe that's part of the story. All right, let's give Dave a nice hand. 1 first. That's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. Opening. He's opening.
It's a very tough spot. Do you guys have a bit that you do when you first started out? Don't find funny anymore. You can't believe you ever said it.
There was this joke about a well-hung jury to do. No, I don't know about you. I used to come on stage. I used to do characters. When I first started out on stage, I called him Steve Cat. And I would wear a toboggan and glasses, and I would smoke on stage. And I would come up to Europe's Final Countdown. You know that song? I do a kick like the music hit that crescendo. I had no jokes. It was all attitude. And I don't know if I was like possibly like people may think it was some sort of parody of someone rather than it was just shit, but it was actually just shit.
And that's where your comedy really started. It was
doing a character. Yeah, all about self-exploration. That's what I was telling Dave.
Yeah.
It's all about self. So not the type of self-exploration that leaves stains on your hands.
Right.
More the artistic type.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
That's amazing. You started out just with characters.
and this
And now you're walking. How long have you been in the writers guild? Now you're a full-time writer.
in this room, I used to, on this very stage, we used to perform in front of deathly silence. My, how the times have changed.
That's a joke about how you guys are quiet.
No, they're good. They're getting good. They're getting good.
Rabbi, how about you?
Are you your cringe moments you talked about earlier?
Maybe cringe moments, maybe just something.
That's the question.
Okay, the official question is, do you remember any joke that you may have done in the very beginning of your career that you're embarrassed about, the shit that you did, the concept?
Well, I still do pretty much every joke I started with 20 years ago. I don't there's stuff that I've done definitely that I think really on looking at my on people act, so seeing things and said things. But it's all about learning. I don't look at it as a negative. It's like you gotta break some eggs to make an omelet. And the great Chef Roth. So it's like it's all good. You gotta fail. You gotta have these moments. So I hate to sound like a preachy coach, but those are good. Bad sets are actually good for show.
I was just telling somebody last week, there's one coach that I heard that said, no, these just as well, great. If you fail, then that's even better. You can learn to stay in the pocket for longer. When you're first starting out being a quarterback, I'm sure it's very scary watching those linebackers and the Drew Breeses and the Tom Brady's and the Peyton Manning. They wait that extra second for that extra open because they know that a hit really doesn't matter. It's made so that you can take that hit, so you can stay in the pocket and get ready for it, because that's how you make big plays.
Well, I think because they practice hard. They're dedicated to football, like Kobe football. But these guys are dedicated to it, so they can stay in the pocket. It's like being a comedian on stage with jokes and stay in the pocket, not because you're not going to get hit. You just move it like Matrix, like Yoda. That's what you do. So it's stage. It really is jokes and stage time. Period. That's what you start with, and then you build from there. Comedy is a filthy, horrendous winch that you have to give your soul to, and by no means is it guaranteed that she'll give you back on life. I don't know about your soul, but I would say I would say time. I want people to think about that for a second. If we could just wait a couple more seconds and just let people take that in, and any of you want that crust stitched on a throat pillow, I sell them out of the trunk of my okay. Let's go.
All right. Your second comedian goes by the name of Cat Eye. That sounds familiar.
Related to Cat Williams?
Cat Eye.
Where is Cat Eyes?
That Cat Eyes? Cat Eyes taking his time, I do believe. Steven's a going. Here he is. Cat Eyes, everybody.
Cat Eyes!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, check him out. I like it.
Fuck yeah.
I already like it. Very well, thank you, Cat. Is this Kevin Hart's uncle? What joke we're kidding? Go ahead.
You got 30 seconds to stand up.
Good stories, bad stories when it comes down to online dating. Well, fellas out there,
That was actually Cat Eyes. Continue, go ahead.
It took a lot of time. You took a lot of time on the front, but let's see where you're going. To show you the beauty.
What's this song? Don't you want more in your life is the one you don't get.
trumps the bad night. Like something changes the reality, even in the case of the bad night. To the point that again, it's calling is not coming. Calling is not coming. It's something. And go ahead and trump the bad night.
Yeah, we're really not getting anywhere. It's been a minute 36 and still no punchline.
It's a long.
It really is, and it's too long. So let's start figuring out what's going on. Are you really online dating? How's it going?
I have a bigger question. Do you really work at some sort of medical therapist? I think I've officially been more scared than my day's explosives.
I work at a colonoscopy clinic.
Yeah. Oh, now see? I feel like this is a setup. Deliver the punch now. Go, Cat Eyes, go! Swung us with a right hook.
You guys might be laughing about a colonoscopy clinic, but it's the only time I know it's the shitty job but somebody got to do.
There you go, right there. That's what we were waiting for. That's what we were waiting for. And I know where you're going with that, Bob. Okay. Bob's actually, he's joking, but he's right. It's like, the first thing you know, it's like you're in your scrub. You got the tennis shoes, all that stuff. I don't know. I mean, maybe you just raised here, but it is who you are. I mean, you work at that place. So that's, I'm not saying be a character and then go with that, but it is, I can see a little bit of traction on that. I can see that. Go with what your reality is. And, you know, you've got a good personality. You can talk. So it's like the jokes, look, they need some help. But you've got to laugh, you got to look, and Bob is like saying, right for that. And then see what happens, and then you start getting more comfortable with yourself and all that. Can I do me a favor? Here's what I mean. How much your physical appearance affects your audience expectations. Okay? This is what I mean. Turn and look at that row of people right up there on that second row. I want you to guess which of those 6 people on that front row is probably going to do jokes about the Death Star. Just have a look at that. That's how much people judge based on physical appearance. Play into that. Steer into that. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Another thing that I love about your outfit is that is work badge on hanging there. That's a tap card. That's an actual bus card. I like that.
Do you take the bus to colonoscopy clinic? There's more to come.
Heck yeah.
That's funny. See? You see what I'm saying? It makes more sense when he's in the scrubs.
Think about the doctors that I work with. You know, in the classroom,
it's really like witnessing the birth of Jesus right now. It really is this is a whole, I think we've all learned. I actually feel like I should charge you a fee for how much help you discover your comic persona right now. Mitzi's daughter makes money. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is what it's all about right now. Yeah, that's in the reality. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Cat Eyes. I think that's sort of evident. Tap card into reality. I mean, tap into reality. You got it. You should have gotten a bigger laugh. Everything I do, laugh at. Why upset me? Think I'm wrong? Are you above pink for 2 weeks? You can talk about dating, how hard it is to date, but I don't think you go home and still have your job.
You can't pick up no date on
why not?
I mean, I gotta tell them you know, I can just tell them
is it just like every girl you date, like
get a kick out of this asshole? You know,
anyway, is it all your ex-girlfriends, you know, complain?
You gotta work up to the asshole, I think is what he's saying. That's actually good.
Have you ever had a girl?
What this guy's saying? That you need to work. You actually don't even get to look at the assholes. You assist the guy looking at the assholes. That right? Yeah. That's how you know that's your career apex is the asshole.
The closest you get in is on a good day, you might catch a whip.
Yeah.
That's sort of like the same thing. You know, if the date don't work out, you're an asshole.
Maybe you'll eventually.
Can we put a cap on the word asshole? I mean, I keep hearing asshole.
Yeah, let's
be positive.
First thing you want to do is switch it to anal.
Thank you.
Which is amazing because maybe you'll meet a girl there, and that's pretty backwards. Like not many relationships start at the butthole. Yeah. A lot of people work their way up.
The less at the butt, the bigger your chance.
Exactly. You can really tell by how.
I feel like this is therapy.
It is. We should be wearing scrubs. How much we're helping it.
Do people ever go in there and just don't wash their ass? It's like, really? You know we're going to look in your ass.
Because they're supposed to give themselves a, what do they call that? Yeah.
Cleanse. It's called Shiva. This thing alone.
I remember one time one of the doctors said,
Is this going to take a minute 37?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're listening.
Cat eyes.
I don't know why.
Is that your name at the clinic, by the way? Cat eyes.
Just picture some doctor. Cat eyes. Cat eyes.
Brown eyes is funny. Yeah, tell me what this is. Yourself brown eyes. That's funny.
You got it.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Cat eyes. Great job.
Cat eyes. Thank you.
Talk about working at the
I feel like we actually helped that guy.
Yeah, totally. There you go. Very good observation there.
Now I know why the Iron Patriot is here.
Yes, exactly.
He finds themes to be done. All right, that's good.
It's a master of tone. Brody,
we got it.
pushing along. Said absolutely.
It was a lot of a-hole. I like what he got. I like what he's doing. It's just like I want to get more comedians.
Yeah,
Crank those out comedians.
I agree with that.
Very nice. That is the thing.
Your next comedian tonight goes by the name of Mike Menendez.
Football season's over. For my season, so it's where is this?
This is a
country. I love football. I love the and I hate breast cancer.
Right, because according to education, find broken pieces. Whether they are actively broken
yeah,
or
the pink logo. And it's not because I'm a fan of wrestling.
I don't like that. I don't. If you can't save yourself,
but I am a fan of equality in sports, and there is no male equivalent in female sports. There's no testicular cancer awareness book in the WNBA. Every game is played with 2 balls. That's what I'm saying. But that would be a great idea. If I look at this, and that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It would double the score. Testicular cancer awareness book.
But it's always going to have idolatry. Okay,
we got it just in time. Thank you guys.
Interesting. I'm going to tell you what. First of all, I like that you're the first person to make any premise whatsoever. So that's exciting. That's a very good start. Let me give you a great note. Something that I noticed from the very beginning was when you said you were a Miami Dolphins fan, did your thing. Just get you lost the connection. You were in the you were just building the bottom level of the sandcastle. You know, that's so important, this foundation. We're just meeting and run your first 10 seconds. Somebody just says something great, some stupid sports shit, and then you're out for a second. You lose your oxygen, like it's just like a total disconnect. It might not seem like it, but I've noticed those things. It's that much bigger of a difference by the time you're really into it, because then people don't feel like you're a pushover, like that you're mendable. If you stayed in the pocket on that and just ignored whatever that was, there was nothing in it. All it was a speed bump that you didn't need to acknowledge whatsoever. And you knew you had a minute. So it's just a little something, but it's actually much bigger than it seems. Brody or not, right?
I agree with you. I noticed. I go, one, I know you only have a minute and a half or whatever, but yeah, I noticed it. So took you out of the game a little bit. Just like ignore that. Saying the sports teams also is going to get you people yelling.
Right. The one thing that I never tell people when they go, "What do you want me to say when you bring this up?" Every night, somebody goes, "Hey, I'm bringing you up tonight. What do you want me to say?" I go, "Just don't mention it." That's all. I don't tell them what to say. I just tell them what not to say because. They like nickname post here, Frazier Smith loves college football. They love saying this guy's a big Buckeye. And before I even get up there, I hear guys in the OR going, "Dude, fuck this guy." You know what I mean? I was like, "Fuck, I haven't even gotten up there yet. They could have really liked me, but fuck." And by the way, I'm a Dolphins fan. But that doesn't fucking matter. Nobody gives a shit.
Just say you're a football fan.
Right. I love the NFL. I'm sad that it's coming in. I'm excited about class. Acknowledge the sport. You don't get too specific, or else you're going to get haters out of the bus.
But let's also remember, these guys are if they're in a tough situation, do 90 seconds. So everything's amplified. Okay, so even more so. But they're still good. This is the reality. We're doing a minute here. So the guy talks, everyone knows, ignore that guy. Push through. What's your name again? Dave? Steven? Mike? Mike. Okay. I think I speak for everybody at this table. I don't know the material is going to come. Whatever. Feel what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Are you having fun up there? Because you look a little like you weren't really having fun. Yeah, it's okay. We all are. I'm in an unhappy marriage. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, considering a trial separation. But you know what? I'm up here, and people sometimes think I have Down syndrome. I smile so much. But let me tell you something. That is a shortcut to immediate likability, and half the battle on the stage is likability. 90%. If you're likable, you have a lot better advantage of masking a lack of material and anything else than if you're not likable. Okay? Feel what you're saying, experience what you're saying, but have a single little song. But he warmed up. I noticed when he started that last 30 seconds, he got a little more. You know what I'm saying? Feel what you're saying, right? Feel it, experience, have fun. Fuck it, man. You already separated yourself from 95% of the world by just getting on stage tonight. Giving us a whirl. You already have. That's fucking something to celebrate. Look who's next to you. Goddamn Iron Patriot. There's a stormtrooper here, and you made him laugh because I saw his shoulders go like this. But he's laughing right now. He's laughing right now. And they're trained killers. So think about that.
Something happened at about 30 or 40 seconds into that. Maybe you moved the mic a little bit more to the side. You took more of a step up. You had gotten one laugh, like Brody said, and you were in it. So what this is you got to remind yourself what happened in that 30, 35 second mark. That laugh that you got that pushed you even more, so you're ready to come out again because you landed a big punch. It's like the UFC, when a fighter lands a big punch and you see that other guy wobble, you see that other fighter like, holy shit, I'm going to do this right now. They just start throwing punches. That's what I could tell you were just about to, you were sort of just getting into it and you actually realized there's nothing better than you were like two balls thing. But there was something in your physical motions that got powerful there at the end. That I think they're both saying is being able to figure out what connects with that 35 seconds from the beginning. How do you open with that stepping up to the edge and really deliver it to the right. But feel like you got that laugh before you even get that laugh, and that will make that laugh even harder.
And I want to say one thing, don't take this the wrong way. Shoes good, hands good, shirt not good. You're wearing a Nike shirt from Sports Authority. You know, and it threw me off a little. And then I saw his Nike, it was disappointing. So, but good shoes, good pants. Let's get a nice shirt. You got a look. You got like a Jonah Hill thing. We don't know what this could be an endorsement. Are you endorsed by Nike? Oh, okay. I just want to clarify because it was very confusing to wear this Division I baseball. They make pony their
Don't
own.
insult I think he's a nice guy.
Let's find out. Go ahead, Mike. Keep going. Defensive, number one mistake.
Mike, relax. I agree with Brody's note. Who's the swoosh?
Not personal.
Just don't do it. Mike Menendez, everybody. There you go.
I love ponies.
Great job.
Respect. Mike's great.
Great job, man.
Good hug. That was a nice moment.
This is a trespasser.
Lush
Oh, we got it.
Josh has it.
Josh, I heard that. Go that way. Get out of here. Go to the back. 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 What are you doing? Okay. Get the fuck out.
Why are you here? Move.
There you go.
That's why we
Get him out all the way. Get him out all the way. All the way out of the building. Tweet Josh all the way out. Josh all the way out of the building.
Josh, put him in a chokehold now. Did I say here's what I think we all done. No, but here's the thing that I really, really enjoyed out of that whole experience. The head of security stood there and didn't do a
He never does.
Thank you, Iron Patriot.
He never does.
He's really at the next Chewy Castro. Gotcha. I get it.
Yeah, we call him the head of security. The truth is that he can't move.
Okay.
He takes the bus. Bob, he literally takes the bus here because he has to stand up the entire building because he can't sit down.
I'm sorry. I know what just happened.
I don't understand what that was.
I mean, now my adrenaline just started went in my body, and I'm starting to shiver.
It's weird. I felt his chin coming from the very beginning of the corner. That's how crazy it is. Like, this guy's about to do something. He reminded me of this girl that came on a couple weeks. A girl came up here a couple weeks and it was just like, I'm going to show my tits of stage time. And I had Jimmy Schubert and Kurt Fox on at the same time. And they're both like, you know, if you know anything about those two, they're like, all right, let's do this. And I'm like, oh, shit. Lost it. So next thing you know, we had a trespasser. I had that energy from him. Lost his phone and then he kept walking.
Audience.
I love it. That guy gave me the finger. I had to grab the bucket out of him. He tried to grab my fucking bucket, man. Nobody grabs my fucking bucket. Nobody thinks son of a bitch. He almost had 118 pounds of steel on top of him. The next Canadian goes by the name of Tim Greer.
I'm serious, it's really hard to like think about that. Like, I feel like I would my kids actually have that. Yes, my person is Jewish. If you like this, seriously, because Jewish girls have this rating. I would say smart like an Asian girl, and loyal like a Middle Eastern girl. Middle Eastern girls don't seriously.
So what do you do?
Yeah.
We're getting there. The end, yeah. There he is, Tim Greer, first of all. That's fun. Pro abortion. Yeah.
Tim, your material doesn't match in any way, shape, or form to what I thought you were. I'm going to be honest. I thought you were going to come up here and you see me come across as a very likable guy. Remember that? That was the guy right before you. Likability, you got that. You walk up, you're smiling, all that stuff. I honestly would have thought that the seventh word to come out of your mouth would be appropriate. You know what I mean? It kind of throws people. I don't know if you're trying to work, no pun intended, but you know what I'm saying? And it doesn't, to me, gut instinct after watching a minute of that, that's not who you are. I don't know if you're trying to shock or whomever, but you have like a good on stage persona. Does that make sense?
No, I totally agree.
If you find the material that matches who I think you come across as to others, I think you're going to be pretty damn good. So it just seems like a really sharp-tongued kind of harsh material. Okay. Bob, nice job. Now, you weren't so harsh on Dave, first guy. So that's because I was terrified. Okay. So Tim, what Bob said, I feel that I thought it was good. I like it just pro abortion. That's funny. To me, that's kind of polarizing. It's a statement. Boom. So I like that. I was kind of with you on where we're going. And so I think that bit could be fleshed out. I feel like your mic technique is a lot of good. I eat the mic. Your mic technique was good. You're dressed well. I feel like just keep doing what you're doing. I'm not going to beat you down for that bit. I don't mind. Obviously, there's a political thing with Bob and myself. He's from the Bible Belt. I'm from Southern California. We have different opinions on that. So I'm okay. I like you said, pro-abortion, whatever. You kind of like woke people up. The only thing I didn't like what you said was like, how's everybody doing? You don't have to say that. I don't like it. When, hey, how's everybody doing? I know it's a greeting, but go right into it. After they went right into it. That was good. Make sure the second word you mentioned is pro-abortion. That's great advice, buddy. Take that whole right away, Tim. Take it right away. I didn't mind it. It's not a political thing, but here's the thing. If you are going to do a bit about abortion, digging a huge hole, make sure you can get yourself out of it. I don't know if you are. I say expect some turbulence. I don't think if you really say I'm pro-abortion, first of all, you don't even know what that means. It's like a double negative, whatever. So they're not going to be that. They might be a little confused. There might be a few who get upset with it. I don't think it's so bad. That's my opinion. Bob has kids, a wife, a family. I live alone in there.
Have you ever gotten a girl pregnant and she had to get an abortion? So then maybe you could say, I'm pro-abortion, I'm a pro at talking girls into getting abortions. I think that's hilarious.
That's double dark.
Well, I'm evil. See, I can sell that because it's different. I'm just going to take it and turn it into a bullshit bit. But thank you so much. It's actually true. But I agree with what Bob said. Are a lot of the other topics that you talk about dark and creepy, or are you if you have this likable, super likable charm?
Going to that period. I would say you're right in that. Why go dark? I mean, why make it hard on yourself? I'm not saying it's wrong. You are digging yourself a hole. Like I say as a comedian, why make it hard on yourself? You don't have to. So this is your journey. That's subjective. This is your journey. You're driving the car. We're just along the highway, and you drove by us for a second. We offered our minuscule opinions. You go where you want to go, but I'm just telling you my snap judgment of you. I was just like, whoa, okay. Here's where he's taking it. I didn't see that. I was okay with it. I thought it was like a Kanye West vibe. I was with it. Why are we not laughing when I say stuff? Because I'll tell you what, it bothers me. And I did an hour in the main room on Saturday night. I crushed it last night going out with Bill Burr and Sarah Silverman. Not going to come up here and be disrespectful. You know what? Oh, hold on. And I did 15 minutes 2 Wednesday nights ago at 12:05 in the original. So, fuck you. Fuck you guys. Yeah. Talk about abortion all you want, Tim. I don't get it.
There you go. Tim Greer. He's at T Greer on Twitter. That's GREER 33. T Greer 33. Now, here's something funny about Bob, because like he said, this is his first podcast, and every time that I announce who my guests are on this show, I announce it only over Twitter. It's just a little thing that I hope that people will eventually, sort of know about or whatever. So I just trust the Twitter will lead people that. So I had to look you up. I realized I looked up Bob Oshak. I'm wondering if I'm spelling it wrong. It's just this one little H popping up, which means that you haven't pulled up the profile right. You've never tweeted before. You've never, not one tweet. I don't think you're following anybody. You have over 100 followers.
That I didn't know that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought it was rough. 18, 19 followers. I'm shocked by that.
So there's people that know about you and you don't even tweet. You have a Twitter presence without even tweeting.
I joined Twitter because I live in a shitty part of Culver City called Culver City. And I always want to know whenever I get a gunfire, is it gang-related or a domestic situation? And I get the little Culver City tweet feed, so I'll know whether or not to hide the kids in the bathtub, you know?
Hilarious. It is
It's true, but
really find out.
no one else will call that. So,
Oh, there you go.
yeah, maybe I'll tweet something. Maybe I'll make it about abortion, since that's such a problem.
Whatever you've been married to your high school sweetheart,
Yeah.
with the same person your whole entire life.
Same one else. High school. 1989. So I'm 41, so we started dating when I was 17, something like that. If I got my wife pregnant on our first date, our kid would now be old enough to rent a car and try to find me. So I would have. Can I add one thing? I would have split down.
You gotta use that.
I don't know if this audience knows the podcast. Audience with Bob, you know, me, Brody, Mark, Big, Aggressive, went after that guy, tried to attack Tony. You know that Bob and I worked together at Dallas. We didn't check out at Fox Sports, Best Damn Sports Show. Bob was the right or one of the head or right, all that stuff from the beginning basically all the way through the end. Show. Bob did the news show. Can you believe that? Yeah, we started in 2001. Yep. And so there's a lot of history here. So we're all good. We're just five families. You wouldn't know that. See, that's how this town is. You never know who knows. That means something. Wow. It really is. You know, I think, Tony, I think the lesson here is that despite how we look as people, we don't really know what's going on up here. You know, you look at me and you think, oh, you know, middle-aged, out of touch, doesn't know how to tweet. You would never. Oh, what the fuck? Come here. Somebody, I'm even thrown off by that. Somebody fucking punch me right now. You are ripped.
That's crazy.
That came out of nowhere. Doing a character, Brody. I love it.
I was telling Bob before the show, he's like, what's going on? What is this? I go, just have fun. By the end of the show, what I take pride in about the show, I told him, I go, most of the guests that I've had on, almost all of them by the end of the show end up going, man, by the end there, I was having so much fun. I was so warmed up. I wish it went on forever. I'm pretty sure we're seeing that happen right now in the middle of the show. Jimmy Shooter's
first podcast, by the way. The first no tweets, first podcast. Were you late to the loss? What? Anybody? Thank you. There you go. Again, that's why we've got the Iron Patriot here.
Yeah. He's also only had
sex. He knows how to close out a conversation with one big movement.
And he's also only had sex with one woman his whole life. He's not married. When you have sex with one woman, do you have to mix it up? Just have her get stung by bees once a week or something like that? No, you just kind of phone it in. Role play. You know, I'm going to sound like I'm doing a bit here, but I'm also the only guy she's ever slept with, so neither of us know how much better sex can be. You know? She thinks it's normal to roll off of her after about 45 seconds of, rhythmic pumping. So, mock us if you must. Oh, let's go. Ignorance is bliss. Oh, my God. That is so fucking funny. I'm thinking about that Jeff character on Ferguson. Is he supposed to be like a contestant from Price is Right? He has a name tag, Jeff. It looks like this. I don't know if anyone even knows what I'm talking about. We have a robot sidekick. Yeah, that's part of the reference. It's actually operated by someone who looks a genius, so I can't take any credit. But he's a writer as well.
No, he's not. He actually performs the robot. So, and says the words. Yeah, he's operating. It's pretty impressive.
It's great just for us to play around.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Chemistry is, I can't take any credit for that whatsoever. And what all honesty, I like Greg's monologue. It's right up in the camera. It's really loose and different. So,
I love that he grabs the jigs sometimes.
Yeah.
I noticed, and I'm just like, really? Heck, I was talking with Waterbox earlier about television personality who and look at camera that it's all about connecting. And I think Ferguson does an extreme job of that. And
it's not easy to it's difficult to establish intimacy when you are a TV host. It is. It does that incredibly. Yeah, it's amazing. I've listened to him for 4 years. That's why I listen to him. That's why I started writing. I've been on the job for 4 years. I mean, I don't know how to tweet. I don't know the importance of this is a podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand all that stuff. I mean, when I started, like you have experienced unbelievable success. Well, you don't think I started writing. Thank you, Bob. You know what I mean? Whitney Cummings. Hanging out. I've just lived in a community for 4 years. It's a great job, but someday it'll end, and I'll be like, wow. That's so, Bob. I think it's refreshing that you don't tweet. I think you should I'm not on Facebook. That's okay, but do you don't have a Facebook? I do have an iPhone. You know, you're doing a great job, and you're one of the nice guys. People don't badmouth. You earned everything you've got. You used to host all the Sundays and Mondays here. One of the original hosts.
It's really one of the most badass things you can be in comedy, and I know a lot of comedians always make self-deprecation jokes about, oh, no, it doesn't pay the bills, and this and that. I'll tell you, man, when I got here, people meet a door guy, and they find out how much they love comedy. They give them a list of about 5 guys that are monsters, and you are on that list. And so, there's any in the back of the room, and they're like, and you hear Bob Oshek, and you hear that name that you've heard, you've already looked up to saying, look out for Bob Oshek, this and that, and then you're sitting there, and your expectations are already sky high, and in comedy, there's no course to follow the high expectations, but you do it, man, it's fucking fun. Check out Bob Oshek live sometime. You're
follow me on Twitter.
We'll follow you back.
Let's continue.
Your next comedian tonight. No, not at all. This is the first podcast. It's about you. I want you to shine. It's kind of like you to be living in a podcast world. Compliments is great. Put your hands together for Ben Black. Oh, wow. Would this be our first guitar comic in Kill Tony history?
My song is Vampires Are People. I sing it to you with a California accent. Oh, well, he with their one. Except me. I know that he lives, and he's not who you think. Lift off his fangs. Put him in solid jelly. You escape. Hungry or no. Worship king. Vampires are people too. Around paradise. Before they say bye, do they love their mama? Same as me and you. Remember forever.
In exactly 59.5 seconds, Ben Platt nails his landing, confident smile afterwards. A vampire song. I've never seen anybody stick their landing this confidently in the history of the show. Most confident guitar comic I've ever seen in my life. Nailed a minute. Normally,
every comic's goal when they get on stage, every comic's goal when they get on stage is to make the attractive blonde of the audience laugh. And you, sir, I'd like to introduce you to the attractive blonde of the audience who laughed your entire set. Neither could I. The very fact that I could hear you is a test to how many other people were laughing. But my point is, that's the goal. You hit it out of the park. That alone makes you a winner as a Benjamin Flat.
Heck yeah.
Can I jump into
Yeah,
it?
definitely. Of course, Brody. You're definitely.
Why are you guys laughing? We're both yes. We're all yes. It was nice. You're a nice guy. I like your left-handed. The shirt's tucked in. I like the look. Very Colorado. No, it's not a Nike friend. So, I would say just enunciate more. If we're talking about the bits, enunciate more. I don't know. It's like, I don't know if it's stand up or a coffee house song thing. I would say enunciate more, and then we'll see where that goes. But in guitar, I like it. There's something there.
And I couldn't agree with you more. I would exactly call it enunciating. I would say that as a guitar comic, you're always going to have to face the video that makes the issues of audio. Do you have two mics? Do you have a guitar? Do you have one there? What's that level? What's that level? I think your guitar was a little too loud for the singing. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit more acoustic and mellow. Because in comedy, it really is going to dig in. And no doubt about it, you have that likability that also counts for a lot. But they're definitely going to want to hear the exact words that they're saying. We could hear you in the beginning, but once the guitar came in, it was just a little bit too loud. Maybe project a little bit more. That's something that I definitely had to learn when I first started out. I wasn't pushing. It's just about 10% vocal push that adds all the difference in the world.
You know what I say? The guitar, man. You can hide behind that thing. I go with the banjo. Again, why no laugh? Why no laugh? So not only am I uncomfortable, he's hurt too. So think about that when you don't chuckle based on my cadence. People get hurt.
Then what are you going to say?
Were you in a hangover? You weren't. So I know what I'm doing. Let's play that game. Me against you. Go ahead, Ben. What about the joke?
What was the joke?
Yeah, that's like sort of the tough part. There's a bigger issue here, Ben. I don't know what you're acting about, to be honest. I know you're doing sort of accent thing.
Right. It's an audio issue. That's what we're saying.
Not really.
You can hear it a little bit, and it was likable. We could tell you were talking about vampires, and it was cool. And it was
just can you summarize real quickly what we just watched?
Into the mic.
Into the mic.
Started out, and I was talking about the whole world can do what they want about Dracula except me. He's not who you think. Throw him in prison and rip out his fangs, they will grow back with knives. Put him in solitary, he will escape. Hungrier. Border King. Vampires are people too.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I agree. I think a banjo would help that out. Yeah. Thank you, Bob. 1,000 shows, professional, helping me out.
The joke didn't work.
I don't know if there really was a joke.
Yeah, it's really not. It's a long way.
It's sort of an abstract thing that you're doing up here, which if you're like
it's good. That's
yeah,
good.
I can see. I don't know why I make emotional. How long have you been doing stand-up? 6 months, okay. And do you always want to be up here doing the Dracula voice while you play guitar?
No, not always.
Okay. I would recommend maybe chucking the Dracula voice, making it more about who you are. Because, let me tell you something. Tonight, and I don't mean to disagree with the attractive blonde. It's not you're going with, which to pick of the two. You either have the beautiful blonde with the six-pack here, but if the vampire thing takes off tonight, if somebody's like, you're going to be stuck doing vampire voice for the rest of your life, just like Gallagher stuck splitting watermelons because that took off. So be careful. You may want to make sure you're yourself on stage as you play guitar. That may be who you're stuck being when you become a successful comic. You see what I'm saying?
So maybe this would, in 6 months, then this would just be your toboggan smoking cigarette character that Bob was
Steve Tash.
Yeah,
that's true. Can I ask one? I throw in one more thing. Why is it that the opening new comedians do something fancy? That's why you don't make it. This is Hollywood. This is show business. When you bring defensive energy, I'm picking up on it. That's why I'm making it. Sorry, I picked up on energies. There is something about, they talk about network schmoozing or doing yoga, all that. something to that. So when you pick up, I'm picking up energy and go, ow, see ya, I'm going to hire you. You got positive energy, something to work with.
Ben, I love your smile. I love your energy. We're going to get another comic up here. Thank you so much. Ben Platt, everybody. Ben, I hope you come back. They love Ben Platt. Ben, please come back next week. Come back soon, all right? Sign up again. I want to see what you do next.
Next time, don't be such a defensive asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
The poor guy was just smiling.
Yeah,
Brody, what did you do? The hell? No, I couldn't have met a more gentle, mild-mannered man. Fuck you, Ben Platt!
All these guys are too defensive. They stand up here with their guitars and their flannel named Ben Platt, smiling at me. Why would you do that? You don't get it. And in 6 months, you're not going to fucking make it. I've done 1,000 shows. You got it. Brody, you just sold his soul.
You gotta keep doing it, though. Nice.
You did it. This is the return of Eric Carter, everybody. Internet sensation. And one of the luckiest motherfuckers in the world.
What's up? How y'all? Oh yeah, fuck how y'all doing tonight. I am from the deep south. I am from the deep south that hate NASCAR. I don't watch Duck Dynasty. I'm glad I got that out of the way. Let's rock and roll and be positive. Man, living in California for 5 months, it's just so much different. Y'all use different words. What y'all call skinny jeans, we call women jeans. What you call vegetarians, we call pussies. My first 3 months of doing comedy, I lived in the youth hostel for most of me. A lot of punks I got to bang for in the garage, but it did have its awkward moments. I had this Japanese guy that couldn't speak English sleep in the bed beside mine. But that wasn't the creepy part. The creepy part was he had a box of Kleenex right by his pillow, and I never heard him once blow his nose. I'm assuming he was tugging that Pokemon. And by the way, I want to apologize to you. My first deal, Tony, you was here. I did 2 inbred jokes. I wore white linen.
Yeah, your time's up.
I want to hear this. Go ahead.
No, go on, Eric. Go on.
No, I lied to you. You do? Yes. I told you it's my first time and I wasn't because I was intimidated by you and I respect you. I want to get that out of the way.
Got it, buddy. Good job tonight. Positive energy. Brought some energy. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're fucking it. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Eric,
go ahead, Tony.
You brought the energy, as always. People love you. Great again. Yeah, it's one thing that I noticed that you've done because I've watched you a few times. You've gotten on the show a lot. A lot of the listeners, go crazy about you. There's been a lot of tweets. You're like, you're definitely a fan favorite. So let's get right into something that I've noticed. I think either you can use it to your advantage or you can nip it in the butt now, but I think keeping it on is a bad habit is going to help you. And that is, when you hit a punchline, you do this thing where you show everybody that was the punchline. If it doesn't go great, you go. You do this thing, and then you go into the next. But you can, or you can't. You can either commit to it, showing the questioning of it, or you can lose it. But where it is now, somewhere in the middle, you're showing a little bit of weakness. Show them that maybe they didn't get a punchline, or it's either you can ignore that mellow laugh and plow on, or you can really commit to that didn't get a laugh and then move on. But where you're at right now, it's between the two things. You're probably weak in this super powerful set that you have. You come up, you fucking almost German suplex the mic stand behind you. Very interesting maneuver. There's definitely different ways to do that. Other than the two-handed 360. So, maybe that's just one thing that I noticed. We definitely have perspective, which is always fun. But you guys, what did you notice about Eric?
Well, I don't know Eric. It's my first podcast, by the way. thank you. I appreciate that. I've never seen Eric before. Obviously, he's some sort of superstar here on the show. But do you? And I couldn't see you because I'm at a bad angle. But do you smile at all during your set, or do you always? Okay. That's what I was just going to say, because you look very serious as you're doing the material. Not serious, but just like really intense and into it, almost like Southern preacher life, which sort of works for you, but every now and then maybe a telltale smile of sorts, which, again, if you were given it, then disregard this note would help out, because it was a super intensity to what you're doing. It could, like, get a little overbearing if every now and then you don't let people see a crack or whatever and see that you're having fun, too. Does that make sense? I keep pounding the smiling thing. I know, but I'm telling you, man, I milk my smile. I genuinely smile a lot during my act. If it doesn't work for certain people, I don't recommend they do it. But for you, I think that does help out. You know, you do act like you're having fun and experiencing what you're doing. You see what I'm saying from my perspective? Yeah, well, smiling is important. You know, not saying laughing, smiling. So again, I'll smile. So you get people on your. It does. It's a way to ease off the gas ever so slightly when you have your pedal to the metal the rest of the time. So I can't speak specifically to that. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I like your energy. Are you left-handed? No, I can use both. Okay, so I like that. Wow. With the mic, you can go. Holy shit. So you should try that box as a kid. You should try that with the mic stand. You used to box as a child? Yeah. How old were you? I mean, not as a child, as a teenager. Oh, okay. I was 14 to 16, did all sorts of soccer. Okay. Soccer, child boxing sounds hilarious. Just as an aside, I don't know if you want to go anywhere with that. Just make sure you smile while you're talking. I watch the comedians. I really, material's not my thing. I can't really heart on a 90 minute, 60-second material. What I see. I think you're onto a good thing for likability. Smile if you weren't. Just keep doing. You got the accent. Keep it. Don't lose it. What's going on up there? You're talking. Thank you. We're doing a podcast. So I say keep doing what you're doing and just be likable and nice. There's a reason why they're saying good things on Twitter. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're well dressed. Well dressed. I like that. You doing a lot of spots? You staying busy at nighttime? You going up a lot? Yeah, I've been hitting up the mics like this. That's exactly what you need to be doing. There you go. Eric, very good. Hold on, the Iron Patriot. Hold on, I think the Iron Patriot is going to come in.
I know drama's a bitch. My bitch. If you don't like football on Sunday, give me your main card.
There you go. In the middle like that. The middle something for the listeners at home. And a big fuck you to the live audience. That's an Eric Carter joke from a few weeks ago. There you go, Eric Carter. That's enough. There it is. He's on Twitter at CallMeEC. He's Eric Carter. Now, an exciting thing. I don't know if I got to mention this to you, Bob. Every week we have 2 young ladies. Episode 1. They've been doing 60 seconds each week, and they are with us. They're part of that show where they do a new 60 seconds, and this is that part. Exactly. 2 monsters being built here in the confines of Potawatomi, and tonight will be no different. First, you know her as Princess Shank on Twitter, and she is fantastic. She's a little bit different than the readers of the movie, so know that going into it. Here she is, everybody. It's Sarah Wineshank.
What's up? Visors. I don't understand them. Like either wear a hat or don't wear a hat. What is the purpose of a visor? Go full hat. Go home. Even more confusing, bald man wearing a visor. You would think that he would like to reap the benefit of a full hat. Not always the case, guys. I was thinking about it the other day while I was looking at my furniture, wondering if I would ever really need coasters. Like, is my furniture ever going to be nice enough to not get rings on it? That shit doesn't matter now. Am I ever going to have napkin rings? I don't know, but I won't ever have visors. All right.
There it is. They're such monsters that they know exactly when the minute is. That's 59.52. The visor bit, and then the coaster thing's a new thing, and you're running out.
Yeah, I ran out. I didn't want to go over to
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
The visor thing is hilarious, and I think it could be bigger. I mean, I don't even know where it begins. It's almost like it's a vertical. It's like a. Is there anything that pops in your head when you think of visor road?
Football coach.
Is that same weird football heckler guy?
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. I like the visor guy. I like, you can tell that you've been doing it. You've been here. It's obvious. You've been watching the show right up. You said, how you guys doing? You're going to be jokes about that. Because funny thing, again, we're back. I don't see everything, but the visor bit, it's tight. It seems like there's a lot of, visuals, boom, boom, boom. You had good stage, like your own stage posture up there. That was good. So, keep doing it. That was good. Confident. But I know you were rushed on that second day. That seemed like you were a little frustrated, but I'm not going to hold that against you.
I was trying to think of visor stuff all week. I'm so pissed off.
It seemed like it. I mean, you got pretty much a double applause break in the first 30 seconds. So it was a show. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Not really what you can do about it.
Right. And the way that you have it, I think it's almost pretty important that you sort of walk it in where it's the way that you said, I don't understand visors, you had it there, and then the big one came, but I really don't understand all guys and visors. And then you had it, you nailed it. But I think it's tag-worthy right there, almost something like, why do you want the top of your, why do you think we want to see the top of your head? You don't want the sun in your eyes. We don't want your bald head in our eyes. Like, I don't know, like something like that. Do I think about Tony? Yeah, hi, Brody.
When a Jewish person wears a visor, it's a
well, that's an interesting one. If you're wearing a yarmulke and a visor.
That's true. Yeah. Tony just picked me up.
That's what I just said. If you're wearing a visor and a yarmulke, that's probably one cheap visor you bought.
Something there.
Not a single thing. Just the person's Jewish.
You know what I get upset with? When you said Jewish hat, I go to yarmulke. How do you not laugh at that? It's funny. How many Jewish people are here? Show your hands. 3. All right, that's what you need. I like it. I like it. You said show your hands. You guys made me laugh. I thought you were really good. I don't know you. I evidently you come here every week.
Yeah, she's a regular.
Yeah,
what are you trying to get at with the posters? You're saying your furniture is so bad you don't even care if it gets ripped.
Yeah, but like, I didn't know I was going to put in better deals. I didn't even go for it. Like, I just don't think I'll ever need to buy a poster. But that won't ever make me. Like, napkins.
I guess by the time you have money to buy posters, you're going to just have this category.
Yeah, basically.
But now that you have poster money, you're going to have to furniture money. So you don't give a shit.
I see post, and I go post as a joke, like something like New York, that coast, West Coast. There's a joke there.
I'm thinking maybe it's like a marriage thing. Like I look at my coffee table the same way I look at floppy blocks instead of curve. Yeah, definitely. There's nothing there yet.
Yeah, it's a half-assed poster joke.
But the visor thing is hilarious, and it's in the mix. That's just one more 40-second chunk to add to all the other hilarious stuff that you built. That's Sarah Wine. She's everybody a Kill Tony regular. Positive energy. She's always happy, smiling, fun to hang out with. She's a good person. She gets it on stage and off, and so does our other regular. She dropped out of college at the University of Florida because she became a Kill Tony regular. She went from gator to hater, and now here she is. She's Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Hey guys. So I have a lot of opinions on things. I've been noticing some things that bother me lately. And this is one of them. If you have a tattoo that says blessed, you probably aren't. You know? I feel like the only people that have blessed tattoos wear jorts and white beaters. They don't have sheets on their mattresses, you know, and like their mothers had eyebrow rings, like those kind of people. The font is always like that Nightmare Before Christmas across the chest. That's not blessed, people. They watch their friend give a homeless guy 20, and then the friend walks away and they turn around and she said I could have half of that. Thank you.
There it is, another 59.39 seconds. They definitely know the time.
I just want to jump in real quick. I like that there's a bit there, like the blessed tattoo. You establish that right out of the gate. We know we're doing that. I think it just needs to be written more. It's a good topic because we all know that. You see those guys blessed, you know, the basketball guys or the UFC guys. And I think you just have to get more specific with examples, make it visual. You did. You said, hey, it's that block letter, and then you give examples of the UFC guy. But I can't say specifically that's the whole thing, but it's a good topic, and there's a lot. You made it clear where you were going. Now you just got to just write it. The parameters are there. It's an interesting bit. You know, this. I guess this applies to Sarah earlier too. Take with it. I don't get on stage a lot. So whenever I go on stage, whatever I do, my stage time is precious. So I know my material backwards and forward, even if I've never, ever done it on stage. And if it sinks after one try, I toss it out, no matter how much time I've rehearsed or whatever. If it doesn't work at all with them. You seem like you were kind of struggling to remember the bits. So they were in your head. You weren't reading, you weren't really focused on the room, and you weren't really focused on yourself. You're kind of in between, trying to figure out where you were going next and trying to hold on to punchline to punchline. Know your material. Know it backwards and forwards. Brush your fucking teeth with it so that you can say it backwards if you had to. Stop when I snap my fingers and go right back through it the other one around. I've got my shit. That's why I was nervous about doing this, because I wanted to script everything I said tonight, because I don't know how to do spot. But I learned that I'm actually really good at this. And I now have 100 Twitter followers. But you see what I'm saying, Kimberly? You've got a great, and there's great material. I guarantee you, you know how to boom, boom. It was a setup. You had your great setup, and then I just saw you going tag after tag after tag. You know those like the back of your hand? Barrel through that, boom. That audience is
definitely. It's true. It's pretty well written, and you got it there. You just want to be able to flow with it so that we're not waiting. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of like we're like it's like rooted for you. But it's a vast improvement on other things because it's really a great premise. That even though
everyone laughed right away at the premise, right? Even a joke, it was an observation. So right away, you know that you're bonding with the people. That's the best laugh in the world. You just get a laugh with it. It's basically an observation, and then so you know the audience is on board. Then it's just boom, boom, boom. So you have it. You got the material right there. Make sure you know it.
Right, and really drive in how big of losers these guys are. You know what I mean? Like I almost can't believe. You can almost see like the unevenness, like the tattoo artist was laughing while giving the guy the blessed tattoo. Like you're not fucking blessed. Like add stuff about how the tattoo's permanent, but his respect for people is temporary.
Right. Exactly. There's so many things to play off. There's so many.
There's only blessed after he's so many skin tattoos. There you go. There's the.
Wasn't even a good joke, and you gave me something. Thank you.
But yeah, you stayed on that the whole time, right?
If you ever feel yourself flailing, just do it in vampire voice. Maybe that'll help out.
Have you been doing spots? Have you been going up other places? So are you too? Yeah.
This one I was trying to. Every time I know if I tried to
Right. It's definitely is
And you have good, you speak well, enunciate, so keep doing that. Was the whole college? That was a joke, right?
No, she was a full-time college student. Her cousin is friends with Brian and I, and so we met her as soon as she got here. The cousin told us she was interested in comedy. Her first time ever on stage was right there, and she kept coming back every Monday. So she decided not to go back to college. She dropped out, went to Florida, never stopped, came back.
So you're all in, Kimberly. You put all your chips in. That's the only way to succeed. That's the only way to do it. So if you're all in, be all the way in.
That's Kimberly Condon, everybody. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. That was episode 31 of Bill Tony. Bob, you got anything coming up you want to promote? Let's try to see how much we can blow up your Twitter. And that's at Bob Oshak. That's BOBOSCHACK. Oh, it is? Oh, that's right. SHACK night. One word. Shack night. At Shack night. Let's see what we can do to increase.
Love your MySpace. They recently launched a Friendster. You
know what? Let's just give out your phone number, Bob. What's your phone number? Call Bob anytime. Well, it was so much fun to have you, Bob. Brody, what's going on with you? You got any shows coming up?
What do I do tomorrow? What's tomorrow? I'll be here New Year's Eve tomorrow. You can catch my shows on the internet. They'll be up there forever. Stephen Brody Samuels and Troy yet. Follow me on Twitter, all that good stuff. I want to say thank you. Everybody understanding that I'm in a very vulnerable situation and I have a lot of tension. You guys are great in the audience. Thank you for being here. All the comedians are good sports. And I think when we say something to a specific comedian, when I say it, it's not necessarily for that guy. It's for everybody. Not that I'm an expert, but whether you like it or not, I've been doing it for 20 years. So you'd be not smart to take some of my experience.
Two of my
and
favorites.
Tony, just real quickly, thank you to Mikey Beatty, who just followed me right then. So I guess I'm now at 101.
It's already begun. That's at Old Things Brody on Twitter. I'm Tony Mitch, Brody Ryan Redden. We're in Texas, baby.
Yeah, January 9th and 11th. Go to JustWatch.tv for all the tickets.
And thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Up next is the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history at 10 p.m. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Have a good night.
Well, isn't that fascinating? But it's an open problem. You can engage and decommission any form of idolatry. Islam has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So what's this on night? To have that on this contrast why is that? What about a case of idolatry that
It's not exciting. How you guys doing tonight? What's up? So many comedians there that ignore that question because they hear it so often. Comedians, how are you guys doing tonight? So proud, so much energy. Probably because we have a new sponsor, everybody. That's right. We'd like to officially re-announce that our newest sponsor is Diet Squirt. Since 1938, the caffeine-free thirst quencher. So Diet Squirt, we appreciate you guys. Less than 1% juice, no calories. It's true. Slightly less than 1% juice. No calories and low sodium. Squirt, a refreshing beverage since 1938. Oh yeah, shuffling one around. Who's having a wonderful Monday so far? I'll tell you, I am. It's a great Monday for me. I had a crazy job offer happen that the 12-year-old me would love for me to take. I can't talk about it just yet, but that's going to be something in future episodes that I'm going to talk about. It's the job opportunity that we're hinting at today.
You have already told me about this, but
and it's crazy.
All right, yeah, because you can't maybe talk about no. All right,
we're gonna say it. It's gonna be great.
I didn't even know you were here.
Yes, great job offered from Kinder Care. Good makers of Kinder Care. It's delicious with a diet Sprite.
Squirt out of Kinder.
Oh yes, diet Squirt. We do not like Sprite. Oh, you probably just lost them.
You just lost Squirt. We've had him for 2 episodes.
Oh my god. Yeah, so we just wanted to let you know.
Well, I tell you what, you can't do a Sprite. You can't mix it with tequila and make a margarita instantly.
Oh, you told me this last week and I almost threw up in my mouth. A margarita made of squirt and tequila. Have you really had that before?
Oh, I mean,
Who would drink that? My round of applause. There you go, Brian. There you go. Just to let you know how I feel living.
No, I mean, like really, it's if you mix drinks a lot, like myself, you get sick of something a lot. Like I got sick of Jack and Coke. I went to 7 and 7s for a while. I went to turkey and ginger, and then I got into tequila. And there's not really much you can do with tequila except maybe make a margarita out of it or take a press out of it. So my Mexican friends told me to.
Your Mexican friends did not tell you that.
Yes, it's a 4-person margarita. Is what they just said. It does the job. You know, mix it with tequila. It tastes great. We could actually do it today if we wanted to. We could have Josh get some Patron.
Okay. But I do love without tequila delicious diet. Anyway, it's a crazy Monday here, guys. You guys know what we do. We always have a bunch of comedians come on, and I do a minute and some of the future comedians of the world and the universe, some of our favorite rising comics. Sometimes it's a brand new person. You never know what's going to happen. And I always have 2 amazing guests that come on and talk with me. Newer comedians, and it's always fun. But as well, we always have every week a brand new head of security to keep us safe here on the stage. This is this guy's second job, keeping us safe. Put your hands together for Autistic Thunder, Josh Meyerowitz, aka the Autistic Patriot.
Can you imagine if like a guy Patriot really did do that? He just like killed all his impulses and apologized.
It's true. The Autistic Patriot gives more apologies than any other superhero. You're really filling that suit out, huh? I think you're the first one to not have a lot of extra slack. That's fun, isn't it? What diet is that? I'm really excited. Do you hear your shoes squeaking when you do that? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. It's very annoying. Back to you, Diet Man. Sound of shoes squeaking.
Are you really on a diet? Like Weight Watchers?
This sounds like a guy that has no diet plan whatsoever. Just one step at a time. I leave a couple bites of the In-N-Out burger that I eat daily.
Do you eat bad or do you just eat a lot? Okay.
What did you eat today? Tell the truth, but it's going to be much fun. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Really? Seems like maybe you are sticking to your diet. Now I sort of feel bad for you.
Hey, next time you have a salad like that, though, put the dressing on the side and dip your fork into it instead of pouring it on top of your salad. You'll save about half the calories.
Heck yeah. Do you usually toss your salad? There's a little picture in your minds for all of you.
Have you ever tried to suck your own dick?
Probably not even close, huh?
Could you at least nibble on your bush?
A lot of cube? Well, since you said that in the singular, I'm guessing you have about one.
Just one thick cube.
You know, to this very day, I just don't have very many cubes. You're 30? Oh my goodness. Period together for the biggest 11-year-old I know, turning 30. Love it. You must be excited, Josh. I know for a fact that you're a pro wrestling fan. Let's talk to the man under the mask for a second. So what do you think about Rowdy Piper Mania? Can you get maybe if there's somebody in the crowd who doesn't know, maybe if you give a little short background on the man that is going to be on this show. All right, that's not a good start. Just go with the stuff that you do know, Josh. Very good. That's almost correct. Very good. Definitely the best promos. He was the first comedian to improvise his own segment on wrestling. It was called Piper's Pit. He always improvised it. These pro wrestlers weren't always, had a lot of comedic background and stuff, so he'd really have to improvise. I mean, that's digging deep. He's also a 36-time champion, the star of the movie They Live, and many other great movies. And we're very excited to have him. Awesome. And Josh. And that's right. Put your hands together for our Sir Josh Martin, everybody, hustling around, making it all possible. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comic, and Josh Meyerowitz, the Autistic Patriot, is on Twitter at Autistic Thunder. You really own your autism, which I love.
We had a really good show Friday at the Ice House with Joe Rogan and Don Herrera, and it was just exciting to have the show on the road. Are you going to be at Comic-Con 2014 this year? Well, we July 23rd and 24th we're going to be there doing shows. So any of the comics listening to this at home, sign up. You'll be able to go to the American Comedy Co. on July 23rd, an hour before the show, and get on stage. Hopefully. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So try to make it down there, Josh.
Oh, there you go. You might want to say that. One of those is a lot more sad than the other. But you have some perks that non-disabled people, I mean, you have that taxi that gets you. They get a hell of a deal. I mean, that special Uber is like. You have to try that one out when you get 60 seconds one Monday. Much love indeed. If you don't know, that is Josh Meyerowitz's catchphrase, much love, because he can't help but to say it. It's his way of closing up everything by giving extra love. Sometimes we'd all be a lot better people if we had autism. Put your hands together for Josh Meyerowitz joining us. It's so fun. It's so exciting. Josh, are you here? You got 2 thumbs up? Okay, you really go through that cover. Very good. Good job, Josh.
We can talk real quick. About autistic people, Josh, is that the Army and stuff, they love autistic people. They try to get as many autistic people in the Army as possible because they kick ass at certain jobs.
There you go. Some lady knows one dumbass autistic person.
But do you obsess about stuff? What about radar blips over the ocean?
Josh, you're actually, now that I think about it, not even our first autistic patriot. You are, however, our first diagnosed autistic patriot. So, it's an exciting title to have. Now, let's talk more about this diet since we have a second minute to talk about it. Banana, an apple, and a salad is what you eat today. Are you really hungry right now? Yes, I can tell.
Not enough protein for you. You're a big guy, you need more protein.
Well, we love it. We're glad to have you. One more time for the Patriot of the Day, Josh Meyerowitz, the Autistic Patriot. Let's move on with the show, guys. You ready for our guests or what? Come on, guys. It's fucking Monday night. Kill Tony 57, and we're about to make magic happen. Are you ready for a crazy show? Put your hands together for tonight's guest, the hilarious Annie Letterman, and the super funny and awesome legend and man himself, Rabbi Rothschild. Letterman is here. Roddy Piper is here. You guys are meeting each other for the first time, I do believe. Two of my favorite people. Annie, one of the fast rising comedians in the world, all over E! and Comedy Central, and so many fun things. And
TV. I mean, it just goes on forever. Haven't you heard of me or you haven't?
From a lot of my favorite things, including most recently Legends House on the WWE Network, Roddy Piper is joining us. Very exciting. Good friend of mine, and glad to have you back. We had you pop in a couple episodes ago. You were nice enough to grace us with your presence, and I'm so lucky to have you all as a guest. Thanks so much.
No one's ever called me a lady. Thank you. Oh,
exactly. So it's going to be a fun perspective switch. I figured the two of you will give two different perspectives for sure. Annie from, the toughest chicks I know to the toughest guys I know.
Are we going to have wrestling?
Yes. That's what I didn't tell you. Every Monday. Just myself with that. A lot of people don't know this, but Roddy Piper is also a paid regular here at the Comedy Store. Stand up for a few years, and who would have thought that a guy that could make stadiums and arenas feel alive for decades could possibly pull off stand-up comedy in a room with 20 people. But it's always fun. The best stories.
I love that it takes an autistic guy to take dieting advice from Red Man. The dipping the fork in. Fuck you, Red Man.
Hey, that's true, man. I'm a Weight Watcher. I lost 75 pounds of Weight Watchers once in 3 months.
I know. What year was this?
Year I had 8.
I'm sorry, was that too mean, you assholes in the belly room of the fucking Comedy Store?
Yeah, I don't know if you caught. I don't think you caught the beginning of the very beginning of the show. Hyper's let me update you. Our Patriot, because we always have a new head of security. Our Patriot's name is Josh Meyerowitz. He is autistic. Is an amazing stand-up comedian who talks about his autism so he can handle it. But he just announced today that he's on a new diet, and all he ate today was an apple and a banana and a Caesar salad. So I figure
He's a water diet. He drinks lots of water.
It's a diet that seems like it'll last for about another 2 hours.
Well, I used to do it in middle school. It's called anorexia.
I'd imagine from your years having to be in front of the camera and being tip-top shape, you might have some kind of advice to give to
What's your welcome?
How many times do you eat a day? 3. How many times do you go to the bathroom? Well, reverse it.
Just eat Chipotle once and shut the rest of it up.
Raw chicken, that's all you need.
Gallon of water, chicken, salt,
chicken soup.
The salt's really the trick. That helps the water.
There's not a lot of people that have to food to not only live it out, but to do it every day.
He's actually in such bad shape he can't pat himself on the back. That's what we're trying to get to. Oh, you can reach there. Good job, Josh.
I like that his microphone's just on his dick. So yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a little tradition that we have here where we keep the speaker box back.
You're funny, Josh.
Josh, do you have any questions for our guests?
Like that.
I don't care. I'm not going to be on it. Who gives a shit? No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. I think that's cool. It could be like interesting to change Netflix up a little bit. She seemed obviously really bored with the show.
Was that making it uncensored?
I think it would be uncensored. I feel like she was so close to being uncensored on E. But I think when you get like caught in a show and you're like, all right, I come out, I do my monologue, then I do this, and I go like that gets boring. So sometimes you have to completely jump ship. But so it probably will be. I know she didn't want to do the late night. Or I heard that she didn't want to do the late night because it would be censored.
I'd be going the opposite way. Watching Fallon now, he used to have a really good show when he was late, a little bit more other shows, but now he's actually had to go backwards to more Leno humor. You can actually see the censorship.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about for Piper? You have a question for Piper?
Yes.
He's a little eccentric, There's very free and you have to be sensitive, but it makes me a director because he gets inside of it and helps pull it up. But as far as the acting is concerned, he left the acting off. He's a 220-pound dancer. It's like Mike Tyson doesn't even know what I can kill by a dancer.
It's not something really creative. Oh, yeah.
You just said it so confidently the wrong answer. That's almost as annoying as squeaky shoes. Nothing's more annoying than that. Just kidding.
There you go.
Was it true with the big fight scene there that it was supposed to be like a short scene where you against Keith David, and then you guys just were fighting it out? They just decided to record the whole thing, and they did it like almost like a 6-minute fight.
John Carpenter wanted the fight that was longest before that was John Wayne era, and Carpenter wanted to fight between two friends. The next is on the
And those were real punches, right?
You went through a camera focus as long as you cross the line, you can't tell. On the way back, I was like, pitch my eyes, finally, I just said, yeah, from down, get it down, just a lot easier. And he didn't have a problem with that. Got right into that, he got the shit out of me for a couple days, and there we are.
Wow, congratulations. The longest fight scene. I saw something cool today. I stumbled across on the internet. It was an alien, Sigourney Weaver, I guess after she obtained special powers. Or at some point in the movie, either way, there's a part where she's walking away from a basketball hoop with the basketball in her hand, and she throws the basketball over her shoulder, and she makes the shot showing how advanced she is. But I watched the clip today of her doing that for the first time and actually doing it, and they couldn't even, all the serious characters in the role broke. You know what I mean? And just like the moment that it went straight in. I mean, it's an amazing clip. You can tell she's completely dialed into her character as a super professional actress, and she's so dialed in without thinking. And she's saying in the interview that she doesn't know how she did it. But she was so dialed in that she literally did what the character was supposed to do. Made that no look back shot. So it's worth looking up sometime. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Josh. That's why an autistic sidekick is good to have around.
And here's a fun fact about that fight that you did. South Park actually had an episode called Triple Fight, and they did it shot by shot of that fight. That's why if you ever watch that episode, you're like, why is this fight so long? Yeah, the dialogue was good.
I would watch
But it's construction chamber.
One time in an autograph line, they said, boy, and then I thought, okay,
That's how I say the N-word too. I need like one black person laughing at seeing a video.
Those South Park guys have a real knack for making people laugh at their own problems. Like a lot of people don't know, but the Mormons, those people love it more than anything. Mormons are way into the Book of Mormon while they're making fun of it. With ads of their pamphlet and all this stuff. They're going to run shows in Salt Lake City, which are already sold out. Because Mormons dig it the most. It's the biggest joke. They make fun of everything. That's why they can get away with it.
Well, the Mormons are definitely well known.
Well, very excited about this. Annie, you've been doing stand-up a long time from New York, and Piper, you've been all over the world. So let's have some fun, give some perspective to some people just starting out. For those of you just joining us for the first time, for comedians in the room, you know that 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of the kitty. So wrap up whatever you're talking about then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yeah, you.
I like how that sound effect's also 60 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. It just is out of control. But there you go. So don't run the light if for no other reason than for the sake of the podcast listeners who plan weekly about that.
Stop with the bear sound.
Every time somebody runs their time, I use a good photo. I'm just trying to work out in the gym, listen to your show, but you make it real hard when you bring out the bear, all right? I read your tweets, guys.
Start yelling at the people that go over a minute. How about that?
That's right. That's the lesson, is do your time and get out. Is ready for Kill Tony 57. Here we go with Andy Letterman and Roddy Piper and the Autistic Patriot. Your first comedian doing 60 seconds today is Gil Garibaldo.
A trained teacher and got a pretty great compliment from the teacher. Like, you're getting to a very high level, and it's all you. Ow. That's great. Respect for the community. Give me that type of confidence. You don't really hear that kind of stuff. And she told me like, but I did overhear a pretty mature conversation he had. I was like, so talking about politics? What's going on? She's like, well, he said he fucked the shit out of the lunch lady. I was pretty embarrassed because I've seen that lunch lady and she is gross as shit. Trying to help him out with his homework and stuff, but I'm like trying to be pretty helpful. Let me check out that homework. I don't know. Fractions? Yeah, man, check the ass.
Sometimes that bear comes out very quickly. All right. There you go.
That was 45 seconds to lead up to your first joke, and I thought it worked, and I think that was funny, but I don't know. I think that's too long.
You say you're teaching at the place?
No, it's very
Oh, and you have a son?
Yeah.
How old's your son? 12. Oh, wow. So what was what I would want to know as an audience member was what was the context of the conversation when he said that he fucked the shit out of it? Did he say he would fuck the shit out of the lunch lady, or that he did?
Greg was friends about it. That's joking.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah,
So was the setup the setup in the beginning where the teacher said that you can tell that his voice is coming from you or his language is coming from you? Was that the setup that when he said he fucked the lunch lady, you were like, I wouldn't say that because she's ugly. Was that?
Yeah, she's just not the type of female that he should be.
She's ugly. Oh, she's like shit. She doesn't be able to get lunch lady. We know the lunch ladies, yeah. But like, I think like the whole beginning doesn't, the setup doesn't. You could just say as a teacher happens to get right into it.
My 12-year-old, I went to a food teacher for my 12-year-old son.
Yeah.
Now, did he tell you that, or did the teacher tell you that he said that? The teacher told you.
Yeah, one of them, and he just had this like kind of like.
So, one thing with that is I think it also might be more fun to go on the adventure a little bit more with you. Like maybe at first you're proud of him or not. Both ways are funny if you tell us what you're feeling when you first found out and then when you remembered. It gives you a chance for 2 laughs there at some point. Because then once you realize it, and also gross as shit is funny, but I think that could be one step funnier too, just something like uglier than your average lunch lady,
or you could say she looks like you, and you could be like, oh, she's a beard like you, it's my son trying to
right.
I'd go for incest, guys.
And what the audience is saying. Yeah, you said it's upsetting because the lunch lady looks like this, to you. Or anybody, to get it back to you.
But I think it's important in the very beginning to need like a punch in the very beginning, so that people want to go on the these.
Even after 30 seconds, it's almost like, wait, what am I listening to here? I'm trying to pay attention, but then I'm just talking about nonsense. I was just kind of waiting for the joke a little bit too long. Too much
setup, but the joke is good, and you can probably get to it really fast, like right away. I go in and said that.
Now, Piper, you've watched many stars, and you have a good eye for everything. You know show business probably better than anyone I know. So let me ask you, what do you think of this young iron sheep you're dealing
First of all, I think that successful pushing the ball and when you first came out, she had something for the lunch lady, and the lunch lady wasn't that good looking. And he wanted to do it anyway. She wanted to do it even though she wasn't good looking. Is that what you're saying? Well, didn't want to do it because she wasn't good looking.
He's an equal opportunist. Yeah. Well, fuck it, I'll go. Face the well.
It's like her personality tag. It's not biased against
She's so sweet. With the extra creamed corn.
Right at the top. Right at the top. I would let him know. I'm a super dad myself. And then
yeah, because I was thinking too that maybe you were going to be when you were a kid. You were at this teacher conference and you were like, oh, that's what I don't know. Like you were just like a creepy guy. I don't know, you just give off that vibe to me. I don't know, that you have a daughter and like a classroom. I don't really think that.
But again, we'll get back
to podcast. So
that's our overarching.
Who said that sound? Die. Someone should
oh yeah.
Thank you.
How long have you been single? Wow.
So it's like,
So it's the kid's fault.
that's like,
you know, just
What were the other things your friends?
What's her name?
Baby.
How long have you been stand up?
So the idea when you're talking about
what part?
Original South Side.
It does not work. Say 80 something.
How long did you live there for?
Something that baby.
The first night?
Doesn't go
You had tattoos up?
Well, let's see. I tell people that's my face because I don't want to explain who they do.
Something
Were you sober when you got that?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just a chick.
What about
I think I like when they shut the fuck up. They wrap their face, their mouth shut.
So that's just a random check.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's amazing.
You're sticking with the sober through all of it.
Yeah, totally sober from all of that.
I like Stout Bill. Thanks for coming on. Come back soon. Gil Garibaldo. He's on Twitter at Gil Garibaldo. That's GilGaribaldo. Gil Garibaldo wasn't available on Twitter. Wow. That's good stuff. I always ask each guest that comes on for the first time what if they ever did anything when they first started to stand up on stage that they can't believe that they ever talked about said standing on their first.
One of my first jokes was like one was the best sex I ever had was with a homeless guy. He really fucked me like I was gonna make him a sandwich. Which was like, he looked homeless, he wasn't homeless. And then years later, I moved to LA and I was living in that car. So what a fucking hypocrite.
You're more of a storyteller on stage, and your stories are all amazing. So I wouldn't consider anything embarrassing. So I'm going to ask you a little bit of a spin on that question, which is there anything which I'm sure there's something, just maybe share one thing in the ring or when you were a rising wrestler that you ever did that was crazy or embarrassing.
This is the wrestling ring, not the movie The Ring.
I wrestled a bear. 650-pound bear that took my catch on my drums off and let me into it. Knocked out.
What's that situation? How does that go?
Was that after your joke went past 60 seconds?
Oh yeah, yeah. We remember that story last time. I had to go home and watch it. It's so funny.
That's such a sensitive, you're like such a nice guy. And then the crippled kid thing, did you guys not tear up when he said that?
It was a hard fight that night. And like 20 years later, my son called me. Your dad called me a what? 20 fucking years later, Bruno.
I love it. We're going to roll on to our next comedian, and it will be Brad Sachs.
I just lost my job. I was a waiter. I got fired because I lost it with an old lady, like an 85-year-old lady. Sometimes older people, I love them. Like, what's that? He's like, yes, you need to know that. I just lost it. She was like, I want an ice of water with no ice, but I want the ice on the side. And I want lemon, straw, and extra lemon on the side. And Splenda on the side. And if you have that raw sugar, I want it on the side. And I scratch my head. It's that's lemon. No. The only reason I work there is to get laid. That's it. Best place never worked is a restaurant. The place I worked at for 13 years, I didn't talk about anybody's ability to give the information. It's like questions. Questions who were here something else. After work, I'm like, thank you. The rest of you, nothing. That's true.
Thank you, guys. Brad Sachs. Firing off some bullets.
It was someone like your mother, yes.
Okay.
Maybe you should perform to autistic people.
I'll try it.
Are you really a waiter?
Yes.
Where at?
A place called Stanley.
In England?
A place called Stanley.
What kind of restaurants?
I would say it's like casual, upscale. Every kind of really good with salads, pizza, pasta, chicken, fish, steak. I got everything. Yeah, that's a good place.
The lemonade bit was funny that it made sense and cute. But I think the setup how you did it with the old lady kind of made me go, what is he doing? You know, or I don't know, maybe if you just said she ordered enough stuff to make lemonade, just kind of like, yeah, you don't need all of that.
If you started with the act out, like I just got fired because this woman came in, do the act out, bitch, that's lemonade, and then rant a little bit more, I think, too. Like, if you really went off on her, it's funny that you got an old lady.
Yeah.
Right? Did anyone else get wet? I loved it.
And she ordered ice water and 7 things for the ice water. She pretty much ordered lemonade. And she made me go like, let's order something.
And then, like, also that it's like, there's no charge. You know, like, what's a 50%? What's a 20% test? Let's hear it. That's so funny. Sorry. I just made your joke worse.
They fired you?
Well, it wasn't like it was actually kale. Like I just, it was a really busy night. This one lady kept saying, "Is there kale in my salad?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's kale." And she's like, "You can take it back. You have that with kale. I don't think this is kale." And like the third time, I'm like running around sweating, and she's like, "Is this kale?" I'm like, "It's fucking kale." And then the whole table looked up. I'm like, "I'm sorry." And then they went told, and they're like, and his jokes, by the way, were terrible. Because I was trying to make up for it a little.
One, that's funny with the jokes. And two, we know that table wasn't autistic.
Right, they were not autistic. They were normal people.
You should know from the spectrum.
We should have told her to kale herself.
Wow. Look at you. Shooting a little three-pointer over there. Shooting from long range. I don't normally do that. Normally I'm that guy, but it's fun to see.
I'd like to see Tony up in this position.
I love Henry and all right, Josh, let's settle down.
You agree that was way funnier than your story, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, that's why I try to ask these questions, dig a little bit deeper. I mean, there was nothing funny about what the restaurant was like, but then we got into that part. That's interesting. So, what was your reaction when you found out that? Were you more mad when you found out that she said your jokes weren't funny, or
that was? Yeah, I mean, I was upset. Obviously, it was the job.
So the manager had to report to you. The manager was like a man.
Yeah.
Yes. We stumbled across everybody. What's funnier to listen to at the #1 comedy club in the world than some guy's actual restaurant jokes? Picture yourself at the restaurant table. Here we are, Brad Sachs. You'll be our waiter. Now, come on, tell us the fuck up. How about we just improv?
Wait.
Stick through it. Come on, you got some jokes.
I've asked you for a glass of ice water and you drop it on the table. I know you don't just drop it and walk away. What do you say?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, when you give me the thing, there's the waiters that always do the thing where you finish your plate and then they go, "Oh, I guess you hated that, huh?"
Oh, right. When people like, I like this one lady probably like if they ate the whole thing really fast. They're like, "I hate that." I'm like, "I'll take that off the check."
Yeah, and then they're all pissed when it's still on the check. Maybe that's why they're mad.
Come on, there's gotta be something. You don't have a couple lines. I mean, you've been waiting for 12 years while being a comedian, and you don't have any things that sometimes you go to.
I mean, that was probably my most famous one.
That was your most famous one?
That's so funny.
Like, I've been on for 12 years.
I hated the job. I was like, "Yeah, who's your fucking diet over?"
I used to, when I was a waitress, I used to tell whenever a woman had a baby, and she was like, "No, I would always say, do you want skim, whole, and breast?" And tell her you're wet nurse. Never got good tips.
That's risky, though.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
I'm sure that. I hate that. I hate when waiters, though, are too jokey and they won't. I hate that so much. They talk too much. So are you one of those people that just like fucking like make? Honestly, if I wanted to do like really just
as annoying as that is for the patron, as a comic, if you're like, it's like having an open mic all day. Day job is like, so what? You're not going to it's like fresh ears. You just know.
Are you really trying to ruin all of our food for the future?
I was amazed. I brought the worst food.
I know what she's saying. It's not like knock jokes.
No, you're like, try your bits out.
They don't even, if it's a misfit about the day or the week, and not the news, it's an actual thing, they don't even know it's a bit. But my guess said when she said corny jokes, that there were specific things like, oh, I have to get a sandwich, I'll catch up with you later, or whatever. Like I was hoping for like a fucking.
I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
She's like, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm 98. I'm not going anywhere.
I don't
The only place I'm going is to hell.
Hey, look who's got the.
Woo! Josh is getting with the when you laugh, it hurts my feelings. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Are you serious? Once I got Yelp, I actually worked with Sally here. I once got a Yelp where they said the waitress was so annoyed. She kept talking about how hot the skaters at the coffee shop next door. Yeah, they were hot.
Now, normally this is the part where I say Piper, this young blank, but you are so far looking out of the realm of professional wrestling that I'm truly stumped. Maybe a young, oh God.
Was that a blonde Jewish one?
Maybe you can say
the guy with the rubber bands on.
Laughing at something that nobody else knew. There you go. I love how you crack out. Yeah, can you grow beer? Yeah. What do we think about? What do you got for Brad Sacks? Anything pop in your mind? Advice or something? Oh, no, I'm talking to Piper about you.
That's actually what you were thinking. I actually wasn't thinking. I figured it was time for you to go. I might have just gone the lady water and sugar and really it's a fucking meal. Right. She kept making me.
That is true. Making separate trips.
Yeah, a lot of trips. Build up with these, pictures hang on the kitchen, going out, the trip, you're sweating, it's a fucking meal.
Not the money that the old lady didn't know what kale was. They're like, yeah, it's right in front of me. What you can't see? Oh, it's a cataract.
Yeah, I was like, that's the whole salad.
Yeah.
There you go, Brad Sacks. Let's see, is this news? So now you're no longer working at a restaurant? There you go, Brad Sacks, free agent. If anybody here owns a Chili's or an Applebee's, you can get a fucking joke machine over here, Brad. Yeah, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. What table of people cracks up at that shit? We'll be right here. Oh man, did you hear that? He thought we were going to go somewhere after he went to get us something. So crazy. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it was a joke. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Jason Van Wyatt.
My friends won't stop talking about Molly and not new party drug Molly. I don't know if you guys have lined up for Burning Man, so they won't shut up about how great Molly is. Finally, I just Googled it. It turns out Molly is ecstasy. Literally the same thing. Just an ecstasy tablet that's been ground into a powder. That is not a new drug. Not how that works at all. You'll be like, this isn't cocaine. This is cocaine I put into a gel cap. It's called Samantha. I've probably never heard of it. We can talk 10 more seconds.
25 seconds.
To launch it to like a 12-minute
He wants to hear the bear. Look at him.
You just want the bear.
I was going to talk about that joke. Ecstasy and Molly is different. It's not. MDMA is Molly. Pure Molly is MDMA. MDMA is also ecstasy. So ecstasy is MDMA plus speed.
Ecstasy is MDMA. You're right. It's a cut form of MDMA.
Right.
And Molly is pure MDMA. For those of you that weren't at Bonnaroo 2003 with me, which is where I learned that. I was there.
Ecstasy might be some of other things, but it's not necessarily. Ecstasy is MDMA.
Your anger towards this drug shows me that you need to take this drug.
A lot.
Yeah. Fucking touch the windblower. Chill the fuck out. Suck a lollipop and shut the fuck up!
So, makes it hard when you do 25 seconds.
And then
you
yank
what do you want?
it.
What do you want? The same thing? You want to do another 20 seconds? Is there anything else premise that you want to talk about?
I think you should switch ecstasy and Molly. My friends keep talking about ecstasy.
People are talking about Molly. I don't hear people talking about Molly earlier this year.
They did know everyone's crazy. But also, everyone, I always think it's interesting that everyone's just taking Molly like at bars. Like when we did ecstasy, we like pulled a mattress down and we're like putting shaving cream on each other and like.
That's why you have to speed to get ecstasy so you can go out to a bar.
But isn't Molly doesn't have to speed? It's the opposite.
Have you tried any of these?
I took ecstasy.
You should try again.
You should try Molly. You'll see the difference.
You'll
feel the difference. How it was back then. Because I really do. You might be right what it's supposed to be, but the ecstasy that you buy, like if somebody goes, "Hey, I got ecstasy because they have Molly," ecstasy's not just a MDMA. Which ecstasy mixed with other shit usually.
You're so angry too. That man obviously is like a purist. He sells Molly. Don't you dress like you sell Molly? Doesn't he look like he sells Molly?
Oh yeah.
To like children. So what's his name? Son? His 12-year-old munch lady fucking son.
I've lost children. What was the joke?
He said shit. Yeah, okay. No, not you. I'm not blaming you. You're not. Just I love this. You have to. You say no to him?
You want to say the whole joke again?
Yes!
I just want to. You got it.
A lot of conflicts. Just take a big boom boom and fucking bad. Yeah.
You're overcompensating. Oh my god! Was that you cupping his thumb dip? What was that? No, I love it. I'm proud of it.
What was the punchline? Let's get to the punchline.
It's not a new drug, right? You can't be like, this is cocaine. This is cocaine that put into a gel cup. It's called Samantha. You throw it in something else. Once again, freshness.
Maybe that's the angle. Then maybe it's more about how people are trying to be hip.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this new drug. It's definitely not a new drug. But your ecstasy has other stuff in it. It's like saying your cocaine has formaldehyde in it. So you can try this new drug that's just cocaine.
I think that's more of the actual saying rather than the gel tap. But these people are maybe corpses right now. This podcast usually works a lot better when we're in front of a live audience, and this is a disgrace. These fucking wax museum stand-ins that we have in here tonight are not getting paid, but they like being called out on it.
Maybe have instead of the cocaine be something that you can have a joke to, like maybe compared to the purple stuff, the purple whatever lean or whatever shit kids are doing at the cops, or maybe say, yeah, and there's the lean, which is try to find the joke in there.
instead of being served.
What is it?
It's cough syrup. Is it different than like purple drink? No, it's actually. So it's just another thing that we gave you. It's cool. Right. Yeah. So maybe it's like.
It's not the exact same.
Right. That'd be easy to play with, maybe. Instead of purple drink or the leaf, it's called now. It used to be called. I don't know. It just seems like that would be more fun to play with.
I like your style, Jason. Keep rocking, keep writing. Come back soon. Bang glass.
Unhurtable. I like it. You can't wound him.
Funny guy, Jason. He's on Twitter at Jason Van Glass, guys. So if you're listening to the podcast, follow him. This is always fun because I like one name people. Put your hands together for Derek. Derek. One name, Derek.
You know what that means?
You racist motherfucker.
And you thought we didn't see him because he's black in the dark room? Josh, you're autistic. You're not a racist. Josh, much love.
When somebody misses their spot here after signing up for the club, it's always fun because that means that they get blacklisted. Oh, wow, that's a fun take on it. And we're going to do something a little bit different with our new blacklistings, where we encourage you not to follow the person who tweeted them that they really fucked up by missing their spot. Because he did fill out his Twitter at Real Derek Gary. Derek Gary with 2 R's. So tweet at Real Derek Gary that he's never going to make it in show business. He just got blacklisted from Phil Tony. Moving along, your next comedian, I'm sure is here because they want to make it. Goes by the name of Eddie Whitehead Jr.
Shit, 2 in a row. That means you're
blacklisted. There you go. Eddie Whitehead Jr. on Twitter at Eddie Whitehead Jr. This is great. This is fun. And I'm pretty sure we're blacklisting a list of black people. So, I know Eddie.
We know this guy.
We know this guy. One of the worst producers in podcast history. One of our buddies of the show. Always with us, hustling and bustling around. He's going to do a minute right now. A new minute we haven't heard. Put your hands together for Josh Martin. Josh Martin. We know he's here. Excuses is your opener, really? 1 minute. Pop forward, Josh.
I think people want equality. People want equality. I don't think they should be. I don't think we're equal. Like black people can dance, great. I wish we could. All I can do is like way less useful. It's like useful once a year. At least with dancing. I've seen people walk while dancing. I want that. Walk while dancing. Yeah, that's it.
You ended up accidentally killing, and I love that. It's the hardest I've laughed in a while.
Dude, that was funny, but maybe started to like we can't. I guess you can fuck like with walks and taxes. You can like go into
Bullshit! Bullshit! I've never done my taxes. No, I'm just assuming. No, you get the calculators on your ass for what imprint. Yeah, you turbo fuck tax.
Then I'm clearly doing taxes all over.
I mean, what do you have to pay taxes on? I am just. Josh, are you fucking serious? You're a comedy star now? Oh, your parents are rich? That's what
I just nailed it. Yeah, what kind of tax is like sales tax when you buy something from the store?
It paints an amazing picture in people's brains that when you say fucking while dancing, I feel like everybody may have pictured something a little bit different. Some people more fucking in the bedroom while dancing, some people on the dance floor just secretly fucking.
Yeah, there's like a difference between dancing while fucking and fucking while dancing.
Exactly.
I think both.
And that might be another thing to talk about, another layer on the accidental funny stuff that you put in an accidental funny order earlier. And the ultimate lesson is, man, had I not said top forward, move it so seriously, I mean, what are you going to do? Just bail out? You self-destruct for your first 3 words out of your mouth are, I don't know. Every audience, no matter who, no matter how smart or how stupid on any level, is going to go, maybe you don't know, you just got to wait, I don't know, when you sign up.
Well, the joke I wanted to do, I remember it now.
That's fine. Move on. You don't need to say, I don't know, and I'm not prepared. Nobody will ever care. That's the part where it's fun to keep it real. This is something I've had a lot of trouble with, because I've always been more of a me than a performer, and it's something that I know, is that you just can't bail out. Something that I've learned is that you just can't bail out. They don't know your weakness until you tell them. They don't know that you forgot anything. They think you're comfortably starting your set. You could have said nothing, looked out there and been comfortable saying hello, how are you doing, until it hit you that you don't. You only do taxes, and that's once a year, which is one beat. And then well, taxes, that's another beat. And then you have some stuff. But the ultimate standout lesson is that you do stand up way too much to ever panic. There should never be a panic. There's no panicking. It's just like there's no crying in baseball. There's no panicking. And especially at the comedy store, you're an employee here in the legend.
I think it was funny that your excuse was, you're like, I was running up the stairs. Like, when does running up the stairs erase your joke from your memory?
I also was trying to.
Oh, also you have asthma? Now you're playing the sympathy card? Yeah, can you give us some water?
And you can make jokes about that stuff too. If you would have kept it one level realer, then you would have just said that. Instead of saying, I don't know, I was just running up the stairs. You would have just said, I was running up the stairs.
I don't know.
I don't have asthma, but I look like I have asthma. Well, you can talk over my well-written joke. You would never know what it could have been. You'll never know. You'll never know. There's no way you'll be able to hear that when you listen to this podcast. And I'm not going to repeat it. Based on principle. Oh, big hands going up for the talent coordinator of the store, former Kill Tony guest Tommy Morris. Everybody. Fuck yeah, your comedians better clap it up, or else you'll never have a chance. Eddie, Mr. Spot, man. Very good. All right.
He's addicted.
Oh, thank God. This thing is flowing like smoke just keeps hitting me.
It's not smoke.
Smell these fruity pebble
It's cotton candy.
I don't want to smell cotton candy. It's like you're blowing cotton candy mist in my face. It's so distracting.
I like that you were giving an autistic kid health advice and you're smoking a fucking cotton candy cigarette. You fat piece of shit.
Eating cotton candy. So you start smoking cotton candy.
You are the least healthy human I've ever met in my fucking life.
Good shit.
Oh my God.
Autistic Patriot has something to say.
I mean, it's weird to have the worst Josh standing in front of the best Josh.
Piper, what do you have for this young IRS or what Shyster? Love the wrestling fans. Thanks for that.
The afternoon, I'm sorry, we bothered you. And the afternoon,
Kenny, shut up.
It was really.
That is cut off.
It would have got Richard playing that. that beat that launch a little bit, and then I think we have an audience. I think if you came up with it, and you've got the glasses,
I just thought that while thinking, oh shit, I don't know what
I'm the worst comic as well as the worst.
That's not true. That's not true. If you're gonna do self-deprecation, make sure there's a punchline on the end. That was Josh Martin, everybody. Right. Hopefully the podcast audio won't pick up the one gunshot we're about to hear from the belly of Green.
Bye, Josh. All right.
It's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comics. Truly a very, very funny rising. Really, it's gonna be funny when he's like he's gonna be one of the first comedians to speech impediment.
Louis C.K.
Because if he was gonna quit, he already would have quit. So yeah, exactly. Louis C.K. Or maybe funny if there's R's in the nose, so you really get misenunciation. Gabriel can get quick. There you go. Let's get one more comic up here before we get our regular spot. What do you guys say? You still with us, crowd? Eddie, I'm sorry. It's a thing with this show. You can't miss your spot. I love that you got so high that you... Eddie, settle down. I love... Oh my God. Oh. Oh, Jesus, look at this revolt. Thanks a lot, guy with an 80s mustache. Jesus Christ. All right.
He thinks your show's going to give him a shot. You have to let him on.
All 5 legitimate audience members agree that we should give him a shot.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to relieve you from your blacklist because I love audience members and I'm pandering for you fucks. So come back another week. And you guys can answer. Here's what I want in return: is that Steve Petronio? Are you here? Steve, how are you, buddy? Hi. You gonna be here next Monday? You'll start off next Monday, but in the meanwhile, I want you to, after the show, Steve, go up to each audience member that you see here and say, "Why did you take my minute from me tonight?" and ask for Eddie Whitehead. So, Steve, we're gonna kick it off next week with you, okay? Josh, will you remind me of that? He's already gone.
He's at home.
Obviously, it was a silent hanging. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute from one of my buddies. This is actually the first guy that I ever met when I started to do stand-up comedy. I signed up for the open mic here. I was here 2 hours early because I was so excited to sign up at 6 p.m. on a Sunday. And Eddie Whitehead Jr., who'd been doing it for years, was here 2 hours early because he was homeless. And we met and we hung out, we talked, and he was the first friend that I ever made in stand-up. He really is a good friend. He just got back from Chicago. We have the same birthday, June 8th. We're getting together for one of my good pals. Eddie Whitehead Jr., everybody.
Here's a go watch for that speech. That was good.
There you go. Commitment.
Is it wrong to fall in love in the middle of a prostate exam? Yeah, I thought so because my dentist gave it to me. And I was saying, shouldn't you be wearing a glove? I said, you're not putting that thing back on. This guy's looking at me like, why is Samuel Jackson talking about his fucking prostate? I am not Samuel Jackson. I get mistaken for him all the time. Apparently, Samuel Jackson is the only black man in the United States that can walk the streets and ask somebody what's in their wallet and not go to jail. Yeah, Samuel Jackson. I've traveled a lot. I was in Arizona And I'm surprised the train station in Arizona because it's so hot.
Now what happened?
We didn't have the air.
There you go. Samuel L. Jackson. Eddie Whitehead.
That's what the car cast. The car cast.
Yeah, I love it. You know what else Samuel L. Jackson does is shows up for his gigs on time and is there when he's due to be on set. That's why he's one of the most important actors on the show. Oh yeah.
You ever look with people with the Samuel L. Jackson thing though? Like if you have the right hat on and sunglasses, you always appear to play the part, get the pictures and people ask.
I went to Egypt. Yeah, the first of the year I went to Egypt. I said, hell yeah, I want to go. Get that fucking job, bitch.
Did you make a joke on the plane?
Oh, yeah. I was in the no snake section, man. I'm saying, look.
That at least makes a flight attendant fly.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Matter of fact, they looked at me as a suspect who was on the train.
That'd be
That's funny.
really creepy if you took the train to the
The coolest thing was I was in Egypt and I was at the museum. This guy came over with his medal and he says, Mr. Samuel Jackson, they want to thank you for coming to my country. This is my daughter, my wife, my son. We are very proud to have you here. And I looked at him and I said, take me to your lady. That's fine. And he took me to some big shot. It was all night. But it's always that fear because I don't look like that. There's another country.
Yeah, you sound exactly like him.
Yeah, there was a little problem too with the women. You can't be in the same room with women. So I went to the bathroom. It was like a 16-year-old girl. And she says, you have now sold me. I can never be married. I was old now.
Now you go by Eddie Whitehead Jr. now, but Roddy already played her as Virgil.
Hey, me and Piper used to hang out. We had lots of friends there. Hey, man, we got some stories between each other.
Really?
Yeah, you know, I want to compliment you on there was a human headshot.
Found an outlet for that.
Thank you.
I love it.
Did you guys Brett Butler?
Yes, I do.
Okay. About Brett Butler. You guys remember Rising Fire Dolls? Of course you do, Josh. I used to watch it.
I heard she's one of the worst people to work with on the show because that's why she can't get a job anymore.
I think she's like an alcoholic.
Which brings us back to Eddie. I love your style, Eddie. It's always so much fun. Now, you wrote down a Twitter here. Is that a real Twitter? Are you on Twitter? Do you have a cell phone?
You know, I wrote. I got it for both.
This is your old cell phone. That's right. Eddie, I'm so glad you're back. Are you going to be in LA for a while? Oh, there you go. It's true. You had me in the first month.
I would love to see that.
It is amazing.
Little baby monster.
The craziest thing, I used to look on the same day. And you know, comedy career is really progress to hate what you hate your friends after a while. And I'm older, so he was like,
I did not say that.
I said things like that.
I was busting your balls, Eddie. I wasn't really saying that you're over. I mean, you have to have a career before it's over.
It gets to a point where, hey man, I'm sub-coach, okay?
This audience out tonight, you're just killing it up here for nothing. Anyway, Eddie, I love you so much. We're going to move forward. If you really think he has a Twitter, then follow him at Eddie Whitehead Jr. on Twitter. So check him when he goes to the library. Here's your watch. I love you so much. I don't know why they weren't laughing at my bashing jokes, understanding that we're friends. Eddie is crippled, though. He got shot in the legs.
Both of them?
Yeah. He's like 50 Cent. 50 Cent just got shot in the legs.
Wait, shot, was it 2 separate occasions? Okay. Sorry that happened to you. Oh, this guy.
It's amazing. Like, how did you only get shot in the legs? It's almost like the gangbanger was a midget or something.
All right, that's enough of that story. You're not mic'd right now. We love you, Eddie. That was Eddie Whitehead Jr. We're going to move on to our two regulars. We have two female comedians that have been being built since the show started. And every week they do a new minute, and it's always fun. Going up first this week, you know, from Dysentery, from Kill Tony. She has a very goofy sense of humor to where, and yet serious and angry, where she'll take a small thing and turn it into something so much more. The very funny, very goofy Sarah White.
A friend invited me over for dinner. I said, fuck yeah, free food. What are we eating? She said, meatloaf. I said, I will not be coming. What the fuck is meatloaf? Why is it even a thing? If you eat enough meatloaf, you will turn into a meatloaf. Like a lazy, meaty, chubby fuck. That's what happens if you eat too much meatloaf. There's no meatloaf in LA. Just called tofu. The brick of tofu is the only meatloaf around here. If you're going to a restaurant specifically for the meatloaf, plan to have food meatloaf. My mom made turkey meatloaf. The whole family got sick. It was the color of a terracotta pot. That's all I have on meatloaf.
That's 59 seconds. You can tell she is a Kill Tony veteran. 59.55 seconds. Now, let's talk about meatloaf, shall we?
I have a feeling a lot of people don't hate meatloaf as much as you do, so it's hard to pinpoint it. Meatloaf's good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Really?
Boston Market meatloaf sandwich? You kidding me?
You're the baddest person alive, Red Man. Oh my god. Who eats at fucking Boston Market anymore? What? Holy shit.
Boston Market's bomb.
How are you like able to talk?
I throw up.
I think there's something there, but I'm surprised that in the way that you normally write, that there wasn't more of the breakdown of any other meat that you eat. The specific name of the meat is in it, like chicken parmesan or steak, or but only meatloaf is the only thing where it's like, it's meat. Trust me. You know, it's like nobody's asking the tough questions like, what's the meat?
Yeah. It's true. I don't know why I didn't think that.
Well,
but I mean, that's why I mean,
You could get into something like how meatloaf's really just ketchup and meat. It's pretty much just a hamburger.
It's pretty much
big hamburger.
Don't they have breadcrumbs in it too?
Yeah, it's pretty much just a hamburger.
Yeah, it's like an imploded hamburger.
That's why when you say you hate meatloaf, you hate burgers. It's like it's American.
It's like home cooking. You were even talking to your mom. Do you hate your mom? Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, your mom is just don't you?
Yeah,
you got your period?
not yet.
Ryan, you almost made it the whole episode behaving yourself. I was so proud. Odd question. And the fact that you gave an actual answer to that shows that you've been working with it.
Dysentery.
No, not on my period. Next week.
She didn't show us that on her period.
Okay. Don't get red, man. Just prove it right now. All right, Sarah. Meatloaf. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I would revisit it and look at it from different perspectives. You know, ask yourself the tough questions, like what else do we just put one condiment on and it makes it a thing? Breadcrumbs, what the fuck? That sounds like a wine shank bit if I've ever heard it before. Breadcrumbs being its own thing. Like how did, for example, like how did breadcrumbs actually like take off? You know, that's one messy chef who found out the most awesome accident ever. It's just maybe I can sweep all this crap up and put it in meatloaf. Like, the fact that crumbs, which is normally put into a trash can, is a widely accepted variety of food.
Crushed off you. Actually, food.
It
Right.
could be
The dandruff of condiments, breadcrumbs.
Like the leftover bread in the basket.
Now, Piper, this young sensational Sherry that we have here. What's the Piper input on Sarah Weinstein?
I love her attitude. I love the attitude. I mean, I wasn't fond of the attitude.
Yeah, it's
So strong.
You gotta say, look, she said, fuck.
I know, me too.
You know, it's kind of like a picture of you're strong, you're a little girl, you're strong. You're beautiful, you're strong, you have opinions, and when you're in your family, it takes away.
Too good of a right. Now, Annie here has to use profanity all the time because
Pussy juice is my punchline.
we want to thank Sarah. Yes, definitely. Sarah, thank you so much. That's the great Sarah Weinstein. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. I bet you could.
Drink that water, Josh.
Final comedian of the night dropped out of college at the University of Florida with just a couple semesters left. Put your hands together for Kimberly Conklin. Always funny, makes it real, talks about her life.
I'm having a lot of trouble tricking guys into being my boyfriend. I don't understand what's going on. Because I feel like I'm smart, I'm funny, charismatic, bold. Like, and I can cook too. The other day I made a meal and it tasted exactly like somebody should be my boyfriend. Like, what the fuck is going on? When it comes to marriage and sex, I'm saving myself from marriage and focusing mainly on sex right now. That's important at 23. Staying away from kids. I'm doing the good old push out, pull out method. I call it that because you don't only pull out, it takes both partners. You gotta push too. To make sure you get your part of the job done.
I love it. You got it. That's it. Another 58 seconds for Kimberly Congdon. The internal clock. Once again, nailed it. Very fun stuff. That's a whole new batch of a fun minute that I think can be stretched out and developed on.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Do you like do when you're first on stage? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was like take care of me, like which I don't ever do that. I think it's really good. I think that a lot of female comics tend to do just misdirects, and you should try to not have everything be like, oh, psych, I said this thing instead. I think those were all really good and really strong. I liked the what was before the push up? Focusing on the sex, that was fun. I really liked that.
Piper, your input on this modern day AJZ?
I think she's terrific. I think
Killed it. Kimberly Congdon, she's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. We are out of time. Piper, anything coming up you want to promote? The bubblegum soda?
Anything I want to promote? Yes, there's a Rowdy Pepper bubblegum soda podcast.
Your podcast is the
podcast.
Piper Pod.
Yeah,
I was on one of those. Find that episode. Legends House is the best show. Highly recommend anybody and everybody. Yeah, get the WWE Network. It's only $10 a month and watch all the episodes of Legends House. I've told everybody to watch it. It's my favorite show ever. So cool. Annie Letterman, you're Annie Letterman on Twitter. R_Roddy Piper.
And I'm Annie Letterman. It's like David Letterman, but no T's, one B.
LEDERMAN. At Autistic Thunder is Josh Meyerowitz on Twitter. At Autistic Thunder, no underscore there, right? One word. Autistic Thunder.
Red Band?
Vance and Tripoli are going to Florida in August 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's right out of town.
Yeah, go buy a shirt at TonyHinchcliffe.com.
You know, this could be
Then we have to
you have to or and I took them from the extension, but again, you know, build top here, so far.
Thank you. You're the best. So much great advice and great stuff. One of my heroes and my best friends, Roddy Piper, the great Andy Letterman. Thank you, Josh Martin. Thank you, live audience. It's been so much fun. See you again soon. Kill Tony.
That's like one pieces of Northwest. If you find pieces of something on an image, it's going to be water. Why is it water? Because it's a spec sake. What's the spec sake of? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was worshipped. So the idea of jumping back to our Zorah, which is something the reason why I have Zorah, it does not work because the Lord is saying ain't something ultimately not that. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe, with these commissions, doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that which I did was a results. Not your questions, that principle. Then something goes to be about that. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainties? What about Thomas on time? They're very interesting. You actually saw this. Cover Shanice, and yet we were with their parents. So say cover died. And again, translate, a special show to a member of our shir from Africa by the name of Circle, just through Belram, and our shir in Toronto. Hashem, we have a beautiful family that just moves his so he messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as a Kamkama. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tuman Tara to the point that even eats his food in the Tara. Even eats his food in the Tara. So even again, even what we call not sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity. And he's also careful with true semesters. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting. So Rabbi asked, he said, why do you call a cover? I covered with a friend. So what's the shot in that? So perhaps he's something like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who is looking and searching out for extra calories. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does it talk about? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. You don't have to eat in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of the ritual purity. Very similar thirst for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to live in purity in areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Yisrael Shalom. That's a friend. That's what Baruch Hu says. Someone who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, not the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the Yisrael Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the Kamkama, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone who puts upon himself additional spiritualism because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Yisrael Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver yet the girl they parents. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after he dies, he discovers that he has a basket of food. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they did time. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, is a chazaka ultimately again that they are properly timed. Because I'm all excited. The Fatata something got swindled, something was swindled. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a bad night. What's the bad night? What's the bad night? The certainty. The certainty was they were Temple. That's for sure, right? Temple's outside produce. So why is that a bad night? Because everything starts out as outside produce. So you have a bad night that is implied. Something, maybe the cover did time it, maybe he didn't time it. What do you see here? Because I see something who won't see me day by day. And what do you see here? That ultimately again of something is possible that the time that goes ahead and overrides the bad night that it certainly was Temple. So you see something won't see me day by day. To which the Gemara says no. Also, bad day. No, it's not true. That's not something bad day. That's a bad day and bad day. What's the case? They asked me. So it says it said that it was Temple. Rabbi was Temple, certainly it was Temple. And also, that's what? That he timed it. You want to see the Chemina comes out. Everything that comes out. Zaka al Khabar She'ena Motzi Davar She'ena Mitoka Mipaka. What's it after Kazaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The Khabar will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does it mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our Chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. For the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And every day, there's only bad day and bad day. Incredible. We might say what the possibility is. Or it says something for something. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? Afshar Abad Kizamoshia. Possible that the Father could conduct himself like a Moshe, instead of the Moshe. The Amar, not even up, but then on through also. The Mahrisa, the Boats Shalom, Kadesha, the Kadesha, the Hendo, balance of German and Isa. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That gave you all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called riyas b'nei, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's using of something that's not that why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Mistress. Why? Because it's possible that literally they were used as this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, and something won't say anything about that. Like it ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of certainty. So really, is that true? So you are said, but I need to learn. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Nice sufficient muscle, not capital based. Not a nice sufficient muscle, not very interesting case. So there was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say that. They were going to say this is Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama Israel. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Vigo. Okay, what happened? She had killed it. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was common that a woman had a miscarriage. You have to bury a maid, though. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also involved in you put a roof in a bit. Just in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, so the halacha is you have to bury a maid. You have to bury a miscarried baby. But that's because you do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do it. To bury it together, we do not bury it in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, It is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained. They don't want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now, so what happens? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a bit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peers over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Rishka himself indicated up. So he was at the basket for her. Then there was a woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see was the nasal, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. One might say that I won't say that one was the problem there. The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha was like to be contracted in two ways. You can be under a roof together with a mace, or you can be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I need over the corpse, I am the Oha. I am the Oha. So here the coin went ahead and moved over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. Oh, what happened? This episode came and they retired. They retired. Why did they retire the coin? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Jemand soll sagen, the back end kilometer, something logo, the cause is something you want to be bad. There's a look at this somewhere. Here's the case of bad. What's the bad guy? She put the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what we see from the earth, the Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Vadai, right? The suffix changing the reality even in the face of the Vadai to the point that again the constant, the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see from there that suffix can go ahead and trump the Vadai, which the Gemara says, locally when it's in the bar, Alaima, the killer can win against all the bar. The Gemara says, no. What happens over here is that the coin seems to shift on, throwing something that looked like being from. In other words, from that guy that she miscarried and placed in a belt of the bar, rather than he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. Whereas the one side, that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he got to peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how can you to say? Leika, the Gemara says, Leika, in Rotekila, in Leika. So first of all, you look into the pig to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or you know, look at it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the body. It wasn't an A-bell or not. It's on an A-bell. If it wasn't an A-bell, it's not. If it's on an A-bell, later it's not going to be A-bell. To see it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Vadai and Suffolk. It was the case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say, no, that's the way it is. They have a chef called the Bangros Musumin Shah. The other possibility is, once you have a place, that there's a full bed of hardwood, that there's animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So once it's going, so there's the cash out. So just pause over for just a second. So just understand that the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of a suffix once in a Vadai ultimately again holds. holds that in halacha we for any suffix multi-unit that. And if you have pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how did you get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also not know why. Because I have a guy that this was avodah zarah. Something maybe we actively decommissioned it. And therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the suffix that maybe that decommissioned it doesn't change reality of the guy that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in the suffix multi-media I want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of history and destiny into one phrase. This is it. Over the years, and over the millennia, we have faced so many struggles. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this was so interesting. That those of us who was working on Shabbos and Usher Weiss, he said, he said so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat. It's how far we saw. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. While we saw. It was scared, it was overwhelming, but obviously, the Rothschild says it, and he's there to so it takes on a totally different role. And over the years, over the centuries, there's been many spankers, like these we faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather it? So just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In something, not seeing a badai. What's the badai? The Baruch Hu says, Israel is an Am Hanetzchi. Am Israel, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the badai. That's the badai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is something close to it. Suffix. What are that suffix is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffix is. There's so many status that have presented themselves. Another suffix. Only Alinu B'Chaluk. So another suffix always arises. Well, that's the shirt. It's something mixing with Vadai. No something could undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of clouds. So that's ultimately a source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible one, halachically, as well as hashkafically. It's not even one goes back. It's saying, so it's like, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokas you have to know from Shlokish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission the avodah zarah, right? In other words, an athlete can be mendato his avodah zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? The Yochanan says, it must be what we call active hidduch. And Shlokish says, even passive hidduch. So let's now go back to that one. They say, only from something about listen to this. They also see this in Mishmar as well. You know, sorry. Did I skip? Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a time this year. Thank you. What's a time this year? This right now. So let's get back to Mishmar. If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. So the Gemara says, if they should go ahead and add why? because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Lord says, Amai, why is that? Hashmarim different. So say that's what he says. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is not an asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's wrong with Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? He wants to know, check much more. No, not music, but only opposite. So it's just going to get to what we said yesterday. What's the case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Gemara is not the kasha, only become the Makla, from Shalom, Shakamero, so it's also more this later. But when we go public, giving the Rato his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, it's actually very fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Actually, the Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, isn't that fascinating? They said, can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So let's say, to heavy up on this function, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Well, maybe again, if I change luck here, she would should work. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael then the only problem. So it's interesting that what you are suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending with the entire item still intact doesn't decommission. The rest one second. The Pasta, my hobby, Batman, Pascha, Ahabushi, Pascha, Bakla. But that's not true. We learned that again, if you bend in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present. Ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah is bottled. And you need to pass over to Hagen. Ultimately, you're right. If an apple goes ahead and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so bends the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, hold on. Keep constantly strong. Rabbi says it's very important to love. So like this, in reality, even when Yisrael bends the Avodah Zarah, it goes in again. So in other words, it looks like denting really is an act of foundation, which makes sense, right? Anything we do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if Yisrael bends it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, hello, Xera. Is Xera? What's the Xera? So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should be. So why did Chazal say that? What are we concerned about to this? We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to bend it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagibah. What does Hagibah do? Hagibah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is going to come with the Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodah is going to come with the Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Tela, the Omer. So they'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. So we are going to see exactly why this is a Yisrael that we can block from now on days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's happening over here? Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can dent it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew is not correct. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to take it out. I think here in the book, Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, he picks it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, I don't know. Right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Git. Avodah Zarah of the Git ultimately cannot be, you can't even back it, you can't commission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody wants to say, Aku, Shehi, Yavonim, and Amarakulis, the people of Amen, and Joachim, Victartios. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of Avodah, okay, we'll talk about it. Here's this house. Aku, Shehi, Yavonim, and Amarakulis, into this. So let's say that Aku, who brought stones from Marakulis, right? What's Marakulis? Marakulis is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Aku takes the stones from Marakulis, and what does he do? The people behind drop in the Tartios Mutalas. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like these pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So it's Allah. Mutalas. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, Allah put them in, so he's actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. So I'm checking about those people and dropping the Tartios Asiros. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get turned off because I'm not university. But why is that? Let's go from so why don't we say, so again, let's go to ask Rish Lakish, why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own, ultimately, is decommission. To which the one says, no, Hakanan Kid Rabba. The one says, just as Rabba said before, Rabba said essentially, a Jew can't get decommission of Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if he never actually needs them. Asian words that catch on. All the Shishiva Avodas Kachon. So listen to this. Let's say, all the Shishiva Avodas Kachon. So what's the name? You watch it. You have Avodah Zarah, and you shave it. You have Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out to that. For example, an Asherah tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Gemara says, let's start first. If ultimately the Akhir is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. It's ultimately you're going to be feeding for himself, and the sheep will get out in Torah. Then the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akhir's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? It says, however, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's called here, the sheep will get on the Torah. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, again, the tree is still also the sheep will get on the Torah, but ultimately, the shavings will be water. But if he still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, Whether Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the Jews' benefit, ultimately. Again, we have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main water. So let's go to the ask, so it's like a knife. Why should this be any different? Right? According to you, it should be no different than that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the other breaks on, which you said it's decommissioned. So what's what we are in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which you yourself and Andy, keep it Rabbi. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi's of the opinion, essentially, you don't want to change decommissioning level of Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be good with it. ASA, you'll see ASA, you'll see over Shulting Bizarre Lula, or Makta, so it's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see, Rez Hashem. So the Rabbi says, or say, or two missionaries, Shulting Bizarre Lula. If you find the whole Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All not till the young, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And once we're going to see this is talking about is you find it up on the Zara made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. See what it says? Ablubo, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it to the wind, then what can happen? It can become a fertilizer. So what it says. It said, well, you buck beyond Hamuba in a Helena. Plus, it says, really, you can't retain any part of the zone for your own use. Once again, I'm going to ask you you have the capitalists to come to the but once again, why? You should put it in even if the motor breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioned. So this case, a grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a motor cell fertilizer. Which they must talk and honey, keep it Rabba. Once again, I must say we keep all going to keep leading back to Rabba. Ultimately, again, he is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. They say, Rabbi Yossi Ben Sian Omer must subsuras Dako, or no Shachato. It's what's interesting case over here. Let's see the image of a dragon. This is our next mission. As we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, something only will come from something is all from Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did Apple? It's Mutter. You want to, on the other hand, that is so uncomfortable, also, but if you saw his little car like that, it's also, you want to die. You know, they have all those functions down there now. I can't watch it, it's any different. There was just something. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the whole design that blows on its own. Once again, we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rama. So we'll say, essentially, we should begin to see the people here. We don't want Jews involved in the whole design. Even with the decommissioning of the we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not here to the point that even decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. But you'll see over after what you are supposed to be saying, Shaman, the nation would be a no Sharet's behind. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also always on the Shnai, so it's easy to learn. Halacha is a general site that about what is halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath a shade tree. Underneath a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Like so, therefore, you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the mission wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine a via or sheretz alei, because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch falling leaves be a problem. After all, the Avi Kabbalah's corruption once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. I would go to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Shouldn't be a bubble fertilizer. Which the rest of the shiny also, they take care of all those go from the players. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that full identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You know, let's say other days, 10 days on base 42b, it says, what about the case for shavings? That was like the sugar tree shavings. We got a little common fire. That's where once again the primary part of the elements, i.e., the tree is still in existence. We got trying to get in that case, where like we said, with Sarah, he has sort of a shaving. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are the dirt. Ultimately, also can see the reason because an Zorah can't be for that whole Zorah cannot be created when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. Whereas the face of the Shimon case was like, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So now I'm going to both sides. I hope to Rabbi Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And I hope Zara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire of it has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now, which gears? Asim Shimon Rabbi Yochanan, so Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Yochanan, here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akdish, right? The tree belongs to the Mikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed mitzvah. Now let's say so again. Rashi says over here, second left from the top, no nanny, that's no zabanan. So you can't get benefits, the zabanan, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, or therefore, if you do get benefits from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not fine. So we do ourselves analyze the relationship of Shira. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? So same case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakin the kana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefits from your nest like that. So once I said, Yakin Bakana, I'm sorry. Share Yakin Bakana. Outside of that call, you don't finish probably then it makes sense you can survive. Now, let's say, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, let's say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest. Right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But yeah, those are actually interesting enough. What can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, "Kasar la'itcha," he goes sheshav b'minenu eitzim, and kinsabahen. In some short ways, that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. And Kafani, and yet the nest is withered. So here's like says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. It's because no, I see what it is. You go into IC8s in the Alma, the Kinsaba, and not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests, or birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the key over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Economic economy got me hectic. So once I saw again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hectic case. What happened in the hectic case? In the hectic case, what do you want to say about the birds now? About the bird's nest? No landing or about the tree? No land about the nest. Sorry. No landing below the water. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you really do not commit to the law, so let's analyze this. On the Mishnah of the IC, so the Allah, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belly, right outside of the head of the street, and how you kind of got the hectish on there in the below of it. So then it makes sense. No negative is that about it. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanon, and also the Rabbanon and the Doraisa. But there's no Mehila. Why is there no Mehila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mehila. So again, we'll say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? It's hectish. So this hectish ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Doraisa, and it's Nikila the Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that Allah is revealing both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectish tree, we're being a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not this tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, the area. So we'll say maybe now. It's actually quite so that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not us in the Doraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? How come we do have on the Akar Kanasi? So we'll say, this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item ruins things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called growth, which occurs after the designation. So what's talking about over here is the bird. So I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from and then grows. So that makes the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hektish? It depends. That's an forecast. You know, because somehow, and the author of this price or author of this Mishnah holds that Allah the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, this nest is it's incredible. Rabbi Rothschild on my gap is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild mean what does it mean when it says knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That broke. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to hear about that. A sabbath that broken, the kind of color. So I like the both cases, both to the Ashira case, as well as to the hektish case. So both of the cases, it's almost there perhaps. You can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going like the ingredients that are ever grown from trees can be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in kind of stress. What's this? The Shimon says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asr. That will say, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The baits in kind asr should strichen blood, because of our rabban and ka'al here asr. So this is actually very fascinating. Eggs are asr. Why are eggs asr? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore egg will be, and B will C, and then egg will C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to us. So what's fascinating? There's a lot of variables going on. But if you want to suggest things, maybe in all of these cases, the nest is awesome. Why isn't it nest awesome? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be awesome. The nest is going to be awesome. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take the stick, knock down the nest to get better from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore Allah said the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the baits are coming down to Rashi, that broken should switch on the evil, the baits down. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah provides so many comments. Therefore, once it turns out that over here, in this case of the nest, on top of the Asherah tree, the hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the I goes up, like, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's the return of the nest itself. Say from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be water, right? Right? So, how do you get that from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can get benefit from is eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. Let's stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halal. So, no, actually, we'll say, tomorrow, we'll pick up one, we'll finish on. Yeah, what for like another Shakish, like what are we doing that level? What are we passing away? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shkach, everybody. Bye, everyone's another great day. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Comic-Con sponsor, Wilson Shmuel American So. Dedicating all the Shemit Russians this year as its plus to the service fellows from Israel. Our Bartolomeo sponsors for the month of Av, Mabali will tell us that when tracing in honor of their parents, Israel tracing it. Tina tracing as he rose his flag in memory of his stand rose his flag to St. Raham. But we can learn sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch with appreciation. We share that we love for the Chayalim, the Swiss of Chayalim, and all of those sacrifices from Israel. And Reish for a word of shine our Dafim sponsors for today, the yard site of Aye Leib and Rose Shopper, Marathon Torah. All of the Nishamos happening with the families in the Chama, all of this in the Shabbat. They will hopefully solve disruption that should bring home our hands to Shalom and the Torah will allow our home soldiers to be successful. The whole of the Asiyah. So with that, let us move on to Shabbat Malak today. Today's staff is 10 days. Today's staff is 10 days. We have to have the next Hashem on then all those days, 41 days. And left off the week of Sunday, most needed. Our night is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points off the bar. So remember again, yesterday's staff made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's there seen as two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah Zarah is the finicky. Salach L'Naisah, where it says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to get your head off of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's staff. An akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has now again. Then we have Makot to go for a sluggish. Do you need active decommissioning or passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that just a little bit. That's our overarching level. So here, Rabbi Rothschild says it has to be active decommissioning. Rothschild says even passive decommissioning. Not the beginning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. But Rabbi Rothschild is still an idol. According to Rothschild, it has lost its idolatrous point. So we'll say, but again, that's why people use and I know God's lost. If you find pieces of slumber on an image, it's going to be helpful. Why is it weaker? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea brings us back to Avodah Zarah, which is the second. Because you see that only thing in Avodah Zarah. It does not work. Because Halacha basically say it's something that's in the God. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe is decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the context that it was Avodah Zarah. So that's one of the questions. That principle. Maybe something wants to be taken is that true? But a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality or fix certainty. What about time on time? I'm very interested in that. So this cover shabbos. And yet we were in the past. So say cover died. And again, translating, at a special special shame to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of lots of love just introduced to Belgium, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, we have all of our beautiful covenant, just in this case, around the world. So you can message me via Bell. I translated the cover a few days ago as a topic. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the loss of Tumen Tara to the point that even eats his food Tara. Even eats his food Tara. And again, even though not sanctified food, he is not in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumasimite. That's the definition of cover. So, it's interesting for me to ask this why. So, how do you call a cover? Right? Cover means friend. So, what's the shot for that? So, perhaps something like this is a cover. Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra talent in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? What Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you do Kodesh in a state of Tara. Well, if you don't have to eat in a state of Tara, you're not obligated to eat. You're unsanctified. In a state of ritual purity. However, someone thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a threat of what he will show. That's a threat. That's what Rabbi says. Someone who wants something in their life so badly that is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, not good power, that he doesn't have to. That's a threat. That's a threat of the show. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the top of because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Not that she puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a threat of the Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shenis, you have to throw it down. So Chaver dies. Interesting. Chaver dies. And after he dies, he discovers he wants to fast. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue? We don't know whether or not they've been timed. So the Gemara says, even if Nami, she just harvested them that day, Harahim the Cheskas in the 220. Is the Chazoko? Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I'm 1 second. The Vadite. Safek Asrilu, Safek no Asrilu. But let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a Vadai. What's the Vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were Tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's not that focused. So why is that a Vadai? Everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vadai that is untied. Safek, maybe the cover did tie it. Maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see from here? Because the suffix, the most you need a Vadai. And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, a suffix is a possibility that time that goes ahead and overrides the Vadai that it certainly was Teva. So you see suffix most you need a Vadai. To which the Gemara says no. Plus some Vadai. That's not true. That's not something Vadai. That's a Vadai. It's what's the case. The Vadai aspect. The Gemara says it's ended with Teva. Vadai was Teva. Certainly it was Teva. And also Vadai that was that he times it. You want to do it. You know, Chosah. What do you do with Chosah? Chazaka HaChaver She'ena Motzi Davar She'ena Mitoka Mutaka Sando. What's it after Chazaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The Chaver will say again, can you imagine bringing yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, it's like, what if I need to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes into his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no suffix in badai, there's only badai and badai. You know about 40 years. You know, it says suffix to suffix. You just think maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've showed the Abad Kivaboshia. Possible that the father conducted himself like a Rothschild instead of a Rothschild. The Amar, Na'arik Adam Abti also, the Mahus and the boats Shalom, Kadesh, the Hendo, Balance, Turman, and Isa. I suppose that's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That means all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas B'nei, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you have to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the father tied it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trubas and Maestros. Why? Because it's that little bit getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says 1 second, there ain't something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix won't say right? That ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. You know, so really is that true? So you know, said that I need to learn. Right, said the shift muscle shall not snap on the face. Right, said the shift muscle shall not see after the reload. Very interesting case where there was once a story on a maid servant. I won't say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Rehov. Okay, what happened? She had filled in the body. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a name. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also involved a little bit. In a bit, in a nondescript way, in general, but the halacha is, you have to bury a name, you have to bury a miscarried baby. But that's not to bury it in a marked grave. You do not bury it in the gravel, you do not bury it in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal to it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now, so what happens? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. The coin hit it. The coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Rita himself had in the kiva, so he was at the paskin for her, and then he was also when the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin, in order to see was the name, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. This one might say that I won't say that. What's the concept here? The concept is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha looks like to be contracted in two ways. You can be under a roof, together with a mace, or you can be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say again, I'm standing next to a cross underneath the sky, but I lean over the parts, I am the Oha. So here the corner that I had leaned over the pit to see is there a boy or a girl. Oh, what happened? You brought myself in. the episode came from the Muhammad. The Tiamumu, the nation, the Barbaros and Solution. And they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired, Tony? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because so it's like, something going something will go loose. Because obviously something will mostly be bad. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Badai. What's the Badai? She told the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the ditch. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, and yet you see that the something trumps the Badai. Like the something changes the reality. Even in the face of the Badai, to the point that again, the costume, the Kohen is not coming. The Kohen is not coming. So you see from here that something can go ahead and trump a Badai. Which the Gemara says, no, look, we will hit the Lavar, hit the Lavar, Alaima, the Kila Kimin, and the Lavar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the Shifta throwing something that looked like the felt. In other words, it's not a Badai that she miskept or replaced it. Nabal in the bar. Rather, again, he sought to be a Nabal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to the Gemara. Whereas the Mosaic, but that's not what it says. Haladen Zachar indicated. But the Gemara says that he got to the period over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachikar is what it is to say. Later, the Gemara says, really? In Ruachet Gila, in Nabal Gila. So first of all, we were looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? And did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, look at it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from that. In other words, not that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the body to see was it an Nafel or not. If it's over an Nafel, and if it was an Nafel, it was over an Nafel and Tiva, later it's Zachar in the Nafel to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that would be something ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say, what the possibility is? The other possibility is no. Once you have a place where there's a full bit of artists, that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So let's say, so let's say Kasha. So again, so just we'll pause over for just a second. So just to understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzei midei badai ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Ein safek motzei midei badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a badai. The badai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, again, just kind of all we have to ourselves. That's why. How do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece. Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also about no. Why? Because I got the Badai that this was Avodah Zarah. Second, maybe the Akum actively decommissioned it. And therefore, again, I can't use it. Why? Because the Safek, but maybe that was decommissioned. It doesn't change the reality of the Badai that this was definitely Zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a Hashkafic level as well. Because in this something motzei midei badai, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase: this is it. Over the years, as over the millennia, we have faced so many staples. Like, will you survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of it was so interesting. So interesting that both of us was up with and Shabbat and Usher Rice. He said he mentioned so many beautiful things. But one of the things that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th being an existential threat to Qatar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. It was scary, so Roman, but obviously, ViralRabbi says it means married to Israel, which means it takes a totally different thing. And over the years, over the centuries, there's been many statements, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, what's in the Vadai? What's the Vadai? The says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hametz. Amos are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is something what's in there. Something. Whether that something is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the something is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. Another suffix, another suffix always arises. Well, that's the shirt. A suffix lives in bad. Okay? No suffix that undermine the values, the routine of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible. I agree. As well as Hashem. It's not the goes back. It's so it says never again. Embedded in all of this is my own vision from the upper Shlokish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission the Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an apple can be that is Avodah Zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Rothschild says it must be what we call active hedon, and Rish Lakish says even passive with the words. So let's now go back to that a little bit. They say, listen to this. They also see this in Mishnah later on as well. You know what I mean? Sorry. Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, thank you. What's the time this year? Thank you. What's the time this year? So I go, hooray, it was soon. So see, that's the Mishnah. What the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worshipped. The Gemara says, why is that? Hashvarim thing. So it says that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. When you open the mask on Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol anymore. It goes to all of Rish Lakish's logic. Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? There's no change much more, but I need it. But we didn't help us see something. So this is what we said yesterday. The piece of the hair of the foot is the piece ultimately is on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficiency is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gloria is Rabbi Kasha, only from the back of those come show up, Michelle Camino, so it's going to see more of this later. But when you go have it, his Avodah Zarah, and ultimately bring the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, in the Rabbah, all this will from Charlotte. It was it's actually very fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. The Novik Kohabim actually places it. And Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But he said, Novik Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. That's it. So what's I saw I tell me about this culture and why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now clearly again, but it should work. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael then did the Obed Kohabim. So what's interesting that the we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting when the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one side of the same my hobby, but that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these others bottle. I need to make the pass called a common. I'm a hustling, so I'll go back. Ultimately, that's you're right. If an apple goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi says, keep hustling, so it's very important to learn. So like this. In reality, even though Israel dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in negates. Otherwise, I would say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he is strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, Elo, Xera. Is it Xera? What's the Xera? So what's the, here's the issue. In reality, Israel has the power of negation, right? Israel does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Israel going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they will say that's an act of Hanbah. What does Hanbah do? Hanbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is going to come in the Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodah is going to come in the Yad Yisrael. Eina B'Tei. So I will say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on 1 days. But again, right now, we just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's happening over here? Can Yisrael technically speak? He can decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could dent it. But Chazal said that decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? In the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. I'm picking on, I won't say Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, he becomes Avodah Zarah of the Eid. Avodah Zarah of the Eid ultimately cannot be deep. You can't be moved backwards. You can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, if we want to try to avoid is the Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody goes and they say, Akum Shady Avonim in Marcellus, the people of our head of Johnson, Victorias. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of actually look at it. For instance, Akum Shady Avonim in Marcellus says, so let's say that Akum who brought stones from Marcellus. Marcellus is an Avodazara that essentially the Avodazara was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he? The people that had dropping Victorias Mutaros. What does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like as pavers, and he uses them to make the street so Mutaros. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, so he's actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. It's not shaking about it because people are ended up in the temples as soon as. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road, you can't get hung out because it's a holy Zara. Mercy, but why is that? So why don't we say, so again, let's go for Askish. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodazara that broke on its own? And according to the Turkish Avodazara that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned, to which the Lord says, no, how can I keep your Rabbah? The Lord says, just as Rabbah said before, Rabbah said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodazara. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern, that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodazara owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodazara owned by a Jew, that can never be commissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see that or actually means never. He said he runs the cash out. So listen to this. Let's say, supposed to hear you watching Avodazara, and you shouldn't have Avodazara. So we'll say, so Rashi points out there, for example, a shaver tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaver tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Lord says, let's say, if ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodazara because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire. Whatever it is, let's say, ultimately again, he's doing it himself, that he, the Shikuya, Mutarin, owns the Shikuya. Shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodazara tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodazara. Okay? The Gemara says, however, with Sarfah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfah, here, Surah, the Shikuya, ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, the tree is still usher, the Shikuya and the tar, but ultimately the shavings will be water. The straw Shashifa will come in, but if the straw takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, famous are called, he was Shikuya Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have Avodazara, the trees, and the shavings, the main water. So let's see what I'm going to ask. First of all, why should this be any different? According to you, this should be no different than an Avodazara that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, she said it's decommissioned. So told her in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So which the Lord said, keep the Rabbah. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbah. What does Rabbah say? So once again, Rabbah's of the opinion, essentially, we don't want a Jew decommissioning Avodazara. Why? It's too much of a all over the place, because if we do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, it can be as no cancel. That's actually our next Mishnah. Our next mission that we're going to see, that's Hashem. So the Rabbi Rothschild says, or say, or two Mishnahs from now, show me the Zorah of the Ruach. If you find them on the Zorah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All Matir Midian. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to see this is talking about if you find it on the Zorah, make a kettle. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. He says, Amulo, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it says, Sid, when you from Yad Chamuba, the Pasuk says, really, any part of the Rabbi is on for your own use. The Rosh Hashanah, it was once again a real exclamation of Kishkanai. The heavy capital is become but once again, why? You're such a great you should be focused on the Shlokish, even if the Holy breaks on its own, ultimately it's decommissioning. So this case of going to those decommissioning, shares even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a Holy Sarah fertilizer. To which they were talking on the Kibbutz. Once again, I want to say keep all roads keep back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning they lifted up first, acquired it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. They say, Rabbi Yossi, that once it's to us, that's what's the interesting case over here? Let's see the image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. Now we're also going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only something is all I'm not sure. Did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did Akum? So, you want to on the other hand, the Hadai Yisrael Chatzal also, but if Yisrael was going to cut off the head, it's also, it says, Amnai. You have the Kabodas Kokam Shishtama Me'eleha. I understand why should this be any different in terms of seconds. So I should be any different than a case ultimately again of the whole design that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So we'll say, essentially, what you begin to see is a thing over here. We don't want Jews involved in the Holy Sarah, even with the decommissioning of the Holy Sarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal would not make to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jews doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Or at least they, but you'll see on there, after when you rock those people, say, it may shine to be on those shadows behind. So it's an interesting case. So this halakha is the following case. Only later on. Halakha is in general that about what is the halakha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, you can't plant these. Summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree. It makes shanadiyah the sheretz halayim. That's what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to say watch falling leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rish Lakish, falling leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Shouldn't be a bottle fertilizer, which the rest is named a shiny awesome. They take care of all that's going on in Kayanis. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole bizarre identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might well say other days, 10 days, other days, 42. The Gemara says, Shipuya. What about the case for shavings? That was like the Asherah tree shavings. We got all this stuff on the entire mess. Once again, the primary part of the Avodah tree is still in existence. We got to get in that case of those I said, with Sarha, he has sort of a Shipuya. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. The Yeshua Amar, the Fishain, Avodah, Skopavim, the Big Love, Derech, also. Ultimately, also, for the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't make for an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functional. When it's the normal, natural way. So simply, normal for leaves to fall off trees. That act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation. Which makes sense. The Gemara says, Ace, today of Shimon, not Shimon, on his website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So now again on both sides. That both the Yochanan and Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottom or not? The Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire argument has been a Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. We switch gears. Asim Shimon Yochanan, so Reish Lakish asked the kasha on the wheel. Here we go. Or then you go home. It's also an interesting case here. If you have a tree belongs to Yakish. Right? The tree belongs to this and now what happens? There is a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed a riba. That will say so again. Rashi says over here, second one from the top goes down. That's the Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit. The Rabbanon, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. And therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not riba. Fine. So you know, that's otherwise. But for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? The same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yak is bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore, you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what says here? It says Yak is bakana. I'm sorry. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But yeah, well, there's our tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it a nest. Now, Gemara says, what's it built here? What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kapani, is bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's what says, this supports my assertion. If broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. Let's hear what's the case. You go to the ICH and the Alma, it kills someone, not necessarily. That's not exactly how birds make. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in their shade tree, but it did not gather the material or the mesh tree. Rather, gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have a hectare source. So again, what's the value for that? The value for that is look at the hectare case. What happened in the hectare case? In the hectare case, what are you going to say about the birds now or about the bird's nest? No landing or about the tree. No land about the nest. Sorry. No landing below the water. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think not with three bucks, so let's analyze this. On the Mishnah of the ICs in the album, we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree. And how you kind of got the hectare slow down in the below of it. So then it makes sense. No net in Mizrabah. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to scale the tree. But it's Mizrabah, and also the moral in the Doraisa. But there's no Mizrabah. Why is there no Mizrabah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mizrabah. And the case of a head on my wall and hot of the sheep. And again, we'll say, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectare tree, then what's the status of the nest? So the nest, it's hectare. If it's hectare, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Doraisa, and it's even the Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it's something to be clear that halacha lines are dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area, how come even have one in the Achim kind of scheme? So we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hectare case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectare tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectare tree, then why is that nest not us with the rice? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? So we'll say, this is a fascinating story which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item moves things afterwards? Are those subsequent moves considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not dishing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's more branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called growth which occurs after the designation. So we're talking about over here, the bird, so I was not dishing the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now it is like this. It depends. That's an actual guess. And the says, and the author of this price or author of this Mishnah holds that the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild on my yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild, what does it mean when it says you knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That floating doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hectare. Either way, it's usher. So what's what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be able to give you about that info. A sample of that broken, it can become hard. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the Hektish case. Also, so both of the cases, ultimately for Abraham's, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, if we're going with the opinions that whatever grows in the trees can be Hektish or Avodah Zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be water. That will be water. The baitsin can be kind of stressful. So this is the definition of eggs. It says for the chicks, it's going to be water. But for the eggs, again, it's going to be Oscar. That was saying, why are things Oscar? So this is actually fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right off the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim can become Oscar. Should strengthen the Iman. The Gaza by Rabban Ka'al Iman Oscar. So what's the actually very fascinating? Eggs are Oscar. Why are eggs Oscar? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will B and B will C, and then A will C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be lost. So what isn't it fascinating? So it's quite positive. There's a lot of caveats going on over there. But people are suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the Brexit says take the stick, knock down the nest, to get benefit from the nest? It means it's the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the Beitzim coming down to Rashi that Frokin should switch on the Iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of lights on their mother. Therefore, once it turns out, but over here with the stakes in the nest on top of the Asher tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right by the Bible, what can you do? You knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a majority of the nest. It's made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter. Like, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. So let's stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halach l'maisa. So actually, it looks like, yeah, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halach l'maisa. Like, what are we doing now, my homies? What are we passing like? And then in the Hashem will continue. Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shver. All right, everyone's have a great day. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this want to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Joyce Mishpacha, so we're dedicating all the sugar truffles this year as it's close to the solar levels for Israel. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Mavali will call us Stephen and Wendy Tracy in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy and Tina Tracy, and Abby Rose's wife, in memory of Stanley Rose's wife, Rama. Our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the and love for the Chayavim, the Chayavim, and all of those sacrifices to Klal Yisrael. And Maisha and Yvara Werdershine are definitely sponsors for today. Make sure that the art site of Aryeh and Leiva and those of the Marathon of Torah, all of the Nishanas out there, the families in the Chama, all of those things that were Shabbat, really close to Holy Yisrael. The Torah should bring home our hostages, Shoma and the Karl, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Chol of Nasi Yidei. So with that, the hospital about Shabbat a lot today. Today's staff is Meth Days. Today's staff is Meth Days. We have to cover Meth Hashem on Meth Holidays 41. And we left off thinking something close to the date. Our night is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes up from the bottom. So I said, remember, yesterday's staff made it fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slugging versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slugging are images. Images, maybe they don't worship, maybe they weren't worship. Avodah Zarah was the physical images. So I also myself, where it says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take your hand off them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an aqua decommission them or not? That's our shayla now. An aqua, and we're going to discuss this more today. That an aqua does have the ability to decommission the Avodah Zarah, but it has now again. Then we have Makom to go for it. Do we need active decommissioning or is even need passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in a little bit. That's our overarching level. So here, the Yokohama says it has to be active decommissioning. Which says even passive decommissioning. That's the meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Like the Yokohama, still an idol, according to Rachel, she has lost its idolatrous import. So it's like, again, that's why people find pieces of, and I know these are still also, if you find some of an image, it's going to be one person. Why is it disturbed? Because it's a sex state. What's the sex state of? Okay, number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if there was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of going back to what is our just a second. Zorah. It does not work because the local reason say it's something that's in the ultimately again the something that may be decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out of the contact that it was Avodah Zarah. It's not your questions that principle. Maybe something goes to give you that. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go and change the reality or the face of certainty. What about Father God's idea? Very interesting. We actually saw this. Cover Shabbat. Yet we learned that as so say Cover died. Cover died. And again, special ceremony to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of just those two. Belram, another member of our shir in Toronto, Hashem, not just in the States, but around the world. So he has messaged me via mail. I translated it a few days ago as a coffee. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates father as a person who is careful with the laws of Tzulun Tara. And again, even though not saying this, finds he is not going to be in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with truths and nice. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me and ask, he says, well, so how do you call a cover? I cover in red. So what's the shot of that? So perhaps the soul is like this. It's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra talents in this world. He's looking for extra purity. And that's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? Once Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. Look, if you don't have to eat in a state of Tara, you're not obligated to eat. You're unsanctified in a state of purity. However, is someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend of the people of Hashem. That's a friend. That's what Baruch Hu says. Someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strict in areas of ritual purity, not in power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the people of Hashem. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level of coffee, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Something that Hashem puts upon himself to Hashem. Because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the people of Hashem. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemesi, you have to go lay down. So Chaver dies. Just in case, Chaver dies, and after he dies, they discover he has fasted. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they get time. So the Gemara says, even if not, we should just harvested them that day. Harihim Becheskas Mitukhanim. Is it Chazaka? Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I know a second. The half of them, they found that. Something got rid of it. Something was rid of it. I will say, let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a Vada. What's the Vada? What's the Vada? The certainty. The certainty was they were Teva. That's for sure, right? That was untied produce. I will say, why is that a Vada? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vada that was untied. Something, maybe the Chaver did time it, maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see there? They come, I see something the most you need a Vada. And what do you see here? But don't feel again a something possible that the time that goes ahead and overrides the Vada that it certainly was Teva. So you see something was in the Vada. Which the Gemara says no. Hasam Vada. That's it. No, it's not true. That's not something in Vada. That's a Vada. What's the case? The Vada Asrin. So the Gemara says, it said that it was Teva. Vada was Teva. Certainly it was Teva. And also, that's what that he timed it. He wants to do the Chedina Chok. So, the other thing it goes on, Kazaka al Chaver She'en Motzi Davar She'en Elu Utoka V'Pachas Nefo. That's the Kazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The Chaver looks at again, he imagines moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have done the same thing. What does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untried produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And remember, there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. You can't say Levites, and what possibility is. It says suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, or what does that mean? Have shards of Abba Kilaboshia. Possible that the chaver did not put himself like a Roshia, it's the other Roshia. The Amar, the Arib Adam Altu also, the Mahdus of the Boats Shabbat. Today should take the end of that was determined on myself. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nicer loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That being all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called riyas b'nei, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something once in the that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the father ties it or not, it's also suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Shuvas and Meisers. Why? Because it's possible that little this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says 1 second, 8 seconds. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix won't say midday bada, but it can ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what's really is that true? The Gemara said, but I really learned. I'm not even done. My submission costs all Shalamat Kappa my submission costs all Shalamat Kappa reload. Very interesting. So there was once a story of an instrument. I would say now, okay, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gabra Aroma Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Cleveland. Okay, what happened? She had two label about it. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a label. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also involved a little bit. They put an info in a bit. They just, in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to bury a info, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but that's not to not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do it. Bury in the ground, but we do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal too is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continuous. They don't want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Later, suffered in the cave up. So he had to pass it for her. And also the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be literally empirically associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the neighbor, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. One might sit there from that and say, I won't what's the problem here. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil once that can be contracted in two ways. You can be under a roof, you gather it with a vase, or you can leave the roof over the vase. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the oil. So here the coin went ahead and leaned over the pit. See, is it a boy or a girl? This episode came from the Muhammad. If they should hold on the Bardolas and Surisha. And they retired. Why did they retire the coin? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And in reality, they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. So saying, the fact that if people need help, go move, sucks and low go move, because something who wants to be did that. So look at this case over here. Here's a case of that. The ship of the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what you see from here, the Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Vadai. Right, the suffix changing to reality, even in the case of the Vadai, to the point that again, the Paskin, the Kohen is not covered. The Kohen is not covered. So you see from here that suffix can be Vadai, in which the Gemara says, no, don't be when it's a deal of bar, make a bar, Elaima, the killer Kimin and the Alabar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the Shifar throwing something that looked like a Nifal. In other words, that guy catching this carry and placed the Nifal on the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a Nifal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. The words one second, but that's not what it says. And it's not going to indicate the but the Gemara said that appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachazon is to say, Leida, the Gemara says, Leida, is Rothschild in Leida. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a Ruchak, which just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, like that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the part to see was it an AFL or not. If it's not an AFL, and if it was an AFL, it's not. If it's not an AFL and Tiva, later it's Zafra indicator to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of rather again, this was a case of suffix and suffix. So again, suffix whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Well, was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the suffix ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is David Sheffield the Bible, it's assuming shut that they got the other possibility is no, once you have a place where there's a food and a harvest and there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So let's say snake, so it's a kasha. So again, so this falls over for just a second. So just understand that the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of a suffix closing meaning badai ultimately again holds. So in halakha, we accept this principle. A suffix closing meaning badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a badai. The badai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I'm going to say again, just kind of reorient them. So that's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also not why. Because I don't know. I know that this was Avodah Zarah. Something maybe the Akum absolutely decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I can't use it, why? Because the suffix that maybe the Akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the fact that this was definitely the Avodah Zarah. Just to point out how powerful this is so is because in something multi-media if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny in one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many statements. Like, will we survive? Like, is this an existential threat? You know, all of this, it was so interesting that those of us who was up here on Shabbos, Usher Weiss, said so many beautiful things. One of the things that I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat to Kafal Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. Like there were skills or learning, but obviously, Rothschild says it, and he's married to Israel. It takes on a totally different over the years, over the centuries, there's been many status, right? He's been faced with many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, what's in the Vadai? What's the Vadai? The Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hanitz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering, what's in the Suffix. Whether that suffix is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. There are so many statements that presented themselves. Another suffix, another suffix always arises. Rest assured, in suffix, no suffix will undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible halakhically, as well as Hashkaf. It's not even on these back. It's so says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this focus you have to be on very selfish. So here's what I know, and again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission an Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an apple can be Melvado is Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does it work? Rabbi Rothschild says, it must be what we call active hedon, and Rish Lakish says, even past simple works. So let's now go back to our everyday state. Only for listen to this. They also see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Did I skip? I'm sorry, thank you. What's a time this yet? Thank you. What's a time this yet? Let's try out. Already last week. So see back to the Mishnah. What the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, only if they're again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, why is that? Hashvar is making. So it says that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a cash up on Rish Lakish. It's like the opening asking of Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the apple broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. And again, what's the old Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? The says, no, check what's wrong. So this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The keys of the hand of the phone is the keys ultimately it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-substitution is the wrong way. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, where is Rabbi Rothschild? Only from the back of those from Shalom, sorry, so we'll see more of this later. Only from Havin, giving the Naftal his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, it looks like it's actually quite fascinating. Let's see the logic behind this. Another Kohanim actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, isn't that fascinating? Right? So only Kohanim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Oh, Rabbi. Okay, so let's say so am I. Standing up on this culture, shouting it out. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, if I change that, we should be able to do that should work. Rabbi Shepascha. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel dented the open covenant. So what's interesting, what we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, denting when the entire item is still intact, doesn't decommission. Whereas once I need to be Pascha, Bahari, Batman, Pascha, Apakishno, Pascha, Batla. But I essentially learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, Never desires Barbo, and even the Pascal in the Bible, and the Pascal Israel of Barbo, ultimately, that's right. If it absolutely goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you strong dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi says, Ola, keep on spinning strong on the Bible. Says it's very important to know. Rabbi says like this, in reality, even when we strong dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in again. In other words, I would say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be in proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he's strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So I'll Chazak. I'll say that it's not. Listen to this. Verse Elo, Ksera. It's Ksera. What's the Ksera? So what's the, here's the issue. In reality, an Yisrael has the power of negation, right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why do Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, we'll say, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah will come to Yad Yisrael. The Avodah will come to Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Kela, Leo. So they'll say, this is absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. They'll say, we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now until the days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be gated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we strong, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? You can break it, you can bend it. But Chazal said the decommission of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to take it out by picking on Avodah Zarah specifically. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah says the after. He lifts it up, he fires it. Once he applies it, right? Once he goes ahead and
just rub your Reiki way. Pat Reagan is here, everybody. The house artist. Right now, he's got a blank sheet of paper in front of him, and by the end of this episode, he's going to have a full drawing of this episode. One of my favorite artists in the entire world. Great. Ryan G.
I was so happy to have him be part of the team. He has all the prints are now for sale on his website. So all the past episodes that he did, you can buy right now. Yes.
Yeah. Check out his work.
This Thursday, we're going to be in Phoenix, Arizona at Stand Up Live. It's me, Tony, and special guest Ika Sonaka. So if you're in Phoenix, there's a Phoenix shooter right now on the highway, shooting people on the highway. So it's yet another reason to come out to the show.
Yeah. Stay off the highways, get into the air conditioning. Stand Up Live this Thursday. And then I'll be in Toronto all of next week. And through the 30th. Just take us to that at jff42.com. There's a new the stones in Toronto. And then blah, 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 blah. Friday, 2 weeks. That's it. And there's other stuff too, but I'm not going to go this live on. It's really weird. We have to talk about dates because we have to make money. Because we don't always just do free shows with a quiet fucking audience. All right, that's how we make our money. Is on the road. Yeah. Guys, I'm so excited to get here. This show is so much fun. Somehow Mondays have become my favorite day of the week. I love doing this. I'm so glad you're here. We have a awesome format on this show. Every week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. These are two returning Jedi's in this show. Two of my favorite go-to guests, and I've decided to book them together. Usually, I would spread two guests like this out over 3 episodes. But tonight, I'm just clamoring them together all at once. One big blow up. So hands together for two of our favorites, Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. Wow, Tiffany Haddish in the great Kirk motherfucking Fox. Yeah. Tiffany Haddish is fresh off of today's season 2 pickup of the Carmichael Show. Motherfucking NBC.
Yes, I'm not gonna be unemployed after a while. Well, you know, I'm just glad that I'm just glad to be a black woman.
So what's the status of the shavings?
Tall white man is
Tall white man is tall white man. Everybody should be playing basketball.
Not a culture, just heard it.
Yeah.
And the tree itself.
Congratulations on
the actual taking shavings off the
I haven't seen it yet. I can smell it. I don't know. I found out on Twitter, man. Somebody called me, nothing. I just saw it on Twitter. They was like, congratulations, season on deadline, season 2. I'm like, but I don't really know if I'm going to even be in season 2. Nobody said nothing to me. I mean, if you read the credits, it says I'm a guest star. Like,
but now it's like a guest star.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's O.J. Cranberry, just a little sugar, got a hypoglycemia.
You got hypoglycemia?
No, but I just, like to feel it.
Okay. I got high blood pressure.
Do you?
Glad you control.
But you also got a TV show, so it's a wash.
I guess so. Yeah. I'm not working right now, though. So, I mean, I'm just here. I just found out on Twitter. Nobody sent the contract, but my agent didn't even call me just a couple days ago. I was at the swap meet, like, celebrating that I could spend $100 at the swap meet. I got my car washed, windows tinted.
The swap meet?
Yeah, the swap meet. Yep. I got
car wash at the swap meet?
Yeah, you get your car washed at the swap meet. I got a pap smear. I got a pit bull puppy. Got me a new outfit.
Every week, I have Matt Reagan over there ask the best question. I leave it out of my hands, and I just let him come up with his own question. So, I'm further ado, all right. Tiffany Haddish, you got me a show with you.
Get no motherfucking me. I was just drinking. When I was putting my lipstick on, I was like, look at him.
Wow, the horse is true.
Yeah. He got abs and stuff. He got an ab for them abs. Yeah, that's, I touched his stomach. I was like, you hit the gym? He was like, no, I got an ab for that. I was like, damn.
Get drank, smoke weed, come on, music.
Don't get me drunk. My pussy dry when I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Don't get me drunk. Just
Well, all of
taste
it.
my scalp. I'll teach you how to do it.
Okay.
Every black woman loves to have a scalp. You want to make a black woman fall in love with you and follow you wherever you go. Get you cocoa butter and crush her shit. Ooh, right your finger down that scalp. Ooh, make it more.
What this is.
I taught you how to grease my scalp, remember that?
Yeah, I do remember. I actually did do it.
But you gotta be careful of the hair, correct?
Yeah, he pulled out a track and shit. He fucked it up.
Yeah, there was a little extra hair there. And, I was wondering what that was and why there was a hair clip in it. The hair clip and all the hair came off the guy. Yes, the cheetah.
Tearaway. This is the tearaway.
He looked so scared, you guys. He looked scared as fuck. He was like, oh shit, Tiffany, what happened? I'm so sorry. Thank you. I didn't know you were in the chemo. I didn't know. Right here, this is recycled Tupperware.
That is?
Yes.
What?
This is plastic. You know, you can do so many things with plastic. You put chemicals in it and put it in the microwave and melt it down, pull it out, you know, do a couple of things. You can make it in here. Yeah, you can make it in here. I just can't be at high temperatures because this shit will melt. So, yeah.
All right, so five.
Yes, sure.
Same question. Nope.
What would you say? What would you say to the young folks about life?
Don't ask questions.
Once again, if you were to
Go for it. See what happens.
I like that.
Maybe commit to a one-handed backhand in my life.
One-handed women right here.
You know, as a tennis player, as a young 14-year-old, I should be committed to either a one-handed or a two-handed, not a two-handed.
How many other life lessons?
Yeah, that should be enough if you can just hear what I just said. You try and get through that. Don't just fucking do it.
So you played tennis when you were 14?
Yeah. Tennis is a part of my life.
Can I get more people press box a piece of advice?
You can. That's good to know. I did not know until I was 16. Shit. By choice? I mean, by choice?
You been awake? You been awake by a black woman before?
Not completely. I mean, it started as a rape, and then I just surrendered. And I just realized I cannot fight.
Yeah.
Have you guys, fellas, have you guys ever been raped by a woman?
Sure, you can call it what you want. Is it really rape?
No. Well, I mean, I don't mean it in the hard, weird way that makes everyone uncomfortable right off the bat as soon as I open my mouth and say it.
I played
extra in Lawrence, Kansas, where I pretty much got forced into getting a blowjob. What? In a bathroom, and I was like, I don't even want this blowjob. Forced into getting a blowjob. Oh,
I hate when that happens. It's like, oh fuck, quit sucking me.
Yeah.
How are you forced into getting a blowjob?
Your chest.
She was taking she was buying me a drink. She was like trying to get me from. I was taking a drink.
Yeah. I'll do that to you. I won't buy you those. You'll pay for them.
Sure, I'm gonna make sure.
I've been trying to raise you for a minute. This long nigga trying to take big sticks.
I would never say that.
The weekly trees for the attack.
I don't even know what the question was, but it sounded like I should say fuck yeah.
You know, I sucked my thumb when I was 18. I ain't never had no voice.
Listen, I got enough dick for everyone. Suck it. Just get it first.
Don't tell me that I feel like should have ended a gangbang. I'm pretty excited about that. So let's get the show rolling. Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds of stage time and talk to me and Steve. And we're going to have a lot of times we give advice and we do find out other stuff. Sometimes we make fun of your business. And it's going to be a blast.
Sometimes David Arquette.
Yeah, yes, he does.
Oh my God, I got his phone.
Me too.
You do too?
Yeah. What's he saying to you?
Well, he be
There's no one in this room that does not. We'll talk to him.
David Arquette's actually signed up in this No, he really hasn't put his name in this. They were at stage 60 seconds. Well, it turned into about a 4 minute monologue. But if I pull your name out the bucket, that means you get 60 seconds of stage uninterrupted. Immediate. So you know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound of a kitty. Wrap it up then, bring out the angry Rothschild and the bear. Man, just a little more annoying every week. Yes.
But that vibration feels good for Coochie Day.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Got that too? Got Coochie Day?
Essential. I feel like I don't even have to pull things out of the bucket tonight to make the funniest baby of all time.
It's gonna be tall, it's gonna be fast, and it's gonna be special.
It's gonna be special.
I'll do my part.
What does that mean?
We're watching.
What does that mean?
Just gonna drop the baby down in the
I'm gonna do my part. You are a kid. You have all these plans for this
I
kid.
just have that.
That's fine. I'll watch that too.
Musical skills and tattoo. Like a rapper.
Of course.
Tiffany, this is you get yourself. Your estrogen is leaked into the banner.
You might be able to file a sexual harassment.
I'm just saying, I haven't had like 4 weeks.
I don't like it. You're a little extra fucking really just like.
You're gonna make up for it tonight.
You guys can't even see what the extra inside of the table. Just take care of it before the show. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian with uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight is Tad Whaley.
What up? Guys, that shit happened yesterday. Yeah. And I had to pray at the funeral. That's fucking sad too. The lady next to me had a whole page of shit and the lady next to her. She had a nuts. Like, for me. One thing, like, I don't know. So I don't bring shit, like, how am I supposed to grab this now close concentrated on somebody gun? So I do it anyway, so this guy, and trying to do God, but I can't. Is it a whole drink? Usually I can't super drink that, but you can't. I don't fucking know. But I can't pray to God like that. So I just put like a parking clock and go and walk away. Alright, let's see here.
50 seconds to stop. I feel like this is a true story, right?
Yes. Family friend.
Old Nubs.
Yeah.
What was that in reference to?
Old Nubs Johnson was the name of the family.
R.I.P. Old Nubs. Yeah.
Wait, so this is
No, the person next to him, the dead guy.
yeah, she was praying that she was put like one hand up against the nub or anything like that. So she at least get prayer hands or anything.
I had to go with her. So she had. I'm like, she. Okay, all right, yes. There's that.
Cross. She punch herself in the face.
I don't know where that was. I just touched that.
Did you get into this event of these stuff?
Yeah,
your delivery was very like it sounded like I felt like I was listening to one side of the film. Like you, it was very I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was not.
That side of the phone call was him calling to say he was part of the Manson family and for Sharon Tatum.
You just gotta slow it down a little so we know what you're talking about. Like I had no idea what you were talking about. That sounded very scary.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about now.
No, the nut got funny as we were talking about it. So
So you definitely gotta slow it down.
Yeah.
Did she go to the Middle East and jack somebody off and get a
And you gotta get to the meat of it faster, right? Like it's
Punchlines are crucial. Yeah, they're important. They can get you playing something you want to get to, right?
It's kind of like how do you pray to God when God didn't look out for you?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
That's what I felt like.
Yeah, and maybe you have too many things. I mean, why does she have to? Yeah.
And maybe, maybe she had a few rules for her game.
I say that's Baby food.
Yeah, I was just gonna say actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How long would it say?
Years.
How many moons is that? How many moons? People say like many moons ago.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. That's why I go.
Indian or something? Is that a Native American?
What is some of your other material?
I complain about people on Facebook sometimes. Right, there's it's like a protein shake that people are get cold about.
I thought Shakeology was shake last night.
You ever thought about being a vampire?
You just gotta slow down. You just get one. Yeah, no, I watch the videos. Just take a breath and then just tell the story. I mean, it's a good story if you can make it fun. Yeah, I'll try.
Have fun with
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe the first day one.
But try and deliver your jokes the way you're just talking about. Yeah, that's what you need to get up. Yeah. How many minutes is that? 5 minutes, Pat. 5 minutes. Any more?
Do you ever do any jokes about being a vampire?
No, but no, not yet. But I've heard that shit.
I think you should. You remind me of a vampire. Like, I would
I've heard that.
if you told me you was a vampire, I would totally be like, I would fuck you. The last thing I got was some old dick, so.
Yeah.
And you have the name of the guy that wrote down your
Yeah. I don't have that many songs, dude.
Yeah, but I suck at guitar.
I don't have to do that. There's an extra guitar over there.
I was just saying, I was looking over there, I'm like, if we put that in his hand, he just said, no, it's like, no.
Yeah, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
What can you play?
Oh, dude, it's not like you got enough.
Oh, shit. All right. And we have begun.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Pressure is on.
All right. His first ever
Bakersfield on the map. This could be the night.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. You each get 20 seconds.
Did you know the song?
You're going to get the sound of a...
Can I make a song request? How about Blue Moon?
When you hear that sound, that's wrap up the target. All right. Okay. All right. So, Pat, you go first. 20 seconds. Here we go. Wow, 19.5 seconds from Pat Reagan. How are you going to beat that with an acoustic? Let's check in with Cat. Here's the clown horn. That was amazing. I gave the victory to Tad Whaley, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. Hot all the time.
Yeah.
I'd love to show my work with the guitar.
Yeah. I think people just learned that Pat is actually a guitar player. So that's the first time I've ever turned somebody into a guitar player. But now you can probably go and see. That was fun. How do you feel about that?
I feel fine, man.
I like the way he was looking at his son when he was playing the guitar. Did you see that? It's like an old man with no teeth.
More like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan did his time.
Oh, for real? I don't know shit about that.
Yeah, I'm in love with that.
Yeah.
I don't think they're happy in this 20
I don't know what this says, but I'm gonna just give it a shot. Is it Neon Brown? Maybe Neon Brown? Something Brown? Yeah.
So one thing you guys should know about me is I have all the There's nobody who the hell it is. I don't exactly. So another day I wrote this and do it hard. So it was this big ordeal. I came it out. And the thing that can't really go over why I remember everything.
Oh, Keon, that's quick. 36 seconds. You don't want to do anything else? Yeah. Yeah, you have 24
half the time remaining. Good.
All right. So I just found out the other day that Matthew Johnson has a gay son, and I applaud him for trying so hard to keep his AIDS life in there.
Yeah, Roseanne at 56 seconds. Fuck yeah, Keon. I love your style. I can feel your voice. Over here. You doing a lot of stuff?
Just reading
What is that?
Yes,
That's where you're from? Wow. Born and raised.
This year.
It's like witness protection.
No doubt about that. Somebody's running. You don't just
What you know, Keon? I can't do my favorites. I don't like that. Just kind of chill. Just kind of take the bets, you know, just chill with it. Yeah, because those jokes can work, but you were so scared that it just wouldn't go on the ride with you.
Yeah, you remember like my first date with a white guy. He was so nervous.
I imagine that's not the most insulting thing you can say to a black guy. When you're a black woman. Like, I feel. So He just did a 180 when she hit him. I don't know if you guys do it. He had to look away and catch his breath for a second.
He was scared as fuck, man. It's like he busted in that earlier. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna try one more time. I know it's soft, but I can get hard again. Don't look at me in the eyes. Just don't look at my eyes.
The girl goes, that was only 36 seconds. I got another 17 seconds in me, baby. Who was the guy at the beginning of this? The joke where you're like, people say, I always ask that. It made sense, but it's this easy. I knew who it was. Did you say Jamal Charles? Jamal Green.
Nobody.
Jamal Charles, the whole thing. Those kind of jokes are, where you're asking the audience a question. The difference between that word and that non-word is you look at that. You're staring out there the entire time for the setbacks entirely different. That's really the main thing that I think.
I think everyone needs to just deliver these jokes with the same freedom you had when you thought of it. Just coming up with a minute. Don't be so fast that you lose any of the essence of whatever made it funny.
Jokes are funny. You're just like, but again, we'll get back to whatever. It's just something that I just go through. My first few months of doing stand-up, but I probably knocked out the first few months more stage months than you a year. And it affected me. I look down at it. But you just have to, if your thing is not looking at the audience, then in this building stage, you need to be staring all of the right spots so that you can go as fast as possible.
I think you always need to take it for real, even if it's 5 or 10 seconds. You gotta look out there and see if there's danger, if there's some threats, how to get out of the case of fire.
I personally.
So when you get up there, take 5 seconds. There's plenty of time for us to just say, okay, there's someone up there. If you don't look up, you don't even see that time.
Yeah, you can always even just look at the back wall. Like when I get on stage, I always just stop and stand up there and close the smile a little bit and make them like,
what do you visualize? I do that too. That's the same shit
how
I do.
beautiful my soul is. I can get these ratchet jokes out.
Where are you looking at, Tiffany? Are you looking? What are you paying attention?
I always look at the back of the wall, and then if I catch somebody's eye, it looks like they're really enjoying me, then I'll look at that person. Like whoever smiles the biggest is gonna get my attention. That's how I look.
It's hard. It's hard to look at. I close my eyes all the time. I just look above the head. I look at them right above the head. I stare at right their fucking soul, and I find the ones that are laughing, and then they're dismissed for the rest of the time. I go by until I scan somebody that is trying to not have a good time, and I will stare at them. I do that too until they're fucking dead. No longer breathing. They just deliver every fucking punchline right down the middle. I do that. Sometimes you feel like the fixate on someone who's just not happy.
Eye contact is super important in stand-up because people are coming to listen to you, and you have a message, and you need to deliver the message right into this lady.
And the audience needs to, you gotta believe in what you're selling. Because if you don't believe it, no one's gonna go the right with you. So whatever it is you're selling,
You believe in the trash clothes, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you don't understand.
But luckily for you, your show just got picked up for season 2 on ABC. So, one last piece of advice. If your name is spelled with K, start it. Then that line that starts with K, and that line that's the next, sideways V, have to be at least close to each other.
And it needs a touch.
So, some people
get your spelling together, man. Get your comment. If you can't spell your name, you're not going to get us.
And also remember to have fun, you know, like have fun, like because people in the audience that come to have fun, and if you're scared, that makes everybody uncomfortable. You know, fun ass roller coaster. You at Six Flags. Woo! Fun, man. Yeah.
Keon, how old are you, Keon? Yeah. How old are you? 22. So listen, you're 22 years old. You can do anything you want. So just get up there and have that
22-year-old who's just trying to figure it out. And you got a football player body. You won't get bitches.
In areas of ritual security power that doesn't have to be. Perhaps even certain higher up than the just the acquisition of knowledge is inherently enjoyable. We don't know about learning.
Yeah. Talk about that. Talk about a guy that used to smack his out.
What's terror? Terror. What's dirty?
I was just gonna give you a little side job.
Where it says, "Ownership is the yes, where they are." So paradise. That's paradise. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not
If you're a guy without a job, don't fucking ask me that.
Touch these last and dirty panties I got, boy.
Here's a case of
that's our money.
So who are you staying with? Like your family or your sister?
So why is that about that? Because everything starts out as
What? Wait, what? What? So let me just tell you something. As a comedian, it's important to ask questions and be aware of your surroundings. So maybe that's the first thing you should do tonight. Just ask your sister what she does and around her
something close to
Does she leave the house at work or does she walk back and door? Do you get a lot of hands on this list?
So at least you're aware of something.
You've never seen her in any video, you know her. I think it's something
She's in tough business.
Putting a lot of makeup before she leaves.
Yeah, what? Yeah. Like,
Do you even put shit on your sister?
What type of stuff? Do you have a room or a cabin?
Oh wait, so she got a two-bedroom. She's balling in LA with a two-bedroom.
Yeah.
She got a man. You don't even know.
Oh, what? Is she even your sister? Or are you taking over someone's apartment?
yeah, I know she had this together. Think about how like it's something they were selling like how so bringing a little bit of that Reno in the
Shit, man. That's a Reno attitude. I don't ask questions in Reno.
biggest action.
There she is. How you living, girl?
Got everything done. Got my they're going to do a lot of money. Well, what we got to do. Yeah.
Alrighty.
We did it Thursday.
You get it Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. We're going to tune this month, but I'm excited. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Aquarius. I'm sending you a
Yeah.
Why? Because it's possible that little nigger was used for this legal loophole of bringing it into the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay. Something was in about it, so remember.
What a strike. Look at you.
But it can also be again a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty.
You got this. You can do it.
Are you serious?
Right.
Very interesting because there was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say now. Okay, we're going to. This is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi said.
No doubt.
She worked for a Nazi in the city of Vigo.
Right.
She had two major about it. She had a miscarriage. And I won't say interesting enough. It was common that when a woman
Here we
had a
go.
miscarriage, you have to
There you go.
but interesting dialogue is this is also found in the film in just in other words in the in general what's the halacha is you have to bury an infant, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but that's not you cannot bury it in a marked grave. You do not bury the rebel, you do not bury the marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, wanted it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a bed.
Nice bear. You're welcome.
And obviously,
That's right.
over the pit. Now, why did the coin peel over the pit? Laid on himself and in the kiva. So he was going to have to pass by for her. Even after miscarriage, depending on where the miscarriage occurred, there could be 2 months later. It could be closely associated with birth. Now, 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the name. I guess it was like it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas oha. Remember again, Tumas oha also could be contracted in 2 ways. There can be under a roof, gather.
Nice job.
You got it this time.
No doubt.
But I lean over the court. I am the owner. So here, the coin would have had a lean.
Ooh.
Nice bear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that's right.
They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere.
Thank you, madam.
Look at this case over here. Here's the case of Badai. What's the Badai? The ship of the woman had this carriage and she placed the baby in the bag. Maybe the animal took it, the animal didn't take it. And yet, what you see from the earth, the Gemara says.
Nope, I know what to do. I can do it like Rabbi. Rabbi, you got it.
Even in the faces of that to the point that again, the fasting, the coin is not colored. The coin is not colored. So you see from there that Sunday can go ahead and drop a Badai, to which the Gemara says, no. You know, it says, no. What happened over here is that the coin sees the shifra throwing something that looked like the felt. In other words, it's not a Badai that she missed.
No, Rabbi. Strike it.
Rather, again, he saw
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, madam.
placed in the bar by this woman.
Yeah.
But the Gemara said, a boy or a girl, to which the Gemara says, Hachikon, is to say, later, the Gemara says, later, in Rochekiva, in Megalakila. So first of all, he was looking into the kid to see she miscarried again. Did she miscarry a baby?
Another one.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Something else from her body. In other words, not that that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some blood or some other charge. First of all, looking over the front, see, was it an AFL? If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, it did that. If it was on an AFL, later it's not very. So in fact, this wasn't the case.
There we go. Big score. Big score. Give me it. I'll take it. That's a big score, Mr. Aquarius.
That's good. Yes. That's the one. You win, I win.
114. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yay. That's what I like. You win, I win.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
All right, sweet dreams. God willing, Mr. Aquarius. God willing.
That's willing.
That principle of being something once it will be. That ultimately again holds. That in Halacha, we accept this principle. Ain't something once it will be. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines reality, and the suffix piece of information does not occupy it. That's reality. That's why most again, just kind of reorienting ourselves. That's why how do we get into this? A piece of broken out of the sorrow. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's Hashem, I know why. Because I bad guy that this was Hakol Bizarre. Second, maybe the Hakol actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore I can't use it. Why? Because the suffix that maybe that Hakol decommissioned it doesn't change reality of the fact that this was definitely Hakol Bizarre. That was like, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a Hashkafic level as well. Because in something once a needed Badai, want to go ahead and size the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many statements. Like when we survive, this is an existential threat. All of it was so interesting that both of us resulted in our said that's so many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th. Even in existential, the Qatar Israel. For me, that was shocking because for me, in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about Israel. It was scary. So one was that obviously, and also I said it at the end. So it takes a little bit over the years, over the centuries, there's been many stages. Like these, we face many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm was less than a century ago? It put us in other kind of gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, you'll see you can find out. What's the find out? The Bible says, Am Yisrael is an Amis. Amis are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is suffering. Suffering. The Romans, the Jews, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It presently suffering case. It's many status that have presented themselves. Another suffering, only already Carlos, another suffering always arises. But rest assured, a suffering makes it between bad. No suffering will undermine the the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's the true eternality. Incredible. Incredible, practically, as well as Hashemah. It's not even that. It's a, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is these facilities that are built on Rish Lakish. See, here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission that Avodah, right? In other words, an apple giving the backup is Avodah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Yochanan says it must be what we call active. It says even passive with the word. So let's now go back to our A state. Listen to this. They also will see this in Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Let's get thank you. A state. Once a time, thank you. Once a time, I go, alright, so see back to the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. It's also. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, why is that? So say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is a open asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, not actively broken or the either broken.
How you doing, Brandon?
What's the old Rish Lakish's logic? I don't. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Right? So you guys know, check what Shmuel, so that we did out this. So this is again, as we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-sufficiency is the wrong word, but it's a type of idolatry. Okay, Gemara is not the kind of show. Only the Naka Amos from Shalom Michel Hamero. Sorry, it's one of those people that will be no public. Giving them back though is a Avodah Zarah, and also look again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, be so in the Radak Avodah Zarah. It's actually quite fascinating the logic behind this. Actually does use it. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So Open Kohabin can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. So has no power of a negation of idolatry. Fascinating. So let's say so nice. So having that all this function. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that's just great? That clearly again, but that should work. From Rabbi Shepascha, what's the clear? The case over here is where Yisrael then did the Obey Kohabin. So what's interesting that what we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending when the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one side of the people stop. My Ali, but essentially learn to keep dead in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatry is still present. Ultimately, again, yeah, what bizarre is bottle. I need to leave the bus for the ultimately, you're right. If an operating goes ahead and sends the idolatry, that negates it. But if you strong against the idolatry, that does not negate it. There's a rabbi says, keep us things from the is very important to know. So obviously like this, in reality, even when we saw dense Avodah Zarah, because of this, in other words, it looks like that thing really is an active form of meditation, which really sounds like everything you do to face right should be a proper form of meditation. So when we saw dense, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's Elo, Sira? What's the Xera? So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have one to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did he say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this, sir. What is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up by getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to lift it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, Avodah is becoming the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah is becoming the Yad Yisrael. The old one. So I'm going to say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I'm going to say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in pen block from now on home days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot get negated. So that's what's happening. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could bend it. But Chazal said that the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be Yid. You can't be those back for it. You can't commission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. Having Chazal simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody goes in the East today. The people of our hand and drop him. So, just by this whole idea over here of Avodah. Listen to this. So, he brought stones from Marcellus. Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So, an apple takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? If he goes ahead and drops in the tortillas, what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like these pavers, and he uses them to make the street sense halacha. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha so he's actively decommissioned them through using them for a mundane use. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be merciful. Why is that? So why do we say so? Again, let's ask Rish Lakish. Why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommission. To which the Lord says, no, Hakanami keep the Rabbah. The Lord says, it's just that the Rabbah said before. Rabbah said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. This is Rabbah. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be connection. Incredible. And again, we see never actually takes it because the catch shows only because the public circle. So let's listen to this. Let's start. Only because you sheep for our response. What's here you're watching? So you have all these are and you shave it and you have all these up. So let's say so actually for example, a shaver tree. A shaver tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaver. That is of the shavings. Let's start. If ultimately the apple is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the apple because he wants to, I don't know, make a buy five, whatever it is. Let's start. Ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then the sheep will get out and turn. Then both the shavings and the tree itself becomes a little wide because the actual taking shavings off the apple tree for the apple's own personal use is what? Is itself the decommissioning of the apple desire. Okay? However, let's start wrong if he's taking the tree, that he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the thing of the tree itself. So it's our wrong. Here, see the sheep will get ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the Shiasura, the tree is still asur, the sheep will get the shavings will be water. The straw sheep of Israel takes the shavings, takes pieces off of the shaver tree. Bailits are called, he should bring asur. Rather than Israel is doing this again for his benefit, but for the tree's benefit, ultimately again, we have all the zara, the tree itself, and the shavings remain water. So let's get a good answer. So it's something why should this be any different? Right? According to you, it should be no different than an Amazon that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, she said it's decommissioned. So to here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the yourself and Ellie keep the Rabbi. So let's say once we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi's of the opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Rabbi Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening in Halacha L'Maisa, you end up acquiring it and therefore getting never be your good. So they say, we're showing the Zohar Luah, or Bakhtiyah. So it's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in Hashem. So as Rabbi Rothschild says, or say, or two missionaries from now, showing the Zohar Luah. If you find all the Zohar, you can bind it up and scatter it to the wind. Not till we're young, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And let's say we're going to see this is talking about if you find it all the dark made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. You know, it says, when you do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So this one says, well, you rock the young from the Ruba. You're not fair in the process. Says, really, you can't retain any part of the Avodah for your own use. The Marcy Bahamai, it was once again a film that has no Rakish Anai. They have the Kabbalah, but once again, fine, you're such crazy, you should be fine. It's going to be Rakish, even if the Avodah breaks on its own, ultimately, again, it's decommissioning. Grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a Avodah Zarah for which they must talk. Honey, Kiderabba. Once again, I won't say reading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Rabbi Yossi, Ben Sian Omer, Matzib Suras Darkon. So what's the interesting case over here? Let's see the image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. Now we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, suffix, only suffix is all possible. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did an apple? It's more third. You might say, on the other hand, that I saw But if you saw was going to cut a bag, it's also says I'm night. The other cabotas go from I don't understand why should it be any different or it's a something case. So I should be different than a case. Ultimately, again, as a whole design that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So say, essentially, to get this season people here, we don't want Jews involved even with commissioning out of our we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal will come up to the point that even decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Today, but you'll see over after what you lost those people say, Shaman, is they shall be a no Sharon spot. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha mentions the following is also only the Mishnah is also halacha is a general goes that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables under leaf and a shayla tree. What is a shayla tree? So during this summer, the problem is that the shayla tree provides shade. And shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. That's therefore you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shayla tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Rothschild says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine a sheretz alim, because what can happen? Leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, the Havik have a little function. Once again, forming leaves should be no different than what? Foreign idols. And according to Yitzchak, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. It shouldn't be a problem of fertilizer. First, was a shiny awesome. They take care of all the stuff on the Kayan. So in the case of a falling leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary for the idolatry is intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of thing house the falling leaf without the Zerite identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. Because what's it? How many days? 1 day, 42. The Gemara says, Shikuya. What about the case of the shavings? That would like the Asherah tree shavings. We got also coming. That's where once again the primary part of the Avodah is still in existence. We got to tell you in that case, we said it's Sarah, he has sort of Shikuya and Tamid. We said that even in a case ultimately again where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher, but ultimately again the shavings are mutter. The figure of the Shia Amar, the Fishain, Avodas, Kokavan, the Tiva, Derech, Bidevasa. Ultimately, I said the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah can't negate an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal natural way. So since there is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Lord says, hey, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So looking on both sides. Rabbi Yochanan focuses on one things. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no. Because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the question of Rabbi Yochanan years ago. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree belongs to Hekdesh. Right? The tree belongs to this and the Kush. Now what happens? there's a nest on top of the tree. The bird made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You will live from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top row, that is, that's the Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit, the Rabbanon, a little more, right? But you see again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately again, it's not mitzvah. Fine. So let's analyze. The Rosh Hashanah. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yak is bakara. So what can we do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what is it? You want to say Yak is bakara. I'm sorry. Rosh Hashanah Yak is bakara. Hasar hadaitcha. To those shishpor mimeno eitzim in Sabah. Now let's say here's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now again, what can't I do? I can't. So now we'll say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But if you have all these other trees, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once an open Sarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So, it says, you don't just shove up in there, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The kakoni is bakona, and yet the nest is. So here's one says, this supports my assertion that broken up all the Zara, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. No. Let's hear what's the case. If you go into IC8 in the Amal, the king's survive, not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot be hectares. So we'll say so again. What's the right for that? The right for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, also, what do we want to say about the birds now? About the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nan about the nest. Sorry. No nanning or no. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you do not commit to minimum. So let's analyze this. On the Mishnah of the IC8 in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately, I guess, from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectares tree. And how you kind of got a hectares low land of the wall. So then it makes sense. Low land in the Drabon. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you make to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanon, and also the Rabbanon and the Doraisa. But there's no Megillah. Why is there no Megillah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Megillah. On the Shishava 8 in the middle of the Kinsabah, and on my Bamor and Hakam Ishi. And again, I won't say Halacha Laisa. The bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectares. If it's hectares, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it. You're Doraisa. No, and it's even the Doraisa. The Gemara says, So then the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha l'maisa we're dealing with both cases in the shayla tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the shayla tree and not from the hektish tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, "Maybe area, how come the Gideon have wanted to offer the Tana scheme?" So we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not asr l'doraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So we'll say this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths some of the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Kidumin Ba'achadikan, growth which occurs after the designation. So let's say we're talking. So over here is the bird. So I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that makes the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hektish. It depends. That's an machlokes. And the Gemara says, and the author of this price, or the author of this Mishnah holds the halacha l'maisa, the hektish designation only develops upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Abo, Rabbi Yochanan, my yap is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan said, maybe that. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is asr. The nest is asr in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's asr. So once mutter, what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, it's benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be able to reveal about the hanifa, a sabbalah that thrown in. It can become a carb. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if we're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going to give things that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but for the what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The basin kind of stressful. So this is an addition to eggs. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asr. Now, we'll say, now, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basin kind of asr should strichel is iman. So what's actually very fascinating? Eggs are asr. Why are eggs asr? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A goes B and B goes C, and then A goes C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asr. So what's fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the one suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when Brexit says take the stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says from Rashi that broken should switch on the iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore it turns out that over here, with this case of the nest of the Asher tree, the eggs, this tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be butter, right? Maybe better, right? So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halach l'maisa. So milk, actually, we'll say, yeah, we'll do tomorrow. So already, I think tomorrow we'll pick up, we'll finish up with the halach l'maisa milk and rishlakish, like, what are we doing now, my focus? What are we passing like? And then the rest of the show will be 3 minutes of Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shvayach, everyone. Bye, brothers, and have a great day. All right, I was to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Coca-Cola sponsor, Tzvosi Mishpach America Salt, dedicating all the Shemot Roshos this year as its host for the Solos Levels for Israel. Our ViralRabbi sponsors for the month of Av, Avalin, Thomas, Stephen, and Wendy Tracy, in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy, Dina Tracy, and Abby Rose's wife, in memory of Stan Rose's wife, the Rachel. Our weekly sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire love for the Chayalim, the Chayalim, and all those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Reish and Devorah Rothschild are the sponsors for today. Reish to the Yarzeit of Aryeh and Ben Yossi, their Marathon of Torah. All of the Neshamas Hadam were the families in the Hama, all of the Muslims in the Shabbat, that will close the Holy Israel, which Rav should bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karl, allow our home soldiers to be successful, the Chollah and Nasi Yidei. I want to say with that, let us begin our Shuk with a lot today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Today's daf is Mem Beis. And we are picking up the rest of the Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 41b. And we left off the Enos. Something mostly big. Which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes up from the bottom. So I'll say it again. In yesterday's daf, we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's the seen as two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped. Avodah Zarah was the fifth image. So I love the Gemara says that if you follow pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take your hand. No, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shot now. An aqua, and we're going to discuss this more today. Now, an aqua does have the ability to decommission a Zara, but it has now again. Then we have my focus to go on the focus. Do you need active decommissioning or can you need passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that just a little bit. That's our overarching level. So here, the Yokel says it has to be active decommissioning. Rishon says even passive decommissioning. Not to begin with, if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. But the Yokel is still an idol. According to Rishon, she has lost its idolatry. This is important. So we'll say, but again, so that's why it's one pieces of Orthodox laws. If you find pieces of something on an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state of? Second number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of jumping back to Avodah Zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately again by Avodah Zarah, it does not work because Halachah basically say in something puts in the God. Ultimately, again, the something that may be with decommission doesn't go ahead and take it out of the God that it was Avodah Zarah. It's not more questions that visible. Maybe something was to be regarded. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainty. What about Father Valentine? You're very interested. We actually saw this. Cover Shanice, the day after the Gorma of Paris. So I'll say a cover died. And again, we translate, a special Shalom Aleichem to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Belgium, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, beautiful stuff, and not just in the space message, but marketing around the world. So Ian messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as talking. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tul and Tara to complete the Tara. Even if it's school of Tara. So even again, not unsanctified food, he is actually in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me and Aaron said, why do you call a cover? A cover means a friend. What's the shot of that? So perhaps the song is like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who's just searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? Once Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. Well, if you don't have to eat in a state of Tara, you're not obligated to eat the unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards, even from Pandas, or ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life, he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend of the Lord. That's a friend. That part says someone wants to live life so
randomly, and there's very little information about what happened. Some unverified online sources say that he got sick or that he got cancer, but no one ever checked the death certificate. Somebody in California could go today and pay the $30 and get the death certificate and find out what it says. Given the hugeness of the Epstein bill,
so the word says, cover shouldn't see again before they goes. So, cover dies, interesting case, cover dies, and after you guys, we discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been timed. So the word says, even if not, she just harvested them that day. Part of him, the test message is coming. Is a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly timed. I will second. The Vadai to you, Safek Asrido, Safek Lasrido. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a Vadai. What's the Vadai? What's the Vadai? Certainty. The certainty was they were Temple. That's for sure, right? Temple's untied produce. I will say, why is that a Vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vadai that is untied. Safek, maybe the cover did time it, maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see here? The Kamasi Safek, the Mosi Mide Vadai. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a Safek possibility that time it goes ahead and overrides the Vadai that it certainly was Temple. So you see something Mosi Mide Vadai. Which the Gemara says no. Plus, Vadai is Vadai. It's fascinating. No, it's not true. That's not something in Vadai. That's a Vadai and Vadai. What's the case? The Vadai asks you. So where it says it's heavy, it was Vadai was Vadai, certainly it was Vadai. And also Vadai, that's what? That he targeted. You know, it's very heavy, no comes out. Or if it comes off, Kazaka, a Haber, Shane, and Motzika. Or Shane, and Toka, Rukaka, Santo. What's it? That's the Kazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover looks like again. Can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffering that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does that mean? Get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. For the moment, if it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffering. Like in bad guy, there's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. So the other possibility is, you know, it says something to something. Interestingly enough, it is a something in a something house. So there's that. I've shown the Abba to Raboshia. Possible that the public conducted himself like Raboshia, still under Raboshia. The Amar, the Hajik Adam Altu also. Rahim Sabbath Shalom, Kadesha gave the end all kind of German Amaisa. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice timing involved. Yes, the timing involved, technically involved technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to time, typing applications, there has to be what's called the bias right here. It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home. Normative for normative agents. Let's say through the window and not the door. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now, again, there are limitations on that also. So the person, so over here, there's really no something else you want to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Nitrous. Why? Because it's possible that we're going to make any use of this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, maybe something was in the divided. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, hey, something won't say today, not that. But it can ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So what's really is that true? So the Gemara said, but how you learn? Amar Buddha, my sufficient muscle shall not happen like this. Not a nice sufficient muscle shall not say after the very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says, over here, Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Freeman. Okay, what happened? She had to live in the bar. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury her maid. No, but an interesting follow-up is, this is also a problem a little bit. They fell in a bit, in a nondescript way. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to bury a maid, so you have to bury a miscarried baby, but you have to not bury it in the marked place. You do not. If you bury the rebel, you do not bury the marked grave. For varieties of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it's unhealthy that Hazal to the result of healthy parents to develop an